What are you thinking going into this and thinking I have a week with these guys?
So I'm going to be so for real, and I love you guys.
Oh,
extremely farty, extremely burpy.
Farty? Hell yeah.
Yeah, all of the sounds, all the gases.
Hell yeah.
When the tents are going up, I'm hearing every bodily movement that these men have ever had in their
Dad
entire
energy
lives.
coming in hot.
Yeah, and it was, and look, like, I love that you guys have working gastric systems. I love that so much. I just didn't want to hear it. I didn't want to hear it at all.
Oh, you're never going to not. That's for sure.
Jess told me the sound of a guy urinating makes her anxious because of the anticipation of them farting.
The pee fart.
I definitely listened to everybody fart. Well,
it's the pee fart is unbearable to me, and I told you that the day before we left, and then it was all I heard.
Well, so wait, what was it?
Welcome to Backpacker Radio, presented by The Trek, brought to you by Topo Athletic. I am your co-host, Zach Badger Davis. Sitting to my right is...
I am Juliana Chaunce, a.k.a. Chaunce.
Got a full room here today. We'll keep the reminders brief because I'm sure there'll be plenty to talk about with the subject of today's show, which is a hike that we did recently. But first, let's go to the few reminders. First is, if you're taking on a long-distance trek in 2026 and you want to be part of the baddest team in the backcountry, we would love for you to apply to be a trek blogger or vlogger. Are we still accepting vlogger applications? This is going out in early March.
No, at this point, no, we're not. We're done.
Okay. We might be done, but if you're inspired, throw in an application because it could happen.
It could.
You never know.
Anything is possible.
Yeah, I don't think we've actually had this conversation. We're having it now.
In real time.
We'll figure it out.
Welcome to the office.
Definitely a blogger, so if you're taking on a hike this year. Some of the perks include gear discounts or free gear. You get to work with Jess, who's the coolest person in this office.
Am I just old news at this point?
I'm saying the office. This is the studio.
Okay, whatever.
Very different rooms.
I feel like Woody.
I'll answer that question for you. Yes, you're old news.
You old bag.
Whatever.
And we will fly one person to join us out here on the podcast. Put you up for a night. And that could be either from the Trek blogger or vlogger crew. I guess we could lump in trail correspondence to that. But a lot of ways to get involved. But for the purposes of this Trek blogger, link to applies in the show notes. Next is, if you haven't already enjoyed the show on YouTube, you get to watch it.
Yeah.
We're very visually stimulating, especially today, me. And look at this.
Yeah, there's 5 of us in here today, so this will definitely be a fun one to watch. And we've had some recent good ones that are fun to watch. I had a full beard in the recent Guy Stuff episode.
That was a big hit.
That was a big hit. I saw a comment that someone didn't recognize that it was me.
They're like, is that Jabba?
That's how believable it was.
I mean, do you remember what I looked like without a beard on?
Me?
Totally different human. Yeah, I look like a ginger.
I think it was the eyebrows. I think the eyebrows really pulled the look together.
doubt,
But we have a lot of fun on YouTube if you're watching us there, because then you can actually see us interact. You can see me make a fist at Jabba when he's watching football while I ask him questions. And you can see us just interact in person, which is way more fun than just hearing us, because there's so much to miss when you don't see this that you should be on there.
100%. Like, comment, subscribe, all the good stuff. Something you said spurred this conversation. I haven't revisited it in a while. Jess said that I'm not a ginger. Discuss.
That's not true. This is just wrong.
That is a brown.
You can't have the mic. You can't have the mic. I'm sorry. You're wrong. You're wrong.
Hair. You are a ginger. I'm looking at your hair, and these are 2 different color hairs. Yeah.
That is red.
The ginger spectrum is wide.
If it's generous.
Plug
The
for
ginger
YouTube.
spectrum
Put
is
your
wide.
beard up to my hair. That's pretty similar, isn't it?
Spark.
Like, there is a
spark right now.
You've heard of the term daywalker.
Yeah.
That's a part of the spectrum of ginger.
Okay.
There are definitely people that have like more auburn-esque hair.
That's not a daywalker, though. A
I'm not saying
daywalker
it
doesn't
is.
have freckles.
You guys are not going to convince me.
I used to have
just think you're
freckles.
all
No, a
wrong.
used to be
daywalker
freckles.
does have freckles.
No, a ginger has freckles. A daywalker does not.
Yeah, she's
Is
right.
that
South
true?
Park came
Yeah.
out when I was in middle school. I got ruthlessly bullied.
I guess it's been a while
Trust
since I've seen the
me.
episode. I thought there was just people that don't burn as easily.
No. A ginger has the freckles and the red hair. A daywalker has the red hair but no freckles.
That's the only delineating thing about that,
Yep.
huh?
Because my grade went through every ginger in our grade. There's about 12 of us. And
You
they...
had 12 gingers in your grade?
We only had... Yeah, we had like
That's a
100...
high. How many people?
Did you go
Like
to
100 in my graduating class.
That's-
New York
a
School
high-
of Good Gingers or something?
They might have been less. I'm thinking 12. The number
Just
just
by
sounded
chance,
good.
huh? Just by
But
happenstance.
they went through and they told us which ones of us were gingers and which ones were daywalkers.
They're like, line up, people.
Literally. Anytime there was a dance, it was like, let's get a photo of the gingers. We have several ginger photos.
Okay, so but to be clear, ginger
Yeah.
can be a wide spectrum of hair color. And by the way, Zach's head color maybe not quite the exact same as your beard color.
I'm darker on top.
Yeah. So his beard is way redder than in my
But
opinion.
his hair used to be redder.
I
Just
mean,
wait till you see my pubes.
I have got dick root photos on my phone for sure. I know that is a much redder situation. I can literally produce those photos right now if anybody wants to see them, by the way.
Do you really have dick root photos of me?
Uh-huh.
Nice.
What is a dick root
At
photo?
the draft 4 years ago
That
in
sounds right.
Breckenridge.
That sounds
What's a
right.
dick root photo?
It's just like the very top of where it starts.
Oh.
I think someone called that the base.
No, dick root's way better. So basically, it's like what's funneling down into the crotchal
your
region,
V.
but like deep without actually seeing shaft. You
Ah.
might catch a little like actually going into the shaft, pre-shaft area, but
Like,
mostly
start
just
to-
like
PSA, pre-shaft area.
yeah, pre-shaft area,
Yeah.
upper pre-shaft area.
Jolly's getting his wish right now.
Whoopsa!
I crap my pants.
The last time I spoke to Jolly,
His crotch.
the last time I spoke to Jolly, he said he wanted to be here for guy stuff, and this is already sounding
Yeah, this is
exactly
guy
like
stuff.
that.
I think
Yeah, we
that's
should keep
my
it on-
fault.
Let's keep it on track. That was technically my fault. I asked about
The fact
ginger
that you
stuff.
brought that, the fact that your pubes came up, and the first thought in my head is, well, Zach shaves his. It's not a thought
always.
that I should
Not
instinctively
always.
just be
It's-
like,
It's certainly not always clean shaven from somebody who's seen it enough.
I just want to say that I saw that reel come up
Yeah.
and had not listened to the episode
Yeah.
and learned way too much about you.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
There
Who
should have been
employs me.
a disclaimer on that one.
Yeah,
That's-
I just have to start blocking all
yeah,
backpack
100%.
radio.
Let's continue. Do you shave your butthole area?
We'll get into it.
My mom's gonna watch this.
Hey,
Come
she's
on.
gonna listen to it or
yeah,
watch it.
no,
And
no,
mom,
no.
you know how Jabba be. Come on, baby.
Sorry, Mom.
Last but not least, if you want to support the podcast, you can do so patreon.com/backpackerradio. For as little as $5 per month, you get every episode ad-free, which is good. Or it's not. We love our advertisers.
yeah, we love our advertisers. We just love also, who doesn't love an option, right?
Yeah.
Who doesn't love having at least an illusion of a choice? And that's what you get when you go to Patreon. You can listen to this ad free. You don't have to have any interruptions. You can get in the zone and just stay in the zone. Auto zone. Why not? You know?
Nice pull. We also did some Patreon bonus content recently. Polly rounded up, I think, like 14 different Triple Crown segments from older episodes. So that went out today as of the recording of this. It's a while ago. It doesn't matter. But we'll be doing more bonus content,
Yeah.
especially with the help of Polly. So.
And we are always open to requests and suggestions. So if there's something that you see that you're like, damn, this would be so funny on Patreon, let us know.
Yep.
We're open.
You're about to lose it, aren't you?
No, I feel fine.
That was a pre-sneeze face.
I feel great.
It's like a
I'm so good.
She's edging herself.
pre-shaft area.
Upper pre-sneeze area is happening.
Okay, let's get to this one.
When you sweat, you lose a lot more than water. You're burning through sodium, potassium, magnesium, all the stuff your body needs to keep going strong on trail, thinking clearly, and sleeping well at night. That's why I'm a huge fan of Element. It's a zero sugar electrolyte mix with a science-backed ratio that's heavy on sodium, which is exactly what thru hikers and long-distance backpackers are losing all day long. No sugar, no junk, just what your body actually needs. When I'm backpacking, I'll usually drink one Element throughout the day and then have another packet before bed. It helps me rehydrate, keeps the leg cramps away, and I'll wake up feeling like $1,000,000. Another underrated benefit, Element makes those dodgy water sources actually taste good. If you've ever filtered from a silty creek, a cow tank, or some lukewarm pipe coming out of the ground, you know how clutch that is. It's not just an on-trail thing either. Element is my go-to hangover prevention tool. One packet before bed, another in the morning, and you wake up hitting the erase button on a night of bad decisions. My favorites are lemonade, raspberry, and citrus. A cold Element lemonade on a hot day tastes like absolute heaven. And the citrus works shockingly well as a no-calorie mix-in for a backcountry margarita, perfect while car camping, or the lazy version at home. Good news, Backpacker Radio listeners can score a free Element sample pack with any drink mix purchase by going to drinklmnt.com/thetrek. That sample pack includes citrus salt, raspberry salt, watermelon salt, and orange salt. 2 stick packs of each flavor, 8 total. No coupon code needed. Just use the URL. Again, that's drinklmnt.com/thetrek to get 8 free packets with any drink mix purchase. The deal is only available for a limited time.
This is an episode recapping the recent. Do we call it a through hike? Well, I guess we'll get to that in a minute.
100%.
A through hike.
We didn't skip nothing.
Well, I'm saying, at what distance is it a through hike? That's
Hey,
always
baby.
that's a common question.
Overnight could be a through hike.
Okay. Well, a recent through hike of the San Diego Trans-County Trail, also, or I should say, formerly known as the C2C Trail. And that was with myself, Jess, Jolly here, former guest of the podcast. Everyone knows Jolly Gear.
With a little help from Lockie and Jeff Wooler.
That's right. That's right.
Gotta throw them in.
Gotta throw
Without them,
in.
it don't happen.
They were part of the adventure, for
Yeah.
sure. Okay. Where do
And
we
Jabba.
start?
You didn't mention Jabba.
Oh, Jabba, yeah.
He was here too.
Oh, shit.
People probably forgot that Jabba was here right now.
How couldn't they?
Yeah.
Difficult character to miss. I mean, to see. God, this is already terrible.
I will start by introing how this trail came to be, and then you ask the questions.
Okay. I would like for you to also include where you thought it was appropriate to not invite me.
So real talk,
I kind of wondered, to be honest.
I guess I don't know how much of this we can clip this if you need to, but I just assumed with you traveling the other weeks in January and your job that there was no chance that you'd be able to take off 9 days for work.
It's the thought.
And
that
look how
counts.
the lot has turned
That's
out.
when you came in and said that. So the reason we couldn't add you was because this
Yes.
goes directly into the logistics of the trail. But so you have to do 2 water caches on the way out there. And in order to do that, you have to have enough people, or you have to have enough seats in the vehicle that get you to the start of the trail. We had a full truck. We had 5 people in the truck.
We would have
Sorry,
needed
I'll
2
catch you on the
vehicles.
next
We would have
one.
needed 2 vehicles, no doubt. And for what it's worth, I even initially we even were thinking Cuckoo before he even said yes. And then once Jolly was in, and Cuckoo was kind of like, I don't think I can do it. We were like, well, good thing only one of them was able to, because we couldn't have even added another one.
Yeah.
So
Me and Kuka will hike it ourselves. We'll just go together.
that's on record. They're gonna go through hike it together.
Because Jess was
Take a lease when
maybe
you wanna
mildly
ride it.
concerned about just being with the bros for a week, and she was
Were
asking.
you?
Mildly is putting it.
Yeah.
Really
Okay, well, so where did you stand after being
Well,
deep in it?
Let me first say this before we get to
Fair,
that.
fair.
Is I said, like, feel free to invite someone if you want to, but you have to be like very adamant about the fact that they have to find their own way to the start of the trail, because we don't
Yeah.
have a way to transport them.
Fair.
To that token, Zach should have invited you.
Yeah, that's fine. I'll only,
I assume that there
I'll
was
only
no
hold the grudge forever.
No,
Yeah,
I did feel guilty once you came in and said, like, oh yeah, by the way, I'm not doing the work thing. Can we say this?
We can graze around it. I'm not at work for the moment. I'll be back at work in March.
Yeah. Okay. When you said that, I'm
Yeah.
like, then I felt differently about
When
it.
they
Yeah.
fired you, did they call you an old bag?
They didn't fire me.
Okay, just kidding. I'm just joking.
It's fine. But I was well, actually, I in my mind logicked that Jess was probably there doing content. So I
Yes.
was like, good for her. I wouldn't be. I would be there just fucking around. Probably.
She'd be doing her own content, making her own money.
Yeah, my own stuff. But now it's good because for the sake of this episode, you guys can tell me about the hike.
Yeah.
Instead of just recapping it with each other.
Yes.
So this is actually beneficial.
Yeah. Had you been there,
Plus, who
who's
the
going
fuck
to ask
wants
the
to hang
questions?
out with Jabba for a week? You know. Come on.
8 days.
Okay.
So how'd you choose this one
Uh,
besides
so this
loving
one-
San Diego?
Yeah, that's probably 80% of it. And I just needed to get out on trail. Like, I was badly craving a hike, and as you know, there's not many off-season hikes. You've done a lot of them, so like there wasn't a lot to pull from domestically. There's some decent options internationally, but that from a time standpoint and cost, didn't seem like it made sense. So
And I venture to guess the Tour de Mont Blanc didn't give you everything you seek in a through hike.
I didn't sleep outside a single time.
There you go.
Yeah, no, definitely there were good and negative elements of it. And like that was something that I chose. It's not like the trail thrust that
course.
upon me, but I definitely was.
But it still lacks it.
Yeah, last year I did no outdoor sleeping aside from in my backyard with Leo.
Whoa. Stop. We need to do a whole segment. How did that go?
That was good. I just wanted.
How did
to,
he handle it?
I wanted to do a dry run of camping with him to
How did
see
he
like
do?
how, he loved it.
Oh,
He had the
great.
best
That's
time
all I
ever.
wanted to hear.
Yeah.
Segment over.
Yeah. So yeah, that's how we landed on the San Diego Trans-County Trail. It's been on my radar for a couple of years, largely just because I love San Diego so much, and it just felt like this was a really good window to take care of it.
Hell yeah. I'm also now laughing because I'm trying to think about what you were probably thinking during our impromptu. What short hikes could I do in the off season?
Had the logistics to get to the start of the trail been different, I would have extended the invite.
That's fine.
But
I'm not bitter.
we had a full vehicle.
So, okay, so you
And
decide
it
on
was
this
cramped.
one. You had to change the dates. Was that like anything worth talking about, or is that just
That was very literally.
Simple. Very simple.
Go ahead.
We had to watch football. Had to.
At the-
And there was a chance the Bears could have been in the Super Bowl
Yeah.
when we made the decision to push it, for sure.
Well, so the original date that we had booked would have gone over the NFC AFC Championship weekend, and yeah, the Bears were still in at that time.
Yeah.
And then I realized,
and the Pittsburgh Steelers also were still in it at the
True,
time.
technically
Not
true.
that we had a fighting chance of
Yeah.
actually winning a fucking playoff game in a decade. No big deal. Sorry.
I also realized even if they weren't in the playoffs,
Just wanna
it
watch
makes
it.
way more sense to be hiking in that week between football.
The Pro
Yeah.
Bowl.
Yeah, this is the end of the year. Like you have to absorb as much football as possible.
Yeah,
I would have felt like a complete asshole hiking during the conference championship
Yeah,
games.
we would have been like holding our phones up at every like high point and been like, "Who's winning the game?"
Yeah.
Now we did finish in time. Probably would we have been able to actually watch the Super Bowl if it were that's the prior Sunday? Because what they
What day was
finished
Sunday?
on a Monday or Tuesday.
I don't know.
Finished on a Tuesday, flew out on a Wednesday morning,
Yeah,
so we wouldn't have.
we would have
would've
missed
missed it.
whatever
Yeah,
game.
okay.
Yeah. Okay. You asked the questions now.
great? Okay, so you chose the trail. You
Yep.
decided to do it. And it sounds like there's some pre-trail prep you have to do for this.
Yes.
Before you go into the pre-trail prep, give me the skinny on like the fast stats of this trail. Where does it start?
Yeah,
Where
go
does it
history.
end? How long is it?
It's about 150 miles. I've seen different numbers, and there's a few variations you can take, but roughly speaking, like 150 to 155. I think the GPX that we used was like officially 153.7.
I think well, that was if you stop at the beach. I
Right.
think.
If
So
you
it
wanted
ended
to
at
extend
155.
in Torrey Pines, then it added more. That's
Yeah.
right. It goes from, so it's the San Diego Trans-County Trail. So it goes from the east end of the county to the west end. I guess you could do it in either direction, but most people do it that way. So technically westbound. It starts at the Salton Sea, which is a very interesting place. We can talk about the history of that, to the Pacific Ocean in the northern part of San Diego at Torrey Pines Natural Reserve. I forget the official name, just known as Torrey Pines. to
I
most
think it's a
people.
state preserve.
State preserve.
I think so.
We're gonna have to touch on this a second because I thought that next to California was just ocean. There's a sea over
So
there.
that is the Pacific Ocean.
Where's the sea?
The Salton Sea is the sea, but also the ocean is referred to as a sea, so sea to sea.
They're just trying to keep it like
When
cute
when
and
people talk
cheeky.
about the mountains, the sea trail from Klingman's Dome on the Appalachian Trail, mountains to sea.
Good point.
An ocean is a sea.
Good point.
But
Is an ocean a sea?
yes, it is.
Is a sea an ocean?
I mean,
no.
you can categorize the ocean as a sea.
While the
It's
terms are often used interchangeably, an ocean is technically not just a sea. Rather, a sea is a smaller, partially land-enclosed subset of an ocean. So,
but like you're on sea, like
colloquially-
when you're on the ocean, you call it things seaside.
Yeah.
You just it's like a
Well,
word
yeah.
people use. That's all I
Right,
was
that
trying to
makes
say.
sense. I know seaside because New Jersey, but I've just
Read
there's a sea with a name.
Yes, like the Mediterranean Sea.
it is.
know,
The
the Dead
semantics
Sea,
did
the
trip
Red
me up a little
Sea.
bit, and then I got over it. But yeah,
who
you're hiking
cares?
from the Salton Sea to the Pacific Ocean.
Okay, you said we could talk about the history there. Do you know anything about it? Or you
Yeah,
just-
per Jabba's encouragement. I mean, you didn't specifically tell me to watch it the night before.
I did geek out on the Salton Sea at one point, like a year, maybe not even a year ago, and I was like, we should watch this documentary. And this is before we ever talked about doing this trail.
Yeah, 100%. And that had been rattling around in my mind for a long time, so I figured the night before we started the hike was the right time to watch it. Salton Sea is a very interesting place. Basically, a fella in like the early 1900s. I'm probably going to butcher a lot of this.
1902, got there originally like 1899.
Yeah, dug some channels from the Colorado River for 2 consecutive years. The river flooded and filled up the Salton Sink, forming the Salton Sea, and it became like a tourist hotspot. Like its height was in the 1960s, and Sinatra used to go party there. Like it
It was a
huge-
Riviera.
Yeah,
Like it like could have been another Vegas essentially.
Yeah.
If it had persisted.
It's just a man-made sea.
Oh, it is a accidentally made man-made sea. Imagine the entirety of the Colorado River dumping in its entirety for 2 years into a place it never should have been, into essentially a playa like where Burning Man exists or like the Chaunce Desert. Like it emptied into what's called a sink, and this particular sink is massive. All right, so like the Great Divide Basin is a sink. All right, imagine a river of the like magnitude of the Colorado dumping into a area where it's entirely desert for 2 years. So it created the largest body of water in California that still exists as the largest body of water in California today.
Bigger than Tahoe?
100%. Now, maybe not volume of water, but largest landmass. I would say 100%.
How did he accidentally make it if he was digging this thing for like 2 years?
No, the sink wasn't dug. The sink existed
right,
naturally on its own.
But connecting them didn't.
Well, the connection was that they were trying to, essentially, some dude like got down to the Salton sink and realized that the actual contents of the soil, they were like, this is gonna be great for farming. We just gotta irrigate this sucker. So they diverted the Colorado River in the early 1900s to irrigate everything, and these channels that they were making completely collapsed, and they couldn't fix it, and they were sinking so much money into trying to fix this for years, and they finally were able to. But after 2 years of the Colorado River filling the Salton sink, sink being a geographic term, just for the record.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I would love to see that video with an interview with the dude after he realizes, like, oh shit, I fucked up. Was
Yeah,
he
that
in
guy
it?
dead, though.
He's very dead.
Oh, is he?
Way
All right,
dead.
One of the
1902.
deadest people alive.
Yeah, okay.
I mean, you can't even
Guess
find
that's
like World
long
War
gone.
II vets at this point.
Well,
in
that's
time,
exciting.
right?
I love history. I also saw Jess looked this up, and you were correct. It does have more surface area than Tahoe.
2 times as big.
2 times as big.
Yeah.
So that's very cool.
Yeah.
Okay, so 150 miles, give or take, starts at AC I did not know existed.
And people should watch the documentary because there's so much more interesting shit
Oh,
about that.
it is wildly interesting.
Did
for
you
a
say the
multitude of
name?
reasons.
There's multiple of them. I forget what it was. Hold on.
It's like something in the desert.
Miracle in the Desert?
Miracle in
was
the
that-
desert or something
Yeah,
like
Miracle in
that.
the Desert.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
But like now so much water is getting funneled out, and with evaporation, the salinity in the Salton Sea is going up to the point where it can no longer sustain fish life. So fish are just
Well,
dying
there
in
are
there?
still fish there. There are
you
still
sure
fish.
about
yes,
that?
there are. Yes, but
you sure about that?
Yes, I am sure there are still fish there.
Jess
but
is back on
but they
Google.
have taken quite a hit, and there was a big problem in the 80s, whereas like I don't know if it was the EPA, but like some like a Fish and Game Life came by and started saying that the water was toxic when it actually wasn't.
Yeah.
And that changed the economy in the region that fishermen all left, and like so there are still fish, but they're not as many, and the birds that used to come through the area are decreasing, and like you said, the salinity is rising, but the real problem is the amount of evaporation that has occurred to where the shoreline used to be. Like as it's receding, everything that's being exposed to the drying of what used to be the sea is creating dust storms, and these dust storms are happening, and all the minerals and like messed up shit that is evaporating with the water, and that dirt is creating a serious like lung disease problem essentially.
Yeah, it was saying that the areas outside of the Salton Sea, I think like to the north and east, like the Indio Valley, had some of the highest instances of asthma in the country.
Yeah, and we're talking just down the road from Palm Springs.
Yeah.
On the eastern shores of the Salton Sea, you could probably see, San Bernardino Peak, and you could probably see San Gorgonio, and you could definitely see San Jacinto. It's not far from places that are heavily populated.
Yeah.
And so, but it's all getting like what we experience inversion-wise in Salt Lake City and in Denver, like they experience in this valley, but like to a different tune of like dust toxicity.
Yeah.
Do people swim in it?
They tell you not to get in the water.
No.
Oh, okay.
Now, I don't know how bad or good it is for you to be in that water. I couldn't tell you. But,
I was looking out there. I didn't see any boats or anything. Like, I don't think anyone was doing anything there.
I mean, all the docks have all dried up, essentially.
And
You didn't start your hike with a swim.
We didn't start our hike on the actual shores themselves.
and it's not an inviting-looking area in general. Like, it is...
It's like Ghost Town City.
It's, like, there's still people that live there, but you can tell that it is way down from its peak. It felt strange, and I think we were happy to hike out of there.
If you watch this documentary, I encourage literally all of you to watch the documentary, and all of you listening and watching. But like there are some stories that are like sad within like people losing family members due to like lung disease and like asthma as being a big problem, and just the economy itself is like just flipped upside down for the region. I mean, like it's desolate for a lot of people.
Yeah. Our fact checking during this, there are tilapia.
Yeah.
Also, the water contains elevated levels of arsenic, selenium, and at times dangerous cyanobacteria, which is the blue-green algae. So, yeah, I wouldn't swim in it either.
But those people are probably still sourcing tilapia.
But that's still an exciting start to the hike.
Mm-hmm.
Something with a good story.
Should also reference there's definitely it seems like there's a motive with the documentary that they want to like restore the Salton Sea.
Oh, well, what they really want is to bring the Colorado waters back in.
They're talking about digging a channel from the Sea of Cortez.
Or that. That's the big fix, really.
Yeah.
But basically, like, politicians far and wide have pulled the cord on the Colorado River dumping years ago into it. And that was what's keeping everything alive and keeping everything nice. So now the fix is, like, we need to dig a big, I forget how many miles it is.
Yeah.
Maybe like 20.
There's also apparently a bunch of lithium underneath the Salton Sea.
Oh, and that's the conspiracy.
Yes, that they think they're letting it dry out so they can extract the resources.
Lithium.
Ah.
Classic.
Interesting.
Classic.
Okay, well, hey, I'm hooked. This is great.
Yeah.
I love an exciting start to a
That
trail.
part's not in the documentary, but
Yeah.
that was some additional research.
Okay, neat. We love some original content.
Yeah.
So you guys get to San Diego, you get off the plane. It sounds like there are some steps based on the car seats and the water caches to make this a feasible hike.
Yeah, so the only primary logistic for this one are the water caches. It is a very dry hike. I don't think we saw like more than a handful of very
Less than 2.5 water sources.
Yeah, it was a bet if
This
we'd
is an
see
ongoing bet.
over under 2.5 water sources
Yeah.
that were flowing.
I won.
I totally won.
But it would
Oh,
it would be
I won.
not impossible, but very difficult to do without those two water caches that we
totally
did.
not impossible.
Yeah.
But like, if you weren't already in trail shape, like ready to rock and roll, like, I mean, I carried 4.5 liters at one time, maybe a couple times, and then I ditched one of those bottles, and I think my max was like 4 at that point. But essentially, there would be probably like a 35-mile water carry. That first water carry would be 35 miles.
So with the water cache, you're still doing 20-mile
Yeah.
water carries.
That was
Yeah.
my next question. With so few water sources and only 2 caches, you could probably tell me about how many miles between
Yeah,
each
the
is.
20 was common. There were times where it was less than that, but
You're always capable of hitching anywhere at any point in this trail, for the record. Like, you definitely cross enough roads that, like, if you ran out of water, you're definitely not shit out of luck. Like,
Yeah, okay.
yeah.
So did you have like a resupply day in between this
We had
150
multiple
miles?
resupply days. Yeah.
How many?
so Borrego Springs was the obvious one. That's about
You go-
the end of day 2,
Yeah,
day
you
one and a half.
We went right through it. We hiked 2 miles outside of Borrego to camp, but you could have stayed in Borrego and made that an easy water night, at a motel or something like that, or a campground in town or whatever.
So just before we get into like the day
Yeah,
by
yeah,
day
I
and
wasn't
all
trying
that.
to go down the road
No, I
on
know you
that,
weren't. But before we go into that, just I guess to cover the basics of it, if someone's looking at this as a hike they want to do, how many miles should they be comfortable carrying water for?
20 bare minimum, I would say. Like, if you're not comfortable carrying 20 miles worth of water, like, consider like a more serious cache strategy.
That
And-
still allows 7 water sources over the course of 150 miles. Does that sound right?
7?
Because every 20
Yeah, I mean,
miles.
it's not 20 on average. For the
Oh,
like,
sorry.
for, like,
Yeah.
the drier portions, it's about 20 miles.
You would have had a probably like multiple 20-mile water carries from what we did. We filled up on water at least 3 times, I
Yeah.
would say, maybe 4.
Yeah.
Okay.
And like so 4 to 5 liters of water when we filled up.
And last quick question, are you strategizing camping where the water is, or
We never did.
does it not
No.
matter?
You have
We
to
did-
carry to camp.
Okay.
Yeah, we did. I don't think we camped at water from a camp standpoint. We didn't camp at water one time, I don't think.
At the Ramona Creek Trailhead.
Oh,
Ramona Creek.
that was the
That is the Lone Night. Sorry, I apologize. Yeah, was it Ramona Creek? Barona.
No,
No,
Barona is a different part of the trail. That
It's
was,
definitely Ramona.
yeah.
It's okay. It's okay.
Stay with quick facts, so I don't want to get to the meat of it
I
just
know.
yet. So if someone's planning to do this hike, they have to plan the water caches. Do you have recommendations of where they should cache, or is there a trail angel that they reach out to who has this car with limited amounts of seats?
I've heard that there is a prominent SDTCT Trail Angel.
Really?
I don't have their contact info handy.
You just have like a
Prominent.
rental car?
So I think that's the common way that I've heard people do it, is they'll fly into San Diego and spend a full day taking care of the logistics. They'll drive out, do the water caches, return the car, and
Wow,
then,
I didn't know about
and then
this.
take a shuttle over to
Who
the
is
start
this
of the trail.
person? You don't want to say it out loud.
The
do
person
you?
does the Trail Angel. I don't remember his name, but like a few
Oh.
people recommended
Okay.
this guy. At that point, we had already rocked it.
No, but
rocked it,
nobody
rocked
we
it.
were like considering is what you're saying.
No.
Oh, okay, not actually.
but-
Like, they were in the back of your mind, but like we never needed to get that far.
Yeah, I mean, because I put a post out through my Instagram too, and several people
Yeah, right.
volunteered to do that. But yeah, the water caches are very necessary, and fortunately, they're like pretty much on the way to the Salton Sea, so you don't have to detour that far, and you're never off a paved road to make.
Yeah, there was one where I was like, maybe we should have put another one, and even that was only like a couple miles off the beaten path, and it was still a 4-wheel drive vehicle would have handled just fine.
Yeah.
So you're adding, if you're going to hike this, add a day to your itinerary so that prior to starting you can go do this cache
We did it in a half day.
and bring it back.
Well, so that we did it because we had someone who dropped us off. If you're on your own, I think is the point that Chaunce is making.
Sorry.
It would probably
My
take a
bad.
full day to go do that. And I kind of learned that the way the trail is structured, it does make sense to give yourself a full day on day one from a lot of logistical standpoints. We can talk about that. But it did make things slightly trickier starting with essentially a half day.
Yeah, because it would have been nice to camp at the water cache on day one.
And to not have to press through Borrego Springs,
Yes.
hike hard to get there, and then like scramble to find a campsite. at the end of it.
Hindsight.
2020. Okay, last quick question before we get into it, which is just to sum up the pre-work that someone would have to do in the planning process. Would they also need to add a day on at the end to go back and pick up whatever vessels they had cached their water in? Or is this a scenario where you got your water, you hiked with whatever it was in, and then you came up to like a road with a trash can that you could throw it out in?
Yeah, very good question. Because Jabba has done this a lot, this was
Yeah.
like a second nature to him. But this is the first time I've done it in that style. We just got the mega with 3 gallon, or was it 1 gallon?
They're
1 gallon.
1 gallon.
Yeah.
And you just smash them and carry them out.
We spent some time. What is the softest plastic? What is the most collapsible?
Well,
when we
all
bought
you
it?
need is something to clip. Like, so you need a handle. You can't just grab something that doesn't have a handle. Like, being able to clip it or stuff it is all that matters. You know what I mean? So there's like definitely jugs out there that exist that aren't as conducive, especially the ones that don't have like the twist on tops.
Yeah.
I hate the ones that have the lids that like snap and pop.
Yeah, that's
You
bad.
lose plastic that way and you litter that way.
Yeah.
by
You
the
lose
way.
water.
And we weren't carrying
Thank
water
you.
in those vessels.
No.
We just filled up
No,
our
no,
water
we
bottles,
crushed them,
We would
yeah.
camel it.
chugged water,
Yeah.
and then carried empty gallon jugs.
Yeah, what did we budget for each one? Like
Five.
For the 5, yeah.
5 liters
Yeah,
or 5 gallons.
and so one we were able to like not bury, but then there was one that was more deserty. So one we were able to not bury because there was like kind of like shrubs all around. We were able to like tuck it in some shade and just wrote our names and not names but dates that we were gonna be there and like not to take, for hikers, yada yada. And then the other one we actually straight up buried. So our ride packed a couple shovels for us, which is helpful.
Yep.
Yeah, because there was
I
no.
always wonder
no
how you would
shade
do
there.
that without like a support person. Like, are you going to Walmart buying a shovel and then returning it on your way out? I guess so.
I mean, you could dig it out with a stick.
I'll answer that in an interesting way. So when Cuckoo Bird and I spent an entire day caching for ourselves on the Hayduke, we just like found like rocks all around, I think, and used the rocks to dig. It was more taxing, but we didn't bring a shovel with. Oh wait, I think
Use your
back.
trowel.
Cuckoo actually brought a shovel. No, we actually had a shovel.
Like a shovel or a trowel?
Shovel.
Wow.
Yeah, but Cuckoo also drove his van down from Jackson Hole.
yeah.
Had it in his van, and then we drove around. Me and my girlfriend and Cuckoo and had the shovel with us. Buried everything. Cuckoo did all the digging. Good job.
Yeah.
Okay, last one. I know I keep saying last one, but last one. Is there parking at the trailhead at the Salton Sea, or are you obligated to shuttle? Like, let's say I drove out there instead of flew. Is there somewhere for me to
I wouldn't
park?
want to leave my vehicle.
That's not a
agree with
trailhead.
that.
It's not a trailhead.
You're just like
the end of
random
the street.
roads. Yeah, the place that you start is like, I guess this is
It's
where
an
we're
abandoned
starting.
neighborhood.
I couldn't wait
Yeah.
to get out of there.
It's an abandoned
on
neighborhood,
foot.
and we're like when we started walking, we're like walking through like moon mud.
Yeah.
It was like
And
weird.
the place that we started, ironically, did you guys notice the sign that says the end?
Yep.
No.
Yeah, a big yellow
Started
sign.
at the end.
Yeah.
Yep. The end of the road.
Yeah,
End of
I
the
mean,
road.
it kind of
was
felt like
for
the end
sure-
of our
It
lives.
was just a ghost town.
Yeah.
Like, and it truly felt like
Oh,
it. Like,
there was
everything's
so much
boarded
trash.
I mean, I was in an
up
abandoned
and-
boat on mile 1.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was. But there
Or
also
whatever it
was a very stellar Taco Bell.
That's true.
Oh my gosh,
Which is good
they
to know.
had the
And
best
combination
gas
Pizza
station
Hut and Taco Bell. No,
They had a-
combination KFC and Taco Bell.
and a Cinnabon
Cinnabon and a safe
and
or
a Subway. Oh my!
Yeah.
Was there an Arby's?
There was.
It was
something.
the
What about
best
There was a
gas
Jack in the
station I've
Box.
ever seen.
It was one of
That's
those
right.
big old gas stations.
Yeah, that's
It had
right.
a lot going
That's
on.
right.
It was a strip mall built
It'd
into
be-
a gas station.
It'd be a staple in any long trail.
Yeah. It's funny, we're
Popular
calling
trail.
it a ghost town, and it had like the advanced Taco Bell ordering kiosk.
That's all they
Nothing
had.
else.
because
that was it.
That's like so that road goes down to El Cajon, or is it what's it called? Where Mexicali It goes down to
Oh.
Mexicali.
Yeah.
So on the other side of the Mexican border is Mexicali. What's the town on our side? I forget what.
The
Is it
El
El
Cajon
Centro?
one,
What'd you say?
Is it El Centro?
Oh, that's it. El
Yeah.
Centro. Yeah.
Yeah.
So our first night camping. I don't know if we're getting into this yet. I don't know.
No, we're not there yet.
Sorry.
Last question.
We saw.
To finish the last one,
Mexicali
what about
lights.
at the end of the trail? Is there somewhere to park a
Spoilers,
car
Jabba.
at the end of the trail?
No.
So for that, you wouldn't want to park.
We're
the car
not
there.
driving to this
No.
trail.
No.
This
no.
is a trail that
Either-
we are flying
Either
to.
way, you'd want to shuttle. And I think because most people do it the westbound way, it's so easy to catch literally an Uber from where you
Yes.
finish to the airport. It's like a
Yes.
20-minute Uber to the
Okay.
airport from there.
Totally.
So if you weren't flying and you were driving, the mode of operation would be to park your car at the airport and take the shuttle anyway.
Find somewhere to park your car.
You can find 100 places that don't charge
yeah.
money. That's
I mean, it's a fair question. I will admit, because that wasn't our situation, I didn't really look into it.
Okay.
There probably is somewhere you could park in Salton
a
City.
Walmart.
Yeah, I don't know if I'd
A
feel
Walmart anywhere in San Diego is what I'm saying. And then
Yeah.
Uber from to that at the end. But like you can get picked up from the trail. Maybe the trail.
Or are these Uber accessible trailheads?
Well, you can take an Uber to the start if you really want to. Like just book an Uber.
Well,
right?
yeah, I mean, but like, can you call an Uber at the end?
It was, yeah, it was like
we did do
at
that.
Torrey Pines.
that.
Yeah.
I
And
will
by the way,
say,
it's
if-
Torrey Pines State Natural Preserve.
Yeah.
If you call a Lyft or an Uber to the Salton Sea from the airport, you are going to spend hundreds of dollars. I do want to call that
I'm
out.
just telling you that
For
option
sure.
exists.
And you can't do water caches.
No.
So another popular option that I've heard is people will fly into Palm Springs and then rent a car there,
yeah,
do the
yeah.
drop off, return the car, and then shuttle from Palm Springs. It's only an hour from Palm Springs to the Salton Sea, so that probably makes more sense in terms of logistics, I would say.
This is
Okay.
a route. There's not much infrastructure.
True. That's an important distinction, and we'll get into why that is an important distinction as we get into this.
Great. Well, I think this is enough info for someone who's considering this to at least have a jump off point for their research.
Yeah.
So that's good.
Wait. So the jump off. Last thing I would add from a jump off standpoint: be prepared to road walk.
We'll get into the
I'm just gonna say it out loud.
but yeah.
If people turn it off like right
No,
here, and then
it's
they
good to
never come
introduce like your headline events.
There's-
If people turn it off right here, let them be surprised by the road walk. They deserve that.
back. I mean, I would.
Oh yeah, we'll get into it, but
Okay.
that was pretty uncomfortable.
Okay, so we've cached our
I
water.
just want to be transparent.
We get
is
to
all.
the start of the trailhead. It's the morning of day one.
Afternoon. Probably,
Afternoon
was
of
it
day
1,
one.
2
It was
p.m.
1:30
Yeah.
we started.
Yeah, yeah.
1:30.
Sounds on par for a Zach hike.
Yeah. No. That was literally, we were cracking the whip.
I know,
Like,
but it's as we were on the Northville Placid Trail, and
Yeah.
yet
Yeah. I'm saying we couldn't have gotten there faster if we tried. We caught like the first flight out of Denver to San Diego. We waited like 15 minutes for Jolly's flight to land. Our ride, Jabba's connection, picked us up like immediately after that. We went straight to pick up some fuel and some water, and then the one detour we did make was Taco Bell. That added maybe like 25 minutes.
That was why we were late for starting at
And
1.
the water caches, obviously. But like, I don't think we could have gotten there much faster.
No,
without-
we like I think our best case scenario was like, can we be starting by 1?
Yeah.
And we started at 1:30, and that was with doing everything we wanted to do without really having that dialed in of a plan, quite
Yeah,
frankly.
'cause-
But it was all Lockheed. Without Lockheed, the plan does not go off
For sure.
the way we
Yeah.
had it go off.
Yep.
It
is
was
this
very
the
flexible.
ideal time to do it? Is like seasonality?
Felt like it.
Yeah, so I think generally speaking, the window is somewhere between November and March.
Bless you.
Anytime during that span, you can hit winter storms. We got, I'll say, lucky with the weather. It was hot.
No, it was as primo as it could have
Yeah.
ever
Yeah.
been.
If anything, I would have ordered a couple of clouds in the mix because
It was-
We did have clouds on that first full day.
we had 2
Day two.
clouds on day 2. Yeah,
the first full day.
And a breeze on day 5.
yeah, but.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Very breezy.
I mean, the alternative of winter storms and like perpetual rain, which can happen
I
in
mean,
winter
shit,
down there.
going over the crest,
Yeah.
which is right just north of between Laguna and Scissors Crossings. If you've ever hiked the PCT, like that gets snow even in a regular spring PCT start.
It snowed on May 6th on my PCT start
on
date.
Laguna.
Yeah,
Yeah. Yes, like lots of snow,
Yeah,
like
see,
miserable snow.
And we had
and,
like between like 60 and 70 degrees essentially.
and those plants aren't meant to hold snow.
yeah.
Like they just fall on the trail.
And then you're
Yeah.
walking through a car wash,
And
a
it
cold
hurts.
ass car wash.
It hurts so bad.
Yeah.
So
Oh,
we
they
got
scratch.
and they
Oh.
whip you.
Yeah.
I mean, you got
No,
red
it's not
marks
good.
on your legs.
It's not good.
We had great weather,
Yeah.
fabulous
Yeah,
weather,
yeah.
So it is the
And
time to hike it.
and a full
It,
moon.
it was the right time, but you could go at the same time and literally get the snowstorm
Yeah.
that he's referencing.
We
Okay.
also had ticks.
we'll save this stuff.
Just saying.
Jabba
Yeah.
just can't wait.
Jeez, he's just so excited.
listen,
He's
You would
so
think this was
excited.
his first
Listen,
time.
we're teasing the tick time.
He has no idea what the format is.
By the way, you didn't show me the format, and I will fucking say whatever I want.
Yeah, you can, and you will.
And I do.
There's no format when you're here. Okay, so we
Thank you
start at
for seeing
1:30. Talk to me. What are we feeling going into this? We're taking off. We're excited. Zach hasn't hiked since Mont Blanc.
Right.
Excitement existed.
Yeah, for sure. Day one is always exciting. It's like the first day of school. It doesn't matter how
Yes,
many
it is
miles
exactly
you put
first
in.
day of
It's
school.
like,
Who are we gonna see other thru hikers out there?
yeah. You can
We
tell
knew
by
we
like
wouldn't.
everyone's got their phones out, being like, "Oh my god!" Like we're documenting everything. Like this is the first time we've ever gone.
and
out
also
hiking.
day one, like we had like a nice cloud cover. Like it was hot at first, but like
we had cloud cover. I remember being
We had a
getting
sunset.
scorched.
we had a beautiful
Sunset was
sunset.
nice.
We had the Blue Angels fly overhead.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The U.S. Navy like super pilots.
And like some paragliders.
and
were
the
coming out?
paragliders came through.
It was actually magical. It was
It was
kind of
fucking
crazy.
sweet.
Yeah.
It was like, is this every day gonna be as amazing as this? And it wasn't.
Actually, I think maybe you two should. Will that extend all the way to Jess? That might make more sense.
I mean,
As
either way.
with Chaunce being.
I don't mind. This doesn't bother me.
We're talking about the microphone.
I'm fine with this. Specifically,
Let's be clear here.
I want to know how I want to know how you felt starting this trail. Now that you've had probably like an hour or 5 with this group, what are you thinking going
Yeah.
into this and thinking,
long
I have
wondered.
a week with these guys?
So I'm gonna be so for real, and I love you guys.
Oh, say it.
Extremely farty, extremely burpy.
Farty, hell yeah.
Yeah, all of the sounds, all of the gases.
Hell yeah.
When the tents are going up, I'm hearing every bodily movement that these men have ever had in their
Dad
entire
energy
lives.
coming in hot.
Yeah, and it was, and look, like, I love that you guys have working gastric systems. I love that so much. I just didn't want to hear it. I didn't want to hear it at
Oh,
all.
you're never gonna not. That's for sure.
Jess told me the sound of a guy urinating makes her anxious because of the anticipation of them farting.
Pee fart.
I definitely
pee
listened to
fart.
everybody fart. While
It's
while
the
I
pee
pee.
fart is unbearable to me, and I told you that the day before we left, and then it was all I heard.
Well,
the
so wait,
entire
what was
trip.
it like hiking
It
on
was
the
so
18?
scary.
I'm
It's
ki-
equally bad.
Yeah, okay,
I don't.
okay.
I don't
As long
want
as
to
you had
listen to pee
experienced it
farts.
is all I wanted to hear.
It was torture. I hate
Yeah,
it.
yeah,
I
sure,
hate it.
sure. Okay.
Wow, I wish I would have known that.
Interesting. Yeah,
I had
this,
no
Wait,
clue.
by
I
the
mean,
way,
it makes
even if I
sense to
had
hate
known
that.
Chaunce pee farts.
it makes sense to. I mean, everyone pee farts. It makes sense to hate that, but to be starting a trail with these 3 and hating that.
In fairness, I think Zach was the belchiest.
You
Maybe.
think so? Belgians?
I didn't belch much.
I
at the
was
beginning.
not taking
I-
tallies on who was the
I,
farthest.
I
and happiest.
personally, while I was like, wow, I'm not so belchy right now.
I'm
I felt that.
I'm more of a farter than a
personally.
belcher. I'll take
Yeah,
credit for
yeah.
farting. Belching's usually out of my Q zone.
I think we were mostly farting.
Yeah.
I really don't even remember.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was
It
just
was all
so.
such a blur.
It was so natural.
Yeah,
I
right.
say that I probably burped like 1,000 times and don't even register.
I
it.
know
I-
Zach burping personally.
I do remember the fart she's referencing because
There
I
are
remember
many farts that
standing
I'm
on
referencing.
on my ground sheet and like looking up at the full moon, just like letting one rip. And I was like, Jess is really close, but you know we're hiking together.
I just want to
Yeah.
say
Yeah,
that
of
I just want to say that there were multiple I tasted, which was not fair to
No
me
way,
at all.
that's
Who's-
It was
crazy.
not fair to me
Who's-
at all.
who's-
There was
That's
definitely the
crazy.
jolly one that he's talking about. I did taste. And that
There was a bush in
horrendous
between
for
us.
me.
Is that the only one?
No,
Tell
it was
us
the
more.
one where you were laying and it was very cold outside. It was very
So it
chilly.
wasn't
That
a
was
hot
day
fart.
4.
Okay.
That was day 4.
Did you taste the hotness of the
No,
fart
it
in
was
the
day 3.
cold?
It was day 3. It was day 3.
In the cold, did you taste
I
the
was not
hotness of the
taking the
fart?
temp.
Taste the sweetness
I
of
did
the
not taste
When
the
biscuit.
temp.
I taste the fart, I take temps.
That
No,
was when
by
I
that point-
apologized for. I do remember that.
By that point, I had Stockholm syndrome. I was like, this is normal, and I deserve to taste everybody's farts right now.
I agree. You did deserve to taste all of those. You chose to join 3 dudes.
I did.
Also, you were
I'm not saying it's a
Yeah,
bad
yeah.
thing. I'm just saying
Oh, I don't
dealt
think it is a
with
bad thing.
it.
If anything, it's developing more character.
Yeah, you're right.
It's developing a better palate
Yep.
for farts.
I'm weak of fart palate and character.
Yeah, I mean, how
Thanks,
long has it
Ramona.
been since you've tasted
yes,
a fart?
you have to sample
That's not your
everything.
own.
I plead the fifth.
Yeah.
You had raisins for breakfast.
Yeah.
Did
You
Jess,
taste the dates you've been saving for fermenting for this trip.
just to level the playing field, did Jess have any standout farts?
I didn't hear a single Jess.
Listen, if Jess is saying this and we heard a fart, we'd rip her to shreds right now.
100%. Yeah.
All right?
Yeah, but
It
it
would've
could have
already
been. It could have
happened.
been like the new girlfriend
already
fart,
happened.
where it's like, I'm not doing this, I'm not partaking, and then
didn't
one
hear it.
slips out.
We,
I
all,
didn't
we just
see
start
it.
stoning her. Like, you farted! How could you do this to us? She's a witch. One fart!
To be fair, I think by the time that I was starting to get like farty, you guys were so many miles ahead of me that I was
so
just
you
like free
did
to rip.
fart on the trail!
I am human.
Oh my
I am a human being.
God.
Yes, woman fart sign.
But do you pee fart?
I do pee fart. Everybody pee farts.
Okay.
Hashtag
And she's
everybody
shaming
pee
us.
Okay,
And she's
hold on.
shaming our
Shaming.
farts.
So you're shaming. I don't feel shamed, by the way.
I'm not
I know you're not.
shaming.
I know you're not. I know. I'm being very like giving the crowd what they want at this point.
He's working the camera.
Yeah, I'm playing the camera. So what I'm getting at is it's such a bodily function, and like when it comes to discomfort, we're already dealing with discomforts. And the last thing I want to deal with is any unnecessary discomfort. And from a through hiking standpoint, I've been through hiking for a very long time. Obviously, a lot of us have. And I just refuse to play that game.
I just want to be clear. I'm not hating.
No, I don't hate it on.
Good.
I'm telling
Don't
these
stop
people
farting.
that like why it's occurring.
Yeah, someone
general.
outside of the through hiking world probably thinks that we're being rude by farting around Jess.
no.
Well, you have to also explain the altitudes because that
This is
major
what we're
affects-
below
Yeah, this
sea
was
level.
negative altitude.
Is there
We
no-
started
there's
at
no-
minus 250 feet below sea
Did you not
level.
go up at all?
At this point, we're still on the ground level.
Well, if she's
We're at
referencing
zero.
night one,
Yeah.
then
Yeah,
we haven't
night
gone
one, we're
anywhere.
at zero.
We're not
We
even
haven't-
to the
We're
ocean.
12
level.
miles
we
in
climbed
and
200
300,
feet in
yeah.
12 miles.
Yeah.
Okay, well let's
let's
backtrack for
find
those
out
12
where-
miles.
I'm gonna
What
look
ha-
at-
like talk to me about the 12 miles. What are we doing during it?
Oh, it's just washes. It's just sandy washes. It's
Whoa.
just hopping from like
all I
solid.
got
No, it's
offended.
beautiful. It's beautiful.
Not just washing.
What else was there, Jolly?
Right, Jolly. you
There were
idiot.
ultra footprints. We were following those around, so we didn't feel alone.
Other ones?
There was trash. There was quite a bit of trash.
I would
There
say
actually was dampness because there had been a rain semi-recently.
Yeah.
There was dampness. There were flowers blooming.
Oh, the
Yes,
flowers are beautiful.
There were
yes.
yes.
I will say, until we got under the overpass, I was like, this is not the prettiest hike that I'll ever do in my
Oh
life.
yeah, that all
That was
beginning
2 miles
trash.
in.
That was 2
trash.
miles in.
I was
sure.
gonna say, based on this description, what you're telling me is during day one, Zach brought up quitting.
No, no one brought up quitting.
No, because really it did turn beautiful.
Yeah.
I mean, we were
The
in that
flowers
wash.
that were existing were bountiful.
But even just day one, I mean,
Oh, day
So-
one was pretty.
jets flying by.
The area of Salton City, I thought, it left nothing to be desired. Like, the further we got from Salton City, the better it got. And then once we got past whatever highway overpass that was, for me, that's when the hike started. That's when I started to enjoy the actual aesthetics. And then the sunset that was alluded to, I'll let someone else paint that picture for us.
But yeah, that underpass, it looked just like Scissors Crossing on the PCT.
Yeah.
So it's like, oh, we've been here before.
Which
Yeah.
we did go directly by Scissors Crossings to get to the start, for the record.
Yeah.
Went through Julian, past Scissors Crossings, and so yeah, I mean it's like the three of us have hiked. You've also hiked the PCT. If you had passed Scissors Crossings, would you be like, I kind of want to get out and like feel it for a second, right? It's been a long time since you've been to the PCT, right?
Has been.
9 years this summer. It's been since you've been on the PCT.
I've been back.
That through hike is what I mean.
Yeah, that
Your
one.
through hike was
Yeah.
2017.
I did go back to the desert when I showed the class of 2017 video in San Diego. They had me at Adventure. It was the following spring.
Is Adventure 19?
Adventure 46.
Oh,
It's
those are
Adventure
numbers
in
on
two
next
numbers. Great place. I just can't remember the numbers. But I camped out at
16.
the PCT.
Where?
16. Right outside of there was
Warner
a
Springs.
road outside of Warner Springs,
Nailed
but
it.
it was just like a dirt road before you get to that water cache that's kind of empty, but there's like a door on it that has the name of the Trail Angels, and then you walk towards the
Mike's
mountain
place.
area. No, it wasn't.
Oh,
I would have
sorry.
fucking camped at Mike's place.
Listen,
by
I don't
choice.
fucking. I don't know what door you're
I
talking
camped at Mike's
about.
place.
Like a little anyway,
Same.
whatever. I
Twice.
camped
We
somewhere
made
near there.
pizza.
All I'm saying is being back in that deserty like
Water cache with a
vibe.
door?
I don't remember the door water.
It was like a little like shed thing that there wasn't full. There was no water in it, but it was like a little shed thing you can open on the side of the trail that had like a list of names. Whatever. Not important.
I believe you, of course. I just.
Point is, yes, being in the desert along the PCT,
So what year
there's
was
something
that?
in the air. You're like,
What year was that?
that was 2018 was my last
Oh, that was okay. So still 8 years.
desert foray.
Yeah. So when you got to Scissors Crossings, did you go to Julian?
Fuck yeah, and I ate
Of
my
course.
pie.
Yeah, hell
Had my pie and I ate it too.
yeah. She had her
Fucked
pie.
your pie and you ate it.
Fucked my
I
pie.
didn't
In
say
which
I
order?
fucked my
Oh,
pie.
had
that's what I
my
heard.
I had my pie and I ate it too. Jesus Christ.
They said I fucked my
Nice,
pie.
warm American apple pie.
I got
we
kicked
have
out.
to do the explicit rating on this one.
Yeah. Okay, so night
Does
one,
that
we've had a
happen?
great sunset. We get to camp. What are you guys doing to entertain yourselves on this fine
I
evening?
thought everything was jovial and nice until I heard about this fart situation.
Yeah, I thought we had a great time.
Everybody's feeling really self-conscious about their toots.
Listen, I'm just sorry for you.
Nuh-uh. No, it was beautiful. We did a little bit of night hiking. It was peaceful.
Yeah, we did. We could hike. And here's the other thing. We didn't technically have to hike with a headlamp on at any time on this hike.
True.
Oh,
You didn't
no, not
have
at
to if
all.
you didn't want to. You could. It's helpful if you don't want to roll an ankle and break a foot. But I mean, we had, I think, it hit full moon mid hike for us.
It was perfect.
So that first night, the moon was like out,
It was right there.
right?
And it was rising early, so
Totally.
it started immediately
Yeah,
as the sun went down.
exactly.
And, I mean, if you haven't winter hiked, the sun went down at 5:20.
Yeah.
I know this is
Good-
nothing
I mean,
for the,
good-
for
your
the
days are
Good
very
viewers,
short.
but
context. Good
Yeah.
context.
I
So-
think it was perfect for
Yeah.
cowboy camping.
Yes.
So we hiked for about an hour past sunset, roughly.
Yeah.
Maybe
Yeah, about
we hiked
that.
till, we
Yeah.
hiked till 6:30.
Yeah.
And got 12 miles in on day one.
You know, it's funny, during that sunset, I had the repeated thought that, like, oh man, the sunsets are going to be so epic every night out here. That was definitely by far
It
and
was the
away.
only
That
one.
was the only one.
It honestly
And-
was the only one
Yeah.
because the clouds went away after day 2.
Right, yeah.
And we were inside for sunset on day 2.
Yeah.
We were in the Mexican restaurant.
But would you rather have one really
No,
good one?
it set
Or
a standard
8
that could never be
mediocre
met.
No,
ones?
good point.
Because we
That's the
had
question, man.
we had a crazy sunset.
This-
Just the brightest pinks.
It's true.
Great opportunity to plug Jolly's Instagram because he took some phenomenal photos.
He
from this
surely
hike.
did.
Yeah, at Jolly
Surely
Gear on
did.
Instagram. He's our acting photographer here. Chaunce is at the bathroom, so I'm going to take the wheel for a second. But if you want the video complement to this, Jess is going to be cutting together the daily vlogs. It'll be interesting subject shift perspective. We'll get into that a little bit later. But yeah, if you want more, go to Jolly's Instagram for photos and videos. The Trek's YouTube will have a day-by-day recap. I'm going to kind of steal Chaunce's job here for a second. I think before we go into the detailed day-by-day breakdown, I want to go over some of the more like broad subject matter of the trail, such as the navigation. Like that's, I'm sure, a huge question for people in this because it's
Certainly.
a route and not a trail.
I mean, day 2 began some choices of like what happened in terms
Yeah.
of like missing a turn, so to
Certainly.
speak, or,
Certainly.
right?
I want to start off by saying that I think everyone who does this probably works with the same map set. From my understanding, all the research kind of funneled to the same area.
Map set. What do you mean map set?
The GPX, I should say.
GPX,
Yeah.
okay.
Everyone recommends. So there's a San Diego Trans-County Trail Facebook group, which you should join and like pinned or whatever the terminology is. You can download the GPX from that. I did that, shared it with you guys. The one thing that I thought was a little bit. Go ahead.
I would like hesitate to push on from the GPX file part because there is a problem from uploading the GPX.
Yeah, I was literally about to.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So
I
no,
thought you were
no,
moving on
you're good.
past
You're
that.
good. I want this to be a plug for Goat Maps, which is I think the primary navigation tool that we had on this
The
trip.
original founders of Gaia
Yep.
started Goat Maps, just as a little precursor to Goat
Yeah.
Maps.
You've mentioned them a couple times.
Yeah.
Do they pay you?
No.
I mean, it's worth
I
knowing
was
if
an
Zach's
original
mentioned them a
te-
couple times.
I was an original tester of the Goat Maps beta before they released, by the way.
I should say they
What's
did.
worth.
They did one sponsored post with the Trek last year, but I have no ongoing obligation with
Well,
them.
I'm asking because it's been a couple of recent episodes that you've mentioned them, where if they're not paying you and you're mentioning them that frequently, it's worth saying
so
that
I'll
they're not paying
disclose
you.
that I have a free like premium membership. I think right now they might still be just doing
It's
that
like 1
for
year,
everyone.
I think you have.
Yeah. So I use it because I'm not paying for it. So that's a good disclosure. But the reason that I'm shouting them out here specifically is because
It's the only one that'll upload the track.
exactly the
At least as
GPX
far as we can tell.
the GPX file for this one is very large because there's so many waypoints in it.
I think
There's
150 megabytes? Or is it more?
Well, I think the upload limit for both Gaia and Onyx were like 10 megabytes.
10 megabytes is
So
insane.
so I think this might have been like 15 or 20 or something in that range.
Yeah, and this had a lot of this GPX file has a lot of waypoints and data points.
Yeah, so it gives
built into
you
it.
not only the route, but literally there's a data point every quarter mile on average, maybe more than that. So it's a big file, and Goat Maps was the only thing that I found. You can go in and like compress the file and strip out some of the data, but
Yeah,
Goat Maps.
there are ways to make it happen within Gaia, within Onyx, whatever. But Goat Maps is plug and play with this file.
Yeah.
And we couldn't find, and I tried. I tried hard enough. Maybe not the ends of the internet earth, but as far as a GPX file that exists, this seemed to be the only viable one.
It definitely is the most popular one. I know that for certain. So that was like our go-to for everything navigation related.
Our goat to?
Ooh, that was good. That was
Quote
good.
me.
out. Does Goat Maps let you zoom in on elevation and things like that? Like, what are the strengths and
So you can draw a
weaknesses?
route and it'll give you an elevation profile. You can get the GPX files that they give you is kind of broken down by section. So they're about 20-mile sections, and then you get the elevation profile for those sections, like when you click on the route itself. It's a cool tool. It'll look very familiar to using something.
It's also
like
pretty
Gaia.
rudimentary, I'd say. Like it's not so that's not a bad thing when I say pretty rudimentary, because if you're using Gaia, which I have I've used Gaia extensively and by far the most over the years, and I've used Onyx and I've used Goat Maps. A lot of the critiques of Gaia is that people don't know how to use it.
It's
There's
intimidating.
so many ways to and options, and there's just so much. It's as you said, intimidating without watching tutorials and YouTube videos of like the point is Goat Maps is more approachable for the layperson. I
It's
would
more
say.
like Onyx.
Yeah, probably.
Okay.
Without saying it's exactly like it's not. It's definitely different.
And just from a beginner's perspective, this was the first time I'd ever used a GPX file
Yeah.
and uploaded it into some sort of app and then
Yeah.
followed it. And I mean, it was incredibly easy for me.
Okay, that's good.
What was that like for you, having this be the first trail that you're doing it that way? Like, what are you thinking as you're doing it? What are you feeling as you're seeing like this new map thing? I feel like it's different from using Far Out. What's it like as the first one?
More like
Yeah.
fart out with these guys, right?
Am I right? It was intimidating. It was intimidating for me. Yeah, because coming from the Far Out world where there's comments on everything, and prior to that, I mean, I was using paper maps and downloading random crap online to follow for all like the short weekenders I was doing. But for this longer hike, I was nervous, and then everybody was talking about, well, you have to really zoom in and have all the waypoints, because if you miss this turn, you're going to end up on private land, and then it's bad news bears. So it was easier for me once I actually got in there and I started hiking. I was like, oh, it's not as scary as I thought it was going to be.
How long would you say it took you to feel comfortable in the app?
Pretty much immediately. I mean, it looks like any map app that you look at.
Cool.
Map.
Okay, so we have a glorious sunset.
AMMA.
We have we keep saying CPAP. Are you hiking with a CPAP, Jolly?
No, but
He
I have
wishes.
one.
He
You do?
fucking wishes.
I own a CPAP.
He
Yeah.
brought
have-
it to my house.
I
use it-
edited
yeah,
when
I
I
use
was
it
editing
nightly.
videos for
CPAP, app
hikers.
map.
I edited one on a hiker who carried a CPAP, and he
Yeah.
went through his whole hiking kit with his CPAP.
Yeah. If I didn't carry a camera, it'd probably weigh the same.
Yeah, Elise is
Swap
getting
that
into
out.
that.
Shit, there's gonna be a jolly day where he's on trail with his giant camera and his CPAP, and then like
Just cowboy camping.
Well, I was gonna say, and like 2 other pounds of gear.
Yeah, exactly.
He's like, I will not carry more than what.
If my
we
base
put-
weight ain't 7.5,
Is
I
it?
ain't going.
Okay, right, yeah. I got
No, it's
4
more than
pounds
that.
for the CPAP.
No.
4 pounds. No more than 10 pounds
Exactly.
in the future for Jolly.
Are we playing any games yet to keep ourselves entertained, or are we just still riding the high night one?
Night one's definitely still riding the high.
High, very
Yeah.
high.
Yeah. It's
Okay.
cool. It's cool. It's very novel as someone who hasn't done this style of hiking to be hiking through large desert washes. Like it's not like hiking on roads. It's not like hiking on single track. You have to be intentional about where you're stepping, because the middle of the wash is soft sand, where like the outskirts is harder sand. And you
Oh
wanna-
yeah, day 1, it was all about hiking on the side.
Yeah.
It was, in fact, like, I'm underselling it. It was every step I take was all about finding the hard.
Yeah.
Is it? Nothing else mattered but finding hard. Because like you're working 20.
Clip that.
You
Boy.
get it. Oh, I love it. Clip that. It was like, I mean, even through parts of day 2, it was all about that.
Yeah.
You know.
I feel like every time we were in a desert wash, that was the case.
Once we lost the hard, it was all about the soft.
Well, then it got a little too hard. If you know
Yeah,
what I mean.
well, exactly.
When we
right?
got on asphalt.
And by the way, you don't want it too hard. You got to call a doctor at that point.
If it's hard for longer than 8 hours, you call a doctor.
Okay, so to paint the correct picture without boners being thought
the
of.
erect picture.
The puns in this episode.
We are having
I hate
fun.
complimenting you guys, but the
God.
puns are really coming.
Dad energy.
Are they coming?
So
All right, this has been Backpacker Radio. Thank you for watching.
well, okay,
Jeez
so to paint
Louise.
the picture of the wash walking, we'll call it wash walking. The washes are basically being utilized by off-highway vehicles and like 4-wheel drive vehicles, and though like every time a like flood happens or a flash flood happens, it hardens everything. But then the off-highway vehicles come through and churn that hard sand up. and make it soft. And walking on that soft blows. So if we have the hard on the side, it's much more efficient to walk that way. You're not, and once you get in the sand, and I got a blister at the end of day 2 because of both sand walking and pavement walking. So, the nice in between is that that hard crust sand that you're walking on the outer reaches of the wash that aren't churned up by the tires. Just to make that picture.
Is this a hike to have gaiters on?
I was the only one that had them.
Yeah.
It mitigates quite a bit of sand, I would say.
I would say I wish I had them big time. Yeah. I was dumping full-on deserts out of my shoes every night.
Personally, no, I don't like gaiters. They make my feet too hot.
That is a thing.
I'm
It
just
definitely
saying,
makes your feet hotter.
I didn't think I needed them. It was okay.
If you get blisters, it's something to consider. But the game you're playing with gaiters in the desert in the sand is like, okay, the sand is maybe preventing you from getting hot spots and blisters, but then the extra heat is also a factor.
Yeah. And
We are
you did
taking
get
our
a blister.
socks off. What's up?
You said you did get
I
a
got
blister.
one blister that didn't happen until I started hiking as fast as I could on pavement.
Yeah.
That I also help attribute from sand as well.
Oh, but I had crazy blisters. My
Sure.
entire heel was a blister. My toe
Absolutely.
was blistered
Yeah,
up. I had a rough go.
What do you think? What did you do wrong?
I
It's obviously your fault.
Well, yeah, most things are. I would say that I did not have enough sand. Sorry, I definitely had way
I didn't
too
have
much.
enough sand. That was my real problem.
I did not have
More.
enough cushion, and I had way too much sand, and I was not taking my socks off at every break. I should have been cleaning, and I was just being negligent.
Are you guys all taking your shoes and socks off?
Oh,
at every
Every
break?
got
single
to.
time.
They
Yeah,
were
got
big
to.
time.
Every single
This was my
break.
first time hiking in the desert ever.
Yeah.
So I
And in
learned
fairness
a lot.
to living that first time desert blister life, my first time hiking the desert, it took me all of New Mexico, which is 750 miles on the CDT, to figure out how to not get blisters.
I got a blister at mile 2 of the CDT after doing the PCT and the AT.
Yeah, so don't feel like, this is
It'll get you.
it'll happen to anybody. It's like your feet swell, it gets too hot, there's sand, you have the wrong socks, you have the wrong shoes, a multitude of factors play in. And also on top of that, we have our food and full water carry at this point. So add that in, it's a recipe for blisters.
None of you thought to tell Jess to take her shoes and
Well,
socks
I
off?
didn't
Zach's
know.
fault.
I didn't
That's all
know.
entirely Zach's fault.
I don't need
I
somebody
didn't
to
see
tell me to
Jess
take my
until
socks
we
off.
Well, no, but
landed
if they
in
know
San
and they're
Diego.
doing it and they see you're not, they common courtesy.
If
Tell-
I didn't
tell a
get
girl.
if I didn't get the
Zach's
pee
fault.
farting
probably-
update, I didn't get this information either.
To be
I
fair,
want to acknowledge something. There's a fine line between mansplaining and trying to give
that's
friendly
what I was
advice.
gonna say. If one of you guys was like, "Hey, Jess, you consider taking your socks off?" I probably would have been like, I would have been really
Yeah.
okay.
So-
but-
I feel like
So
in
what is
today's
the
culture,
what is the
it's
correct way?
condescending for me to give
What is the
unsolicited
correct way
advice.
to assume you know,
Well,
or to assume you don't know?
I would say if you are currently taking your socks and shoes off and you've noticed a couple of breaks where a person hasn't.
3 guys to 1 girl, by the way.
I understand that, but it would be different if you weren't doing it. If you just looked at her and said, "Hey, you should take your socks and shoes off," and your socks and shoes were on and you were continuing
Can we-
hiking, that'd be douchey.
Can I ask a question to Jess personally?
Oh, yeah.
From a P-farty world?
Yeah. My favorite world.
Our favorite world. As a titled group of 4 hikers. How would you have received direction / advice on these fronts in these moments?
I think having never been in a situation where I needed advice from other folks,
But at the time, you might not have known you needed it.
No,
is
but
what
it's
I'm saying.
relevant. It's
Yeah.
relevant because I've never been in a situation where I needed somebody to tell me, hey, you should be taking your socks and shoes off. You should be, I see you should definitely be drinking more water. I hear what you're saying. You should be doing it. And I was pretty resistant because I was like, yeah, but I've done it, you know?
Yeah.
When the reality was I wasn't in a place to be receptive because I hadn't had to be receptive before.
I don't want to get too far ahead from the eating food and water
For
standpoint.
sure, yeah.
But did we say eating food and water at one point that made you think to actually eat food and water?
Yeah, for sure. Once I started, again, we're getting ahead of ourselves. But
Yeah, I mean,
once
but
I
I'm just trying to
started-
relate that to this.
Totally.
As well,
Again,
is
you
all.
guys did. There was at no point where
Yeah.
you guys there was more onus on you than there
Yeah.
was on me. You guys couldn't have done anything more than you did.
Fuck these guys.
Those are also great learning lessons. You learn more from fucking up than you learn from
Oh,
being
I
told to do
I
it
think
right.
that's Jess's
Yeah.
point too. Is
I'm
that
not great
Exactly.
at receiving advice on these fronts.
Shocking.
To be fair, well, hey, I think it's relevant to somebody's telling me this shit. No, I'm gonna fuck up on my own. Thank you very much, person who's done this before me. You know, like,
Right.
So,
And I think there's
so I
also,
can-
maybe you can speak to this too. There's like a level of, like, as a woman, like a man telling you, like, hey, this is actually how
That
you
was
should
exactly
be doing
my
this.
point.
Like, you kind of just immediately, like, you've heard it 1,000 times, you know, or to the point where you're just like, okay, whatever.
Right. Like, how was it?
Yeah.
Like, that's. I think that's to Zach's point. How would that be? Have actually been received? Would have been received like, thank you, like, great point. Like, I'll take that into consideration. Or would have been like, man, fuck these motherfuckers. Like, I'm not suggesting that would be you, but like, just in general, from that, you know.
I think delivery and timing
No
are
doubt,
big.
no doubt.
You
But
know?
we were all pretty chill, just in general.
yeah,
I think.
no, you guys
Look at us,
were
we were just
great.
farting like nothing,
Yeah.
nothing right. Pretty,
I mean, I
it was
was-
pretty comfortable.
I was railing Adderall and not
Yeah,
drinking water,
yeah.
so.
I've
that's
never
where you're
once
gonna
in my
be.
life considered Adderall while on a hike, but you know.
Yeah, that sounds like a heart attack.
You gotta be locked in,
We'll
baby.
get to that.
You
We'll
gotta
get
be
to that.
locked
We'll get to
in.
that.
I mean, I've taken plenty of caffeine. You heard of that? Caffeine?
Yeah.
Lots of caffeine.
All right, so we wake up morning 2. What's the goal for day 2?
Walk.
We also slept in. I mean, I wouldn't say slept in, but like hiking by 7 is on day 1. We allowed ourselves to get a full night's sleep. You know, we all had a nice dinner, enjoyed some good times. Zach got into
Quick aside, Jolly Cowboy camped the
Every
first
single
night,
night.
I
and
did
then every
too.
single night.
Yeah,
Oh yeah, Jess
okay,
did as
yeah.
well.
Yeah.
And I was
fart tasting.
I was in my
tents.
tent
Tenting time.
watching Better Call Saul to go to sleep, and I hear them geeking out over.
Oh, jeez.
Dungeon Crawler Carl,
Yeah,
baby.
yeah.
What?
Yes.
Yeah, exactly.
You go ahead.
Yeah. Oh,
Yes.
all
Dungeon
right.
Crawler Carl.
It's like Ready Player One meets RuneScape.
It's the best book ever.
of course, RuneScape.
Excellent.
There are 7 books. They're a lot. They're long. They're
Mm-hmm.
a great time. You'll laugh. You'll cry.
I'm still laughing and crying. I'm still reading it.
jeez.
But he clocked me. He goes like, "Are you?" He's like, "Do you
I
read?"
knew it.
And I was like, "Yeah, like I read." And
I
he
had
was
to
like,
get. I had to coax it out of her.
Yeah,
though.
exactly. And he was like, "What are you reading right now?" I was like, "Dungeon Crawler Carl." He's like, "I knew it."
I
was
knew
like,
it.
I knew it. I knew you were reading it.
And we talked about it for quite
like
a
an
while
hour.
because we were a little amped up. Day 1, beautiful
yeah, for
sunset. We got to
sure.
camp. It was what, like 7 p.m.
Oh,
You're like, I gotta go to bed right now.
I am preaching
We
the
talked for a little
gospel
bit.
of that series, everybody. So
It's
like,
such a
you
good
didn't have
book.
to convince me to. Oh, that's the
Yeah.
sunset.
A new one comes out in May.
Yeah.
Book 8. So
This is not
There's
a
even-
sponsor.
Thank
Yeah.
God.
jeez Louise, it's so good. The audiobook too. While back
When's
then,
the new RuneScape coming
So
out?
good.
it's a good time. Okay, well,
So day 2 starts.
starts.
the goal is Borrego Springs.
We have 25.
All
to
we're
do,
thinking about is
26?
margaritas and cervezas and
And we frankly have to get to Borrego Springs because that's all we had budgeted for food.
and water.
Yes.
Essentially.
True, yeah.
Water's
Yeah.
really
yeah,
important.
Food and water was
yeah.
a must there. We didn't send a box there, but like had to get to the grocery store, had to get to a restaurant, had to get to a place to get water.
Correct.
Do we have elevation gain on day 2, or is this a
I
flat
can
breezy
tell you, I
25?
can tell you. No, it was not flat. It was certainly not flat.
I would not quote whatever Strava's about.
I'm
to
not.
say.
I'm actually going to quote Gaia.
Yeah, there you go.
Now it's gonna. This could be low.
We
as
walked
well.
up a wash for
I feel
most
like we
of the
should
day.
guess. I feel
Oh,
like
go ahead and guess.
For
Okay,
day-
yes. Everyone guess, and whoever's the furthest off has to take a shot of the Maker's Mark backpack radio that
$1.
Jabba pointed out.
Well, I'm not going to guess. Okay, I'll guess. I haven't looked. I haven't looked,
750
I promise.
feet.
Are we talking about day 1?
Yeah, day one.
No, this is day 2.
Day
You've
one.
already
sorry,
slept.
day 2. Day 1 was like 350 feet tops or something
Yeah.
like
We're
that.
gonna play this game for every day. Okay,
Okay.
so day 2, how much
Oh,
elevation
geez.
We're
gain do
going
you
off
think
my
there
Gaia,
is?
not my Strava, and not my Apple Watch because those things embellish the fuck out of shit.
Okay, and
I
I can
record on
confirm
Gaia.
he's just looking at photos.
750
I
feet.
am looking at it.
750 feet?
Okay.
I'm gonna say 1,150 feet.
For day 1?
Day 2.
Day 2. Keep up.
Yeah.
Jeez Louise.
Yeah, that's a good number. I'm going to go 1,200.
That's a really good number.
my
That's
God.
actually
I'm
what
gonna
I
go,
wanted to say, but I wanted to lowball.
I'm
it.
gonna say 400. We were going down. I
No,
think we
you
were
crazy.
barely climbing.
You forget.
Are we
There's that
doing
one
rules
climb.
where if you're over?
By the way, we hiked
No, Price is right.
Closest without going over?
26
Closest.
miles in total.
Okay, so you said
what it's worth.
400, you said 750, you said 1,150,
1,150.
and you said
1,200.
1,200.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay,
All right.
Jabba.
Roddy.
Here we
come
go, here
on
we
down.
go.
Hold on. Gaia.
I'm so nervous.
It brought me back to Denver. Stand by. Okay, here we go. Day 2. All right. All right.
I'll tell a story.
1720.
Ah, shit.
Who's the
Damn.
low?
And by
Jess?
the way,
Jess is taking the shot of it.
It
Pass her
says
the bottle.
25.4 miles of recorded miles, 13 hours and 9 minutes. and 57 seconds of walking time.
Yeah.
And that's including our time in Borrego, by the
Yeah.
way. And then 1720 feet. So here's our profile right there.
I guess we should also add that doing this in January, or I guess in the winter in general, a major limitation is the fact that the days are so short.
Oh,
Yeah.
So like
Yeah.
the miles that we're doing are not on paper all that impressive, but given the amount of daylight that we have to operate with, we're hiking pretty hard.
We're
Well, I was
and
going to
also-
ask about daylight until Jolly said that you had, super bright nights. Then I was like,
the moon definitely factored into a nice comfort zone of nighttime.
For sure, but we never night hiked for that long. Like we
No,
were always
6:30
like,
was roughly our average end time.
Yeah.
More or
We
less.
would hike directly into the setting sun, beaming into our eyes.
Yeah.
Especially on night
Blinding,
2.
blinding.
5-mile road walk into Borrego Springs
Yeah.
was probably
Right
one of-
alongside the airport, as everybody doing loop-de-loops.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm watching everybody else have
Biplanes?
fun and like their lives,
Yeah.
and I just want to eat a burrito.
Yeah,
that was
right.
a major L for me for the trip.
Did
That
you
was
ever
super
think about
long.
hitchhiking in?
I've never in my entire life.
Oh man.
Oh, really? I've thought about hitchhiking in a million times in my life.
a moment
did.
for a
I did too.
YouTube plug. YouTube, if you want to watch Jess do this shot, it is of the broken top. So if you are you're the listener who gifted us the broken top, thank you very much. We're still putting it to good use.
All right, loser of the bet. Let's do a broken top shot.
How many days was this
All
hike,
right,
Zach?
let's
Party
go.
on, Wayne.
how many
Party
days
on,
was
Garth.
This hike?
it was officially 8
Nice.
days.
Oh, that's
Cool,
a
we
good
got
one.
7
That's a
more of
good
these.
pull.
Yeah,
Mad props,
we'll go
Jess.
faster.
Oh,
Yeah.
mad props. Yeah, and thank you to the listener that brought in the Sisters, which I was in this summer. Sisters, broken top, Cascade Range.
Listener or guest?
It's
I'll
tasty
say.
whiskey.
Yes.
I'm
Is
sipping
it a
some
guest
right
or a
now.
listener?
Fucked up, I
All
know.
right. By the way, it did taste like a little bit higher alcohol content, I will say. And it, by the way, it does have a little bit higher alcohol.
To Chaunce's point, we probably should just hit more of the highlights
Yeah.
of the days because we're
Why?
we're 1 of 8 right now.
No, this is day
Wait,
2, Zach.
He's
This is
literally-
I mean,
day
we're
2.
we're
Zach
through
loved
1 of 8.
day
Is what I'm
one.
saying.
I'll
baby.
say it doesn't sound boring so far. If I get
No,
bored, I
okay,
really will
okay.
tune you guys in. But this is not
If
boring
you
so
were
far.
to group this into 2 different parts of the hike,
Yeah.
you have your east of the crest and your west of the crest.
With your Jess, without your Jess.
Jeez,
You're
yeah.
in the desert.
These are
BJ
the best parts.
and AJ.
All right?
Yes.
Your brown side and your green
Shout out
side.
Zach.
AJ.
Your sea side and your sea side.
And that's my.
Your ass job.
Glad we got through that.
It's about halfway. It's mile.
Yeah.
Like
the
mile.
crest is basically halfway.
So you get to mile 80.
I'm
and then it
going to
flips.
say day 2 was my favorite day of hiking.
I think
1,700 miles of gain in 25 miles. Sounds like a really nice
It's
day.
It was
a
chill.
Oh, it was
Very
beautiful.
chill.
It was
Of
it was
course.
like through these windy canyons. And
Oh, we hit the Badlands.
flat.
Oh, we didn't even talk about the water cache, Zach.
No, but we also got lost. We didn't talk about getting lost.
This is only day. We were
Yeah.
at started
Yeah.
day 2.
Lost.
Sorry.
I mean,
Okay, is lost
mapped
the
it.
right word?
Listen, it was
Is off
0.3
trail.
miles off the route. Okay, and so total of like point.
That's a half-mile mistake
we're-
when you
yeah,
round
we're-
trip.
No,
Yeah.
we're talking
No,
about
that's
that's the
the
whole
thing.
thing. That's the whole
We
thing.
We're talking
0.3.
about different
No.
things. We were off the
Into
route for way
Borrego.
longer
Oh,
than
that's
point
later.
3.
Sure.
It was
That's
point
day
3
2.
directly back to the trail. So we weren't far from the actual
Oh, you're
route, but we
talking
were
about
off
the-
trail for much longer than point 3.
Which one are you referring to? Mine or
Into
Yours.
ours?
Borrego.
Yours.
You didn't look at the screenshots I shared.
What I'm
Jeez.
saying is the little bushwhack that we had to do get back on trail, I believe was point 3.
Nope. I mapped it. The whole thing was 0.39.
Jess, are you buying that?
I know, not at
I'm
all.
literally
since
mapped
when do
it.
you?
I had to
since when
scramble
do you
up
round?
the side of a canyon to get back on trail.
While he's doing this research, is this a hard route to follow?
No, it was just.
no,
we were
they
too
being
busy
dumb.
chit chatting.
Yeah.
We were
This
just
is like
chitting
on the
chat.
MPT when we were just walking down that road and we're
Yeah,
talking
it's-
about John Travolta.
None of you
Yes.
fucking looked at the screenshots I shared.
I will say that there are a lot of options in the wash. Like they veer 100 times throughout the day, so you have to constantly be
This is what
looking
we
at your
did.
GPS.
Options in the wall.
0.39.
Exactly.
It's dramatic.
And that's
Uh,
0.13. So
Job,
the
Job
whole
was just
thing
trying
we
to
did is
prove that he didn't
0.39.
fuck up that
Yeah.
bad.
Let's
even
just
though
tell
he
him he's
did.
right and move on.
Yeah.
No,
Are you seeing any animals?
No.
Hold on. I
No.
saw some desert hares.
Yes.
Yeah, there were some big-
We
big
saw.
rabbits.
That was
Couple-
literally I have one
couple-
animal written down.
couple
It
frogs.
was
But I was
Frogs?
extremely mountain lion paranoid the entire time.
You did see some big cat
Because
prints.
Zach looks at me and he goes,
Heard
"Yeah, this."
coyotes
Oh
extremely
yeah.
Oh my
close.
God.
yeah,
It's
yeah, very
beautiful.
close.
Morning of day
very
3.
close.
Forgot about
Are you
We
guys
heard the
hiking
bull-
together or separate? Because if I were
Pretty
Jess,
together.
I would feel pretty
We-
safe about mountain lions,
Oh,
knowing that I'd be
I'm
the
way
last to
behind.
respond.
I'm way behind.
I mean, no more
Not during
than
sunset.
0.1. No more than 0.1.
Are we talking about the Coyotes?
No, I'm saying when you're behind us, if and when you're behind us, which isn't all the time.
No, it's not.
I was in the back quite a bit.
Yeah, you were.
Yeah, so what I was trying to say was when you were behind never more than 0.1.
No, nothing crazy.
Maybe the road walk at most, like you got maybe 0.2.
Yeah, nothing crazy.
Yeah.
Doesn't stop me from being incredibly mountain lion paranoid.
Fair
I'm
enough.
looking around every corner.
Listen, Zach and I
I'm
can
easy
be
prey.
mountain lion paranoid and have been.
Yeah.
So I'm not trying to take that away from how that feels.
Only ever being 0.1 or 0.2 behind, not to make assumptions, but I know how these tall people hike. Are you busting ass to keep up with them? Are you worried about like pace and all that?
Not really. No.
Okay, cool. I'm just saying like what I would
No,
worry
for
about.
sure. No. Maybe in the beginning where I was like, I can keep up with the men. And then I was like, actually, I'm having way more fun when I just kind of chill at the back.
When I'm not tasting farts.
I mean, also, yeah, when I'm not tasting farts, A. B, also, if I have to piss.
How many
I have
farts?
To, like,
I need to know how many farts
my
you're
boss is
tasting.
going to walk up on me pissing. Like, I'm not going to do that.
That's a power move, Jess. When I was on the PCT, my
the
my
right.
biggest thing was if I have to watch you pee, you have to watch me pee. And anytime they'd be like, ew, why did you just drop your pants and start peeing? I would just say equal
Chaunce pees like a guy.
That's
for
crazy
sure.
to me.
Yeah.
But I'm a shy
I've definitely hiked with
peer.
women who do that.
I'm very-
exactly like
and
that.
it's not up
it's
to
like,
me.
Whatever. The
I
first
just
time
I
you're
need
like,
to assert
Yeah,
that I
okay.
am on the same playing field as you are, and if you feel comfortable whipping that thing out and starting to pee,
I'll
then you
tell you
better
that-
be comfortable with
by
me
the way,
doing
I
it.
think it must be a pee fart thing for me because I can't.
the power move isn't just doing what you just said. That's not the power move. The power move is holding direct eye contact while doing it.
I could do it.
reiterate.
I'm not saying you can't.
This
I
is
want
my
you to.
employer.
I want you to hold
5,
direct
4,
eye
3, 1.
contact.
Where are you between segments?
I want to get us through day two. I thought day two was beautiful hiking. We're through washes. We get to that little, what's the peak where you have the vantage point into Borrego Springs. It had it in.
Well, that was actually called Inspiration Point.
Inspiration Point.
And we had our lunch there.
Yep.
And technically the route didn't take you to it, and it was like 0.1 away.
Yeah.
And there's an even further point that people drive to on a sandy dirt road called Fonts Point, and that is like that overlooks what the locals all call the Badlands. And if you've ever been to the actual Badlands, which is in South Dakota, outside of like,
I have.
Yeah, sure. And those are those types of structures, those mountain structures that are all just like sand castle-y and like drainagey sand, like sandstone-ish. That's what these are. They're like all these intricate, like capillary type canyon, and we literally dove down into one of those canyons, and it was like cool. Finally, we're like in this like cool canyon, and it was very short lived, sadly.
Yeah.
But it was still really cool going through those washes, and then those flowers opened up, and it was epic.
Yeah.
Yeah, and those
It was
flowers
like a
is
super
what
bloom.
got us.
It was beautiful.
It totally was very super bloomy.
I thought it was a very beautiful day. If you want the visual recap of that, go to Jolly's Instagram. We'll be doing videos on it as well on the Treks YouTube. I think, from my perspective, the interesting part of day two is the learning lesson that we had with Jess, is because she was, I think, I don't want to speak for you, but maybe a little bit anxious about trying to do the mileage that we were trying to do, and I guess I'll let you put it in your own words.
Yeah, I mean, I had told you from the go that like this was the most mileage I had ever been tasked with. Even on the AT, the most I would do consecutively was like maybe like a 20 there and there, and I'd be so fucking proud of myself if that
Day
happened,
two,
right?
slap in the face.
Day 1, 12 miles. Day 2, 26 miles. Day 3, 20 ? 22 maybe.
Yeah, somewhere in there. Yes,
Yeah, it was just a bunch of mileage, and
With not much daylight.
with not much daylight, and it from the jump I had told myself, well, to
It
compensate.
feels like you're doing a marathon every day. Is
Yeah,
what
for
it
sure.
feels like.
And to be fair, I wasn't struggling. At no point was I ever like,
sure.
this
No,
is
you
too
were
many
with us. You
miles.
were
No,
with us.
for sure. It was the body starting to break down.
What's
and
the
I started
middle-
to feel that day 2.
Middle of winter, we're not in shape. That's
Not
a
at
hard hike
all.
as
By the
well.
way, my
Hard
body
ass.
hurt every day.
Hard ass.
Yeah.
for your
Literally.
body, for
Yeah,
sure.
no,
By the
for
end,
sure.
I was complaining about my feet at the end. I was like very glad to be done.
What's the learning lesson?
Was day 2 the PED, or was that day 3?
PED?
A performance enhancing drug?
Oh, but performance enhancing drug was day 1, brother.
Yeah.
That was from the go.
Yeah.
That was the
Is this
plan.
the Adderall?
This is the Adderall. This is
Yeah.
my prescription Adderall.
Yeah.
Are we on day
Government.
3 yet?
Day 2.
This is
Okay.
day
But
Sorry, just
in
checking.
my perception, day 2 is where things, I think,
Well,
went
and
the
day
most
2 was
wrong.
still a
Well-
22.5 mile day.
It
Yeah.
was day 2 was the crazy
Sorry,
amount
day
of
3 was a
miles.
22 mile day.
And so by that point, I'm starting to kind of feel achy. The hip flexor is starting to complain, and I've got a blister on my heel the size of Mars. Like, it's enormous.
And a byproduct of taking Adderall is, one, it makes you very unhungry. It also makes it very difficult to intake liquid. So Jess was depriving herself of calories and water through the heat of the desert.
While walking in sand, while carrying 4+ liters of water, while walking on pavement for however many miles. Dude, that repetitive motion on flat ground is extremely painful over time with that amount of weight on your back.
Yeah.
It sucks.
Yeah.
It sucks. It's no wonder it happened. There is a part of me that should have been hey, we gotta slow this down, or we gotta make sense of this for someone who doesn't have experience here like that.
Yeah, but then we go back to the question of taking off your socks, where it's
but
like, are you
irrelevant-
making
it's irrelevant
assumptions
to the outcome
there?
of what we needed to happen?
Right, but you're saying you
feelings
could
don't
have.
matter when your body's breaking down, right?
True, but you're deciding that then for another person.
But success is desired, is what I'm trying to get
Right.
at,
No, I hear you. I'm saying that I feel like that's a hard position for you to be in, because just like you said with the socks, you don't want to tell someone else how to do something.
I mean, you don't want to, but you should.
Well, I also want to be clear. I've never quit a hike before.
And I have.
I've never
And
been
I
in
know
a
what it
position.
feels like.
But that was my
Yeah.
issue. I've never gotten
Yeah.
to the point where I've had to say to myself, "Yo, I fucked up, and I have to."
Yeah, and I
call
should have
it."
imparted that onto you.
I just kind of assumed.
in moments where maybe I could have realized where it's these
Well-
are the pains and fucked up things that blisters can take you off trail. It also wasn't built into our schedule to take time off.
That was the other issue. I
Yeah,
did not
yeah.
have the room to be like, "Hey, can we slow down?"
Yeah.
And that's my doing.
But there was no way around that either, though. That's the window you had.
Jenna was literally leaving
Yeah.
the day after we finished.
This didn't occur to me until after we got off trail. I could have just fucking slowed down. I could have been
Yeah,
like,
you
"Yo."
could have hiked your own hike.
I could have
You
hiked my
could
own
have.
hike.
Well, that's
Now,
my next
I will
question.
say
I could
it
have
would have
said-
sucked.
I want to live my own life.
If
and
I
hike
was
my
out
own
there
hike.
hiking my own hike on that hike, I don't think I would have finished it.
Yeah, that's not the
Yeah,
best solo hike. We'll get
So-
to the reasons why later, but
Yeah, we'll keep going. But talking about this being a BJ-AJ hike where Jess is only there for half of it, were you planning on doing the whole
Before
thing?
and
Oh
after
yeah,
Jess.
for sure. No, I was planning to be there the whole time.
Okay, so I guess we'll at some point get to the
AJ.
yeah, we'll get to what happened.
After Jess.
So day 2.
Got a blowjob after Jess.
No.
BJ, AJ, BJ.
From which
no,
one of
no,
you?
no.
So
That's too
okay,
much.
so we're on day
Now that
2.
Jess is gone, guys.
You
Jeez
said
Louise.
day 2 was one of the more challenging.
I wanted to paint the picture of, I think this is what the beginning of the end for Jess. I think because
You already started ruling her out.
no,
You
but
said
never.
beginning of
No.
the end for
I
Jess.
didn't even-
I'm saying
No.
worry
He's
is
saying in
starting to
hindsight.
settle.
He's
I'm saying based on how it played out.
What?
Day 2 was
By the way,
was a
You're
major.
painting the
Trying
picture
to-
for the listener.
Yeah,
You're
wait,
not
I-
actively thinking this.
No, definitely
got
not.
it.
I didn't even know. At the end of day 2.
I knew.
Oh, yeah.
Like when we were at the Mexican restaurant, I could tell that you were hurting.
Yeah.
But it's tough to differentiate
Pain.
injured versus
Yeah,
hurt.
But I was
Right,
also
right,
trying
right.
to be over communicative to you because I did not want to fail on a work side of things. You know what
Sure.
I mean?
Yeah,
Yeah, you were dealing with a lot of just external pressures
Yeah.
in general. I get that.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
definitely get that.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That sucks.
Yeah, through hiking with your boss is something most people don't have to usually do.
True.
Not complaining.
Well,
I mean, yeah, it's better than
but on its own,
filing
the-
paperwork. But
On its own, hiking in a dynamic with a group that you start with, it's not like you just met somebody on trail and they become your tramley. Yes, you want to hike with that person, but at that point, that becomes a singular decision to get off trail. But if you start a trail with someone with the intention of finishing a trail with someone, it just breeds a whole different just mental and emotional dynamic that it's finite, that you can't there's no wiggle room. So the mental aspect of that becomes very small, in terms of what's capable of happening.
Yeah.
You have to keep up, or what happened.
I
you
go
know?
super into it in the YouTube videos. You can
Yeah, I'm
catch
sure.
on.
Yeah.
Yeah, good,
Sure.
good, good.
In the interest of moving through the
Yep.
day, the other highlights and lowlights are a very long paved road walk into Borrego Springs. That fucking sucked. Nobody enjoyed any
Terrible.
minute of
No,
that.
that's where I gave myself a blister just trying to get through it quicker.
Was it 4 or 5 miles
Probably
on the
5. I'd say
highway?
5.
Yeah,
It's irrelevant.
and one vehicle like intentionally almost hit us
Yeah.
Oh, all of
individually.
us.
Yeah.
Yeah, me and Jolly
A
especially.
giant truck.
Box truck, yeah.
A box truck, yeah.
Full of marijuana smoke.
Totally
As-
was.
Yeah.
I called my mom
Reeked.
and got into an argument just to pass time.
Yeah.
Borrego Springs as a resupply trail town. How did it live
Perfect.
up?
Great.
Oh, it could be great. We did not take advantage.
Hold on. We went to the-
As soon as you walk into town,
Yeah. That's the
as
one.
soon as you walk into town, there's a Dollar General. A
Yeah.
beautiful Dollar General market.
That's the one.
Big old Dollar
It's the
General.
first thing you see.
I walk in there to use the restroom because we're on a road walk, not much shelter, pretty busy road, and get strawberry milk. And then we debated, should we resupply? No. There's 2 other markets. We'll be all right. Let's go eat some Mexican food.
By the way, whose call was that? Because that was not mine.
What? Which part?
To go to a different grocery store.
I thought it was yours.
Definitely not. I was like, I literally texted the group being like, "Hey, I guess we're going into." I
Well,
could
when
pull
we
up
were
the
there,
text.
you're like, let's go to the one in town.
Nope, definitely.
That was
not
my
mine.
memory as well.
Definitely.
The
That's my memory.
situation.
I love
You two-
Zach stopping the conversation to be like, just so everyone knows I'm not at fault, and everyone else being like,
I was
actually.
there like, let's do
No,
it here.
these-
I
And John's
agree.
like, let's do it here.
These 2 are like little sisters.
No
They
fucking way.
bounce
No,
I
ideas
believe
back.
that.
No fucking way.
All right,
Jess,
believe
you were
what-
there.
I came up last. Jolly saw me battle worn.
Listen, I'm not even trying
I
to throw you
kicked
under
my
the bus.
shoes off in
I
front
mean,
of the
you were
Dollar
like,
General.
let's go check out the grocery stores in town.
I said that originally,
I
and then
remember-
when we got to the Dollar General, I'm like, "Let's resupply here."
No,
And
I
you
don't- I
I
never-
remember.
Okay,
I remember
ladies,
by the way,
ladies.
I remember
1,000%
heard
bullshit.
that.
It's
I'll put
really
my,
heard that.
I will put my life on the fact
Okay,
that was
Fight.
not my
clearly
decision.
a giant miscommunication occurred, and that's fine.
No, because I came out of the bathroom and you guys had already decided that we were going to a different
Oh
grocery
my
store.
god, no
I don't
way.
remember that at all.
Yes.
Oh no, I would choose there every time because of money in general.
Yeah.
Just straight up.
I don't care about shopping
General.
local in
I don't-
Borrego
this is-
Springs.
I
Why the
was
fuck
so
difference?
Jolly. We'll just live with this. It's fine.
Yeah, we'll accept it. The other market
By the way,
after our
who's
dinner,
the one most excited about going to Costco? Speaking of shopping local, how
Well,
long?
Costco is
Okay,
the only
okay.
game
Hold
in
on.
town.
Hold on.
I
Let's
love Costco.
day 2.
Yeah, I know. I'm
True,
just
true.
saying, like, you're painting
We're
me
gonna
as the
flip
guy
this
that's
fucking
trying.
table.
You're trying to paint me as the guy who wants to shop local. Like I was singing about Kirkland brand everything
We
for the
didn't-
entire trip.
Listen,
That's not the picture we painted. I remember hearing, it's really hard to resupply on an empty stomach.
Oh,
That
I
is-
I could
I-
absolutely see that.
By the way, I did say that originally, and then we
You
got
see
to the
where we're
Dollar
at now?
General,
You see
and
where
I said,
we're
let's just resupply here.
Listen,
I did say
it's
that.
all
Admits-
irrelevant right now. It's all irrelevant.
oh, but it's so fun.
If you do
So-
the trail
so if
yourself,
you're
go
doing
to
the
the Dollar
trail-
General.
Yeah, Dollar General is the way. Not even just from a money standpoint, option standpoint. The other 2 grocery stores we went to that were like in the town square, so to speak, after you pass the giant like roundabout, they have like shitty options.
You had to be creative.
It's very organic. Very
Yeah.
organic, crunchy granola.
and just no options.
And like a thing of
And
thing of
not
Oreos
cheap.
was $8.
Exactly.
Yeah, not cheap.
Go
Yeah.
to the Dollar General, and when you guys
And we
want
were
some
also
Borrego
like
Springs.
we pushed the envelope in terms of when they were closing.
And now it's dark. We gotta
And now-
find cans.
And their feet, we're already like we're like stiff. I was actually pushing for a motel.
Oh,
Oh yeah.
yeah. I wanted one of us to just say, I want the motel.
I wanted to, but I didn't
Ja-
push it.
this
so
is
much.
where I should have been there.
Jabba would just go, just so you know.
Just so we all have the
I did
information.
Google, and there is a motel, and I did call, and they do have 2 rooms.
Yeah, I also.
So we all have the knowledge.
We're all on the same page that I was the biggest antagonist of the
Well, it's your
motel.
only
Zach
hike
was
of the year.
anti.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and I
for
don't,
possibly.
I don't fault you for that, and I get it, and I'm glad we camped. Sort of.
Could you? Well, yeah, we'll get to that. But like, we didn't know that part of it yet. But could you imagine wanting to sleep in a motel after
We're
not
getting out
doing
so much later.
a single full day on trail yet? Being like,
You just did
By
25 miles.
By the way, I can
it's
totally see it.
it's like a
And
late
I can
it's like a
totally
late
live
lunch,
it.
early dinner time. Like it's not even nighttime yet
What do you mean?
when we're in Borrego Springs.
You did
We get there
25
at sunset.
miles.
Yeah, what I'm saying is like that was our first full day. Like, we had done 12
Yeah.
miles a day
Yeah.
prior. Like
Yeah, but-
I'm not
but
itching for town life.
No
at
one's
that point.
itching for it. It was
You guys
the
are talking about getting a motel. What are you
It was
talking
the
about?
convenience factor of it.
Sounds like Dad is dadding us through Borrego Springs.
It was purely the convenience factor of it.
I'm taking no credit for
Yeah, of
not
course
going to the Dollar
not. Oh,
General.
but-
I'm taking full credit for not staying at the
That's
motel.
totally fine.
But also,
That's
at
totally
this
fine.
point, I'm complaining about the big blister on my heel.
And I even stated that.
And Jabba very sweetly was like, maybe we can go to the hotel, we can clean out the blister, we can stitch it together.
Listen,
So
I
do you
even
think it's
popped my
Zach's
own
fault
blister.
that you ended up having to
I
go?
would blame Zach for everything.
Okay. So
That was-
Zach ruined your through hike.
So do we.
No. Zach was also very supportive, but he was.
No.
By the way, the
Just paid to
blister,
say
blister
that.
is not what derailed you on the hike. Let's be honest about
not
it.
Not at all. The antagonist was me.
Okay, wrapping up Borrego Springs. Go to the Dollar General. What do we think about the Mexican place? Definite
It's
stop.
fine.
Don't
It was
stop.
fine.
Yeah.
It was fine.
It was like
It was
any
perfectly
Mexican.
Mexican.
They were
Mexican
so
joint.
sweet. They were great. They had painted
Oh,
hats.
They were
Yeah.
very
Strong margarita.
They were very they allowed us to be through hikers in there. We plugged our shit in without even asking.
The
which I
service
felt
was
bad
very
about.
nice.
They filled up our waters.
Yeah.
They were
Yeah,
Talking
no,
nice.
about
was
they
really
were
nice.
great.
Finding
The
a spot to
food
camp.
was okay.
Yeah.
Are you finding a spot to
camp.
camp in town, or are you going back to trail?
Well, I'll let
Town
Zach
is
steer-
trail,
I'll let
trail is
Zach
town.
Steer this one.
Yeah, so we hiked out of there not knowing what we could do. We got to the entrance of Anza Borrego State Park there, and it turns out that's not a place that you can camp in that.
Well, and
Allegedly.
In the parking lot.
to give you a physical description of what we're dealing with, we have like almost a 3,000 foot climb right out of town essentially. So we have like a 2-mile walk between like where we leave town, the outskirts of town, and where like a 3,000 foot climb starts.
and a 4
on the-
miles to the next
And it's
campsite.
4 miles to the next campsite, and there's no water on the climb whatsoever. And we only have a finite amount of water to get us through like the evening.
6
and,
miles
Yeah,
the
yeah.
next day.
The motel is starting to sound smart.
We're past
Again,
that.
yeah. There are reasons. There are pros and cons to both. So if we stay at a motel, we're getting out later.
Also, the next day would have been 2 miles more, or we had to make up that
yeah,
distance at some
fair,
point.
yeah. And listen, once we left town, I was glad we left town.
It was nice. It was
Yeah.
nice. It was a great
Yeah,
walk.
great.
It was
So where'd you
chill.
camp?
This is where it gets tricky because this is kind of foreshadowing for the rest of the trail, but it logistically. You want to say something, John?
Well, we did Google the rules of the state park.
Yeah. There was at dinner.
We tried.
At
Sure.
dinner, we looked up okay, where can we? Like
what's-
Zach was like, I think we're gonna be in Anza Borrego State Park, and when I was like, really? I was like,
Yeah.
shit.
What should we know?
So most parts of the park allow you to camp within a certain distance of a road. We got to this part of the park, and on the sign it said very clearly that you can't camp there.
No, it said fee area as well,
Yeah.
but
But
it said no camping.
I think that's a vehicle fee.
it was a
That's
trailhead
possible,
parking
yeah.
lot. It was a trailhead parking lot.
Yeah, well,
off
all of
the
these
road.
things led to okay, well, we think at this point, camping here probably doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
From a rule standpoint.
So what we definitely did do was the right thing and go to a proper camping area. But allegedly, in theory, a nonfiction version of this, just spitballing, is where we camped. Where we camped. Camping.
it's forever French.
Yeah.
In a totally alternate reality.
Yeah, that
is-
didn't happen, but for the sake of the
So
drama
we
effect.
camped like away from the parking area, maybe tenths of a mile.
Yeah.
If we turn this into a constructive learning lesson to the audience that might go hike this after hearing this, what could they do differently?
So this is part of the reason why I think doing a full day on day one makes
Can
it much more
mitigate this
conducive,
problem.
because at that point you can hike out of the trailhead there very easily on day 2. And we didn't really have a lot of good options at that
No,
point,
we
aside
did-
from going back to the motel.
Yeah, and by the way, the motels were not cheap either, for the record.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's learn from our mistakes. We didn't do anything maliciously intentionally, right? In terms of where
Allegedly.
we camped.
Allegedly.
I mean,
I think
listen,
intent is
No, I'm
important.
saying-
stealth camping happens for lots of through hikers. Okay.
If
Intent
we would
is-
have camped there, that's what we would have felt. but we
Intent
didn't.
is important, and I think you guys, I think the listeners know too that you guys are generally
I try to be
LNT
pretty-
friendly,
I try to be
very good
rule following.
stewards of the trail. Like you're
Yeah.
not just fucking around and be dicks.
Never
So
intentionally.
if a situation like this does happen, I think the listeners know you guys well enough where they can give you the grace and say, hey, this wasn't planned
The
and it wasn't just reckless. It was a situation where they
Yeah.
were choosing what was the safe choice. But we can also give them some advice for, hey, this is what you could do differently, and I think that neutralizes it.
I mean,
no
there
one's
is
perfect.
like 4.2 miles from that location is a campground, which is actually off trail that we could have hiked to, but we would have been getting in so late. That climb was so steep.
Yeah, it took us
several
2 hours on fresh legs. Like
Yeah.
at the end of the day with
We're
Jess
calling them
hurting.
fresh legs.
I mean, after a night of sleep.
Yeah, after a night of sleep, we'll
Yeah.
say, not fresh legs.
But yeah, considering Jess was not, I guess no one was feeling 100%, especially.
Dude,
Jess.
I was huffing and puffing.
Yeah.
I mean, we were I started with 2.5 liters of water.
Yeah.
To be fair, I was feeling good on that climb.
Yeah.
I thought that I was on the road to
You were
recovery.
moving better than me.
I was
You know?
hustling.
So yeah, the takeaway for this, I think, for the listener is definitely spend some time scoping out the feasible campsites before you go onto this trail, because if you just try to wing it, you get into sticky predicaments.
Well, I think that's I think the more you long distance hike, almost the harder that becomes, because you get so used to finding campsites that aren't on the map, and you get so used to finding a flat spot, and you get so used to knowing kind of how terrain works on trails that you have it's almost a detriment, where it's like my knowledge is a detriment because now I have
Well,
this
you have
past
far out in
experience.
these trails that like tell you where things exist.
Right.
Well,
We don't have
even
anything like that.
When I did the Colorado Trail on Far Out, anytime there was a campsite, it was like, cool, but there's 20 others that you didn't list,
Yeah.
you know?
Oh,
And so
yeah.
once you've done trails
No
like
doubt.
that and you start to recognize that pattern,
Oh, you can just like stop
You're-
wherever makes sense.
right, you're more used to being like,
Yeah.
I'll push 2 more miles and I'll find a
Yeah,
flat spot.
And for what it's worth, the east side is more conducive to camping by a long shot than anywhere on the west side.
Right.
So as far as east side of the crest, west side of the
I'll tell you, as someone who has not hiked this, I'm like nodding along when you say east side, west side. I don't really know what you're talking
Okay, so
about.
divide the whole route into 2, with the Pacific Crest Trail being the divide.
Yeah.
Like the Continental Divide Trail.
Yeah.
The Pacific Crest is a divide. Okay, so that's the high point.
Yeah.
So the east side of the divide, west side of the divide.
But you're
we call it the
staying
crest.
on a ridge long enough where you're referring to east and west
We're
side.
just
No,
staying on
I'm
the
saying
east
we-
side of the west
But you're
side.
literally going from the Salton
Ju-
Sea
just-
to the ocean.
just-
So
just-
it's
East to
going
west.
from east
Just
to west.
bisect this route in half. It's basically on the halfway point is the Pacific Crest Trail. All right.
Are you crossing the PCT?
Mhm.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you were
have
saying
to.
like the scissors crossing shit is just like an example.
No, we
literally-
we cross the Pacific Crest Trail just south of where Scissors Crossing is.
Oh.
Yeah, you actually physically cross it. You have to.
Okay.
Because the PCT divides.
So when you say east
The
side, are you
crest.
saying east side of the PCT versus west side?
I am saying that because it is that, but it's also like the east side of the route and the west side of the route.
Got it.
The PCT is the halfway point.
That
Literally.
was day 4.
Yeah. Yes.
So okay, we're going into day 3 now. We have this big climb coming up in the morning. We have rectified what has
Did we
happened
say
at
what
camp.
happened at night ish?
No, I was gonna say, are there any standout stories in the evening before we move on to day 3?
Zach?
Yeah,
we
there-
just be transparent. I don't know.
Yeah, sure. There was an enforcement officer that came into, or I guess a park.
We
ranger.
alleged. We don't actually know.
Based on the timing and the behavior, it definitely felt like that. That he was doing his routine laps through the park to make sure that no one was doing what allegedly other people might have been doing.
He just scanned the parking lot.
He was scanning the
He
parking
turned
lot.
his high beams on.
Honestly,
Looked through the
he
parking
put
lot.
his fucking spotlight seemingly directly on us.
Yeah.
Right on my tent, hypothetically.
Yeah.
And somebody may have said, "Everybody get down." Supposedly.
Well, it was
But you
just
can't
like,
get
yeah.
a tent down, baby. It's
Well, Jolly
Jess did.
I'm
I
cowboy
did,
camping, so
in
I got
theory.
down.
Jess just kicks out her trekking poles
I
and the
did.
thing collapses.
That's what
She
I
actually did.
That's what I did. Yeah, 'cause
That's funny as fuck.
I was the most visible one, and I was like, they're gonna take me out specifically. And
Well, so
I'm
it
gonna be
happened
the one.
twice. We got spotlighted twice.
Yeah.
It was initially.
Allegedly.
And,
Allegedly.
Yeah, whatever. But like the first time it was spotlighted.
Jolly's purple right
when
now.
They
He
were
feels so
going through
ashamed.
I mean, listen, I'll
the
be
end of
as
Jolly Gear.
transparent as it-
The
as it
brand's
needs to be.
dead.
No,
No,
quick
no,
aside,
no.
Jolly is the most wholesome, sweet person I've ever met in my entire life.
Yeah.
He was afraid to not even jaywalk, but to walk when it's the blinking signal. He would wait. He's literally the sweetest, most
I'm a
wholesome
patient fella.
He's the nicest kid I've ever met.
I like
in
when
my
Jolly
life.
says, golly.
Golly. Well, they didn't come say hey to us.
No, but we were conversing what do we do? And I was like, I remember saying somebody was like, should we pack up and leave? And I was like, listen, if they come out here, I'm prepared to take the fine for what we're doing. You know,
Fill
like,
it
'cause
to
that
the
is
trek.
fair.
I assumed,
That's only
I assumed
fair.
they were just going to be like, you have to hike out of here.
I just assumed it would have been $100 fine, and I was going back to bed.
Nice.
That's what I would.
That's
honestly,
what I would have done. I would
yeah.
fill it to the trek.
Yeah, I'll pay the fine. I'm sorry. Like, out of bounds camping, I apologize. But like, I felt like in that instance, I could have at least talked her way into continuing to sleep.
Sure.
Here's the thing: is I think if you were to talk to, if I feel like if you were to come upon a situation like that and that were to happen, and you were to explain to a park official, hey, I planned this poorly. I
I'm also a Marine.
encountered a mistake. I didn't feel like it was the safe move to keep going. I felt like this was the safest option.
Yeah.
I feel like there's a level of reasonability there.
Well,
I want to be careful about that because I think putting that on a podcast encourages other people to do what
No,
we did.
and I by no means.
No, if
here's
I
the
could
thing.
go back and do
Here's the
something
thing: is
different,
if
it's not
everyone,
happening
Yeah,
that
right.
way.
if everyone
100%.
were to listen to this and say okay, and then go do that and follow that
Yeah.
as advice, which is not what that's intended, then what you do is you lose your trust there. You lose
Also-
the ability to say that in an actual emergency and have that trust. Don't do that.
If you
Yeah.
did what we allegedly did, you're going to get a fine. So
Right.
don't take this as like, this is how they do it.
No.
This is how
I'm
they
not
should do it.
saying it to do anything other than being transparent.
Yeah.
And like in the moment, you're just like, this is my circumstance. now.
Learn from our
What
mistake.
I'm saying is if you were in a situation where you felt unsafe continuing and you felt like your only option was to stay or to put yourself in an unsafe situation, I think that that is understandable. I'm not saying put yourself in a position where you're not following LNT or you're breaking camping protocol or you're doing any of that because other people do. I'm
We
saying
were
that
deserving of a fine.
I'm saying that for the listener,
I don't
if
know
it's,
about
if
that.
It's, if it's safety or not safety, I would say pick safety in
Yeah.
whatever the most responsible way to do that is.
To Jolly's point, we did research it.
we
like you
did
said.
read, and it, there wasn't.
In most parts of the park, you can camp.
Yeah, nothing was definitive about
The-
what we did. I just know in that moment, if they decided, hey, like this is an incorrect thing to be doing, I was prepared to take the punishment. Is all
And
I'm
I will
saying.
say, the fella could have shouted at us. We
I don't
weren't.
think he saw us.
I don't think so either.
Yeah.
But why did his light come on? Listen, if he
I
saw
don't know.
us, he would have stopped.
And
I
maybe
just
he,
want to reiterate,
maybe he
we
doesn't
never
either.
did this.
Yeah, right.
We
This is all
I
fictionalized.
love the
storytelling.
fiction of this
This
story.
is
Such a
I did
fictional
not.
story.
Yeah, we'll move on to day 3. I think takeaway for the listener is
Okay, we wake up.
the takeaway for the listener is obviously the four. Watch out, we're pulling strings here. The takeaway for the listener is you guys obviously feel remorse about it. It's not like a braggy, broy,
yeah.
oh, we did this, we got away with it
No,
thing.
we
know,
wouldn't be
it's
talking
not-
about it if we were like trying to be getting away.
No,
with it.
Right, but I don't think it's coming across in an encouraging others to do it.
And this-
Absolutely not. By the way, it's a terrible feeling to think I'm about to be uprooted. Like we're exhausted.
Yeah.
We are literally all of us, and to make no mention of Jess's, medical issues with both blister and potential injury that's getting potentially worse. I was exhausted. I was physically exhausted.
You're probably not sleeping
So
great.
we were like, are we gonna get up and walk away? Are we like? And my brain, I'm like, I don't even have it in me.
Yeah.
You know.
It's definitely a situation where because this is such a new and not well hiked trail, there's not the
It's not even a
information
sanctioned
available.
trail.
Right. There's not. We didn't know like the good campsites until we got to an area, and
Yeah.
like that was not sufficient in our current state.
We're doing our best with what we got.
And also, I mean, unless we made it the 4 miles to the established campsite, we were in that park like all day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No. Literally, it would have been a
Like,
4-mile climb to the
Whether we
next
did it
option.
here or did it.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, what I'm saying is, I'm not like the vibe I'm getting from you guys is it's not like it was like, hey, we found this spot, we slept,
Yeah.
it was great, we hiked. It was, hey, we found this spot, it wasn't great, we had not a great sleep, and no one who's through hiking wants to sign up for a bad night of sleep before a big climb.
True that.
So we wake up, day 3.
Yes.
All right,
We're gonna wait for Jess to get back to do our elevation guesses.
We're not gonna go right there. But what I will say is, like before we're actually even out of our tents for the first time, except for Zach ran off to take the probably most emergency shit of his life.
No. Top 30 maybe.
Okay, but it was like 5 a.m. shit.
Yeah,
it was an
wasn't
early
5 a.m.
shit.
It
It was a
wasn't.
pre-light shit.
That's a fact.
Yeah, it was a headlamp poop.
Were you up or did he wake you
I
up?
heard him move. I mean, I heard it. I heard him
He
walk
heard the
away.
bowels
You got an
move.
accent
And
there.
was
I heard him move.
And in my brain, I was like, "That's a fucking poop."
He was proud of me. He was
better
happy.
hope-
Absolutely.
You better hope Jess didn't
Because
hear
for what
that.
it's worth, there was a parking lot not far away, like I said, maybe 0.2, with a pit toilet. And in my brain, I was like, I am pooping at that pit toilet.
Yeah.
You know?
Oh, for me,
that's where I'm going.
I take a hole in the ground over a pit toilet any
Do you
day.
really?
Oh my god,
Sure,
yeah.
Whatever.
Find me a nice.
I like to relax.
You're just a
hole in the
little
ground.
petite little thing. I'm a grown fucking big boy.
I don't like
and I want
looking
a
down.
throne to sit upon.
I don't like seeing other people's poop in the hole, because then you look at it and you think, if this splashes,
Why
I
are
got-
you looking?
Yeah, you have to make a choice to look.
I have to. I can't.
She's like, okay. Oh my god! I'm out. I'm gonna go dig a hole.
I also looked.
Yeah,
John.
who
By the way-
doesn't look?
By the way,
Yeah.
of course I look.
Yeah, what do you fucking mean?
But
Yeah.
that's your fault.
But
That's
you,
your
It's my
problem.
fault you look.
You don't. By the way,
You
it's
dislike
your
it.
fault. You look.
Ever since Jabba met Chaunce, he always looks when he goes into
No,
a
I say
porta
it's your
potty.
fault. You look. I don't mind looking
It's
at
your
other
fault
people's
I
poop.
look.
But first of all, I would love for it to be my fault you look. If it's my fault you look, I have made it.
Oh, that's the real AJ.
Yeah. After Chaunce. Sorry, I don't know. Okay. So anyways,
Day
day 3. Okay. Do we want to make guesses on
Yep,
elevation now
guesses.
or
Let's do
later?
it.
Oh,
Let's
geez.
start it now.
That's a big day.
Beginning of the day, because once you start thinking about it, you're gonna get more educated. Don't open that phone yet.
Oh,
Say
I already
your
know.
number.
I already know.
Okay,
So
you're
I'm
not
gonna
playing.
recuse
Then you
myself.
have to take a shot.
No, I don't.
Why do you get to eliminate yourself?
I'm
from this game?
driving. That's how I get to eliminate myself.
I'm driving.
30,
You're not taking a shot.
3,600 feet.
Oh, I'm definitely not taking a shot then.
Of course not.
Yeah.
Are we skipping day 3 then?
Wait, so who's taking the shot?
Listen, I'll continue to
You all
guess,
have to
but
guess.
from now on, I won't look ahead.
I'll take the shot.
I already saw for day
Jolly's
3.
the only one here not driving. by
I'll
the
take
way.
a shot.
Okay.
And the
I-
one who likes whiskey.
I
Okay,
love
so
me some
Jolly
whiskey,
gets it wrong.
baby.
He takes
I'll-
2 shots, right?
3,600 feet.
36?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And Jess, you said
4,400.
Good guess.
Yeah.
I'm
why?
gonna-
And what's your out? You have
I'm
to guess.
also driving.
Oh, okay.
But I'm going to say 48.
I would have said over 4, but I don't know where I would have gone, just for the record. And
I
you
thought you
30.
said you knew.
I do know. I'm saying if I didn't already know,
okay.
I would have guessed over 4,000.
Sure.
And what was your guess again?
36.
36. It is 4,616 feet over the course of 22.27 miles with 12.21 miles of... sorry, I apologize. 12 hours and 21 minutes of walking.
I should also emphasize
Here's
these
what-
aren't
here's
full
what-
shots.
We
These
got
are
more.
swigs.
Here's what it looks like. That's what our shit looked like.
Yeah.
So most of it was at the beginning and pretty abruptly.
Yep. And I thought that first climb of the day was like one of the highlights of the trip for me. Like that's one
It was the most.
Highlight of the trip?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it was a fun one.
Before the sun
Beautiful.
crested, yeah.
Yeah.
All the cacti.
I mean, it was
cacti.
pretty
How long?
brutal.
Jolly and I were like, when are we gonna get the sun? You know,
Yeah.
like because there were, dude. I mean, there was like Ocotillos. There were like, I mean, there was.
What's an Ocotillo?
It is a
Oh.
if you recall hiking out of Scissors Crossings 9 years ago. It's the only spot on the Pacific Crest Trail that has this particular plant called the Ocotillo, and it's like a alien-like plant that has thorns everywhere. It's technically a succulent, and it has red-budded flowers.
Oh, I remember
at the
these.
tips.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they're all over in the desert, the very southern part of the desert, the boot heel of the CDT, for what it's worth, and lots of pockets on the Arizona Trail as well.
Yeah.
Okay, so what happens on day 3? What's the T?
Well, it kicked you the dick on that climb.
Yeah.
Yeah, steep climb.
Big climb in the morning. I thought before the sun really crested and made it hot, I actually really enjoyed the climb. And then once the sun was out, I'm like, this fucking
And-
sucks.
and
I kicked
Zach's-
a couple of cactuses. That
Yeah.
was fun
Yeah.
for me.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
you did
Cacti.
mention that. You're
I
like,
said, did anybody else kick a cactus? No.
when you
I kicked
asked me,
one.
I hadn't, and then literally like within the next hour, I kicked one pretty good.
Yeah, not
Yeah,
fun. Not
yeah.
fun for me.
No.
The saddest little water source you've ever seen in your life.
Oh, it was so.
Piddly-winks.
You
my
couldn't get
tears.
your toes wet if you tried.
Yeah, it was like
It was so
like
shallow.
sediment, like a little trickle. Fortunately, I had a clean Ziploc baggie that I used for myself and Jolly. In
What
fact,
cactus is this?
that's a cholla.
That's a choya.
Okay.
Yeah, there's a lot.
That's different than the jumping choya.
It's a choya.
Well,
No.
that's a that my guess is that's a tree cholla. That one's similar to a jumping cholla.
The jumping choya is more segmented. Like you
Yeah.
can actually see the pieces
Yeah.
that break off.
Yeah,
This
yeah,
is
for
like
sure.
it all stems out of the.
He is showing a picture of a choya.
Yeah,
Yeah.
quick
You
aside.
can follow along if you Google a choya.
Quick aside, Jess, this is a fun content idea for the Trek channels. Is you're saying these words of these cacti? I'm like, what is that? And I've
I mean, you're
done
listening.
the
Just
trails,
fucking Google it.
but
Go on.
I think it'd be fun to do some posts where it's like, are you hiking the PCT this year? Do you know the names of these common things you'll see?
God,
And then like
fun.
answers in the caption.
It's a good idea.
You know? Like for the trails where it's like, do you know what these common things are? That way people go
Yeah.
in knowing what they are.
Yeah.
I love that.
Chaunce-
Absolutely.
Chaunce is
Yep,
coming for
yep,
your job.
Yep. Thank
I
you.
mean, like
Yeah.
junipers are how you make gin, and they're all over parts of the
Yeah,
PCT and
give a fun
And
fact.
agave.
Agave's
We're
out there
getting
too,
super
no
drunk in the
doubt.
desert.
God,
Yeah, I definitely
cute.
walked into an agave plant out there. In
Yeah.
fact,
Oh,
And
do
got
those-
I
Even
sad.
saw
wrap us
it.
up
I saw
and
it
do
after.
like a scavenger hunt where
it
it's
literally,
like in this
filled
section
my
find
palm
these
with
ones.
blood. I
He
was
got
bleeding like
stabbed pretty
Aw.
good. They're stiff bushes.
Yeah.
So we're seeing some cool plants on day 3. We've got
Cool.
a nice climb.
The
And
first
terrible
time's
water
very
source.
cool. Yeah, so the headline event here is getting to the first water source. This is the first natural water source on trail, Peña Spring. It's maybe 0.2 of a mile off the trail, if that. And from what we know going into it, it's marked on the GPX as like a definitive source. So like we're expecting rushing water. We get there, you can tell it's lush vegetation out of the middle of nowhere.
I'm seeing like the tree life around it, and I'm like, sweet, there's gonna be water.
Yeah. And when you get down there, there's like no definitive path to where the water source is. Like you
There's like an intricate network of like paths that go in all directions.
Of just
Yeah.
like people getting lost. They're like, we know there's water
because
here.
at different times of the year, the water's running at different places in the spring.
yeah.
You know, so it's like you got to go lower or got to go higher. Year to year, it's different. Whether it's a snow year or non-snow year.
He's
or,
assuming he's never been there
No,
before.
I mean that's just, that makes sense.
I
for
think
what
everyone's
it's
just like, the sign says the spring's here. It's got to be here somewhere.
Yeah.
And then
It's
we
all
all
of the
just
above,
we
for
all
sure.
just
So you guys go tromping into
took
the
us like
woods
10
looking
minutes.
for water.
Yeah.
And then I come up maybe 5 minutes after you guys are out there trying to filter.
Yeah.
And you guys are just like, follow the sound of my
Oh yeah,
voice.
all you heard, you couldn't see anything because it was so thick.
I never
the
even-
brush
This
was so
way.
thick.
I never even saw Jess at this water source the
I
whole
didn't
time
see
we
her
were
the whole
there.
time.
I didn't see her the whole
And we
time.
break there
Did
for
you even see
45
Zach?
minutes.
Yeah, we were there.
I
for
got
a
there with Zach.
long
Me and Zach got there
time.
together.
Okay, right.
Yeah,
And then
yeah.
I pulled in and I'm like, where the hell? And
Yeah.
I'm like thirsty at this point. I'm thinking I'm gonna like dip my toes to the jacuzzi, baby. And
Yeah, we were like, oh, I can't wait to let these dogs out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was not that kind of water
So
source.
a little aside, I didn't realize how severe this was at the time. Only until today did I learn the severity of Jolly's like a calf rash situation
yeah.
that occurred at this water source.
I was looking for some yummy water, and I was wandering around all these different paths, and I found a spot that looked pretty promising. I was going to lean over and see if I could get a bottle underneath a trickle, and I got attacked by a bush.
You get poodle dogged?
I didn't get poodle dogged.
He thought maybe poodle dog.
I took a big whiff. I didn't smell the weed, and so I knew that it wasn't the poodle dog. I did have a moment of, what does poodle dog look like? I kind of forgot. It's been 8 years.
There's no nettle out there, is there?
I think it was nettle.
Oh,
Must
yeah?
have been
And it
nettle.
got me good, baby.
But,
I
worse than good.
It blistered. It blistered.
It literally his not only blistered, but it like swelled.
Do you have
Yeah,
pictures?
I don't.
Sad.
No, I have memories though.
Giles
Both-
is
both
very
licks.
stoic.
Describe them
You didn't complain about
vividly.
this at all.
No, he did.
Not-
He
not
did- well,
once.
he did mention that he was like he thought that he had like poison or got bit by or got stung or something.
No, I knew that it was this bush, but yeah,
Oh.
it hurt pretty bad. It felt like a bee sting on both
You had
calves.
mentioned
got
it to me,
sliced
I
pretty
just didn't
good.
know
At
how.
that water source. Yeah.
You didn't know. I didn't know how painful.
I was having a great time on this hike. You know, I didn't complain much. If I have to just shoulder this little calf problem, I can. Ain't no
By the
problem,
way,
baby.
when you sat telling this with your hair down like that,
Yeah.
I'm talking to Jesus.
Amen.
Right now. Like, am I
Yeah,
a
yeah,
disciple or?
Yeah.
I was having hair envy when we were doing the
So
car
much hair.
reel earlier.
Thank
When we
you.
were across the street and you were getting ready to throw that coffee cup from the back, I was like, it's so, like, the layers are so
lush.
even.
Reminds me of a younger me.
I was checking it out.
Yeah, thank
Taller,
you.
More svelter,
I
younger
never
me.
wear my hair down. I can't stand it, and I did it
Wow.
all day for you.
Wow. Why
So-
can't you stand it down? You
I don't know. I just like having it up. Like today, we were eating that very delicious buffalo chicken wrap.
Caesar wrap. Caesar
Yeah,
wrap?
with the Caesar salad on the pita.
Shit, yeah.
Look, just add buffalo chicken, Caesar
Yeah,
salad,
yeah,
and
yeah.
pita. Beautiful. And I wanted my hair up so bad.
Because you're like,
No,
it's gonna
Jabba
get
made
caught.
this for me today. We were watching the Olympics, and Jabba was like, "You gotta try this." Kate came up with it. It's
Big
delicious.
hand, big curling watching today.
Yeah.
Got the
Oh,
silver
and
side.
hockey. We watched the
Is
Canadian
this,
US.
Is this why you couldn't help me with social media? You guys were watching the Olympics.
No, it had nothing to do with that.
Yeah, I was at
Definitely
his
did.
house.
It
He was
definitely
I
hosting.
thought
did.
you were talking about like in my brain when
We
you
were supposed
asked,
to get here
I thought you
earlier?
were talking about like sitting here and like doing like content.
We were supposed to get here earlier.
Yeah.
No, it worked out perfectly.
No, we were just. He was hosting me.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's a good host.
Yeah,
He's a
yeah,
good
yeah,
host.
yeah. He
So, are
is.
there any tips to finding this water that's easier than
No,
what you
no.
did?
You
Good
can do it.
luck. Have fun.
No, it's
It's your journey.
you'll find it. Yeah.
Okay.
If it's there, you'll find it.
Yeah. It's a slow trickle, and it takes a good
Without my
45
zip-
seconds to fill a liter.
I don't even know. Couldn't even see where
Yeah.
you found water. You two like did something. You're like this. Oh, it's like you're literally like a blind
just
person.
peeing
All I
into
heard was
Jess's
Zach say,
bottle.
"This is a decent spot," but I just have my Ziploc bag and I'm like filling where.
I do-
Oh, I caught a brine shrimp.
Oh, yeah.
I
yeah,
caught
you
a brine shrimp in my Ziploc bag. Didn't
That's
realize
about
it at
the
the time
what?
until
Little shrimp
until I poured
guy.
it in my bottle and
Little nymph.
it got caught in my Sawyer filter and I flicked it out. And I'm pretty sure he died after that, but. You know.
He was out of water.
Sawyer filters also work against shrimp.
No, I didn't let it go through.
They're quite
That
large.
would have clogged it.
No.
Fuck.
Yeah. So not the best spring, but I
Terrible.
will say the stretch from the spring to where we took a break for lunch was probably my most difficult stretch of the entire trip.
Really?
Yeah.
And I was feeling great.
That was gorgeous.
Wait, hold on. Because the
Wait.
heat.
That was
Heat.
so nice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was hot.
But you're still going fast.
And let me paint a picture for
Yeah.
everybody
Just
here,
get it
real
over
quick.
with.
Zach, if you didn't know this, Zach's a ginger, and Zach, like before we left, like days before we left, Zach's like, "What are you gonna wear?" Like he's like, "Are you going?"
I was asking you about. I was on the fence between a down jacket and a down vest.
Oh, okay. Well, that was part of it, but you ended up going down jacket,
Yeah.
which was the right call.
Highly recommended. for
Was
sure.
the right call.
Yeah.
But you also, I asked you before, and I was like, "Are you wearing a Jolly shirt?" You're like, "No, I'm not wearing a Jolly shirt."
So
Oh, Travis did
Just-
shit on you for that.
Yeah.
He was texting me about
Just-
how
He is
you
a big
should have
piece of
worn a
shit.
Jolly shirt.
Everyone knows.
as someone who's very hairy and runs hot, if it's hot out and we were dealing with temperatures,
Hairy.
I know I'm so
Hairy.
so disappointed
Just
with me right now.
Jolly, are your shirts not hairy friendly?
No,
Jolly and I are the hairiest people ever. I wore it.
Take a look at me now. I mean, I am a hairy
Take a
fella.
look at me now.
You get it. You
No.
get it.
Nice.
I'll say I love the sun hoodie for like in the 50s, 60s, a lot of exposure. Sun hoodie is the perfect thing.
He's gonna make me do a plug real quick.
Anything hotter than that, I love the space between your head and an umbrella, which is what I brought.
I
for
know.
my
I had to
celebration.
carry an umbrella for you.
You know what's
for
crazy
a
to
mile
me?
on the TCT.
The sun umbrella is too hot to me.
Yeah, not
It,
enough breeze.
It doesn't. Yeah, it doesn't. The breeze doesn't actually blow through
I'll
it.
tell you.
Oh,
Go ahead.
100% blows
I'll
through
tell
it.
you.
Not in my.
It-
Not
This
in
is-
my
we're talking
heat
about an
receptive-
umbrella.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. The body heat that my body produces gets trapped up there, and it makes my head hotter.
Yeah.
Literally, between your breath and my body heat.
Compared to something that's literally
fucking nuts.
sitting on
You know
top
how
of
a
your
hot
head.
air balloon works?
Yeah.
It's
No,
like that.
I also like,
Seriously.
you know, they train you in fire. Like if your house catches fire as a kid,
Yeah, crawl.
heat rises.
I literally
crawl.
understand
Right?
all of that.
Oh, yeah.
You're saying that
I'm
your
telling you,
heat
my-
gets caught. No, I'm not.
Yeah.
I'm not disagreeing.
Yes,
I'm saying
yes.
I'm in shock.
Oh, it's.
I've never hiked with an umbrella. I can't speak to this.
You
I
you
have,
are
and I prefer. I would take a hood over.
you notice your body heat getting trapped in the.
Absolutely.
That's
I
insane.
pour sweat.
I was in a sun hoodie and I was perfectly comfortable, for the
You're a
record.
girl. You're
I'm
a sweat.
happy for you.
Okay.
I am happy for you. That
All
sound. By the way, that is
Umbrella-
ideal. That sounds awesome.
Yeah.
That is. That,
Well,
I want
you were
that.
in the but you were
I
in the
want
Jolly pinup, and then
Yeah.
what was over? You had the hood over.
Yeah.
the-
So
That's
you
what
were
I-
also.
I was fine.
You were in a
for
hood?
the circumstances. I could hike comfortably enough, but it wasn't like I was cool. I'm hot regardless. But at least
Okay,
at least the
flex.
wind can come to my face more so, and like heat, as you said, heat rises. Heat
say that.
rises into the umbrella and gets trapped there, and that's where my head is.
I'd love
It's trapped in there. In
some
that-
science to
in that
back this up.
umbrella.
I'd love to hear that.
Yeah.
By the way, with it being winter, the sun's so far south. Like I'm always tilted to the
I know.
side.
I get it.
Yeah.
I've never experienced.
It was
and
hot.
This is an individual thing.
Sure.
I'm not saying that you're
It is
wrong.
individual,
I'm just
absolutely.
saying for me, I've never experienced the sensation of like heat being trapped underneath the umbrella, which is why I like the umbrella.
It's
You
not
get
hot
you get an airflow.
I've used it on the PCT. I've used it on the AZT. I've used it on the Hayduke. And more often than not, I'm thinking to myself, why did I bring this goddamn?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And no shade thrown your direction.
Oh
No,
Pun.
no shade thrown anything.
Everyone's gonna
Yeah.
drink anytime there's.
But he definitely had a lot of skin showing at all times with that umbrella. Just saying.
For
Yeah, he
For
did.
sure.
Like
Did you get burned at all? Or were you very?
He
my-
was
my legs were
diligent
burned.
Yeah, sure.
on the
Yeah,
sunscreen.
I did put a lot of sunscreen on.
Yeah.
Oh, I
gosh.
did not bring sunscreen. I think it's something worth
yeah,
mentioning.
yeah.
Good point.
And I
Which
offered
also
you
dehydrates
sunscreen
the
every
the
single
person.
day.
Oh yeah, no. I deserve all the flack in that.
How are you doing at this point, Jess, without eating or drinking and being added up?
I'm on the power of Adderall, baby. I'm feeling great. I'm good. I'm 10 out of 10 at this point.
So the crash hasn't come yet.
Oh, not at all. I mean, I'm starting to feel my hips feeling a little achy. You know, I'm a little bitchy, but like nothing crazy. Yeah, I'm not feeling amazing.
Say bitchy?
Yeah, I'm feeling
I thought
a
your
little
mood was
bitchy.
excellent.
Yeah,
you
I
were
don't
never
remember that
bitchy.
either.
You were never bitchy.
Oh, okay.
I did not
You at
experience.
least disguise it very
I didn't
well.
experience
Thank you.
negative
Yeah.
mood from you at all.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
At all, at any point.
I know.
That's actually good feedback because they would tell you.
Probably because you. But like if you'd been holding in farts, maybe you would have had a bitchy.
I'm very stubborn. And again, at this point, and I want to reiterate, at no point was I ever like, shit, like this fucking sucks. It was like, oh, my body's breaking down.
Yeah, that's
So
great.
mood was always at like a 10.
So
Are you sick of them yet?
No, I'm having fun. The farts are getting worse on this day. They're
you
getting worse
mean,
and
by the way,
worse.
I'm quite sure you mean better.
Plug for the YouTube.
Ma'am, let me correct you there.
By the way, I had been eating beef sticks for 3 days now, and trust me, they're getting better.
Do you want to subscribe to Jabba's Only Farts?
You just took the words right out of my butt. Or the air, or whatever you want to call it. I don't know.
Okay, so these were the hardest few miles for you.
That for me was just. I think that definitely was the hottest day. Did you guys not feel the same? I know there was another climb
I
that
will
was
say
harder.
my hottest moment wasn't that day.
Yeah,
I
but
agree.
I think temperature-wise, I want to say that was the hottest day.
It was pretty still. It was
Yeah.
really sunny.
It's
Yeah.
and I'm not going to get too far ahead of myself, but it's crazy to me that for me, my hottest day happened to be on the same day that it was the coldest morning and night.
yeah.
Which
But
was later that night.
the thermometer in the sun did read 112 that day.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
On day 3?
I did not know that.
Yeah.
On day 3.
Because that was the hottest it registered.
Sure, in
And
the
then
sun, yeah.
that night was the coldest it
Yeah.
registered.
And there was
Yeah.
no shade, no
Well,
breeze,
yeah.
direct
well,
sun.
I remember
on that sandy road walk.
because after that big climb, we had basically a pretty long flat section for many miles, and at one point I was like, "Hey, Jolly!" I think it was Jolly up front. Maybe it would have been.
I was
Zach.
hanging out with you.
Oh,
We were talking about
well, then
downloading
maybe
music.
I hollered at Zach. Maybe it was Zach. I was like, "Hey, Zach!" I was like, "How about you find us a nice shady
Oh,
spot?"
that was me.
Oh, that was
Okay.
Jolly.
Yeah, that was at
Yeah.
a different time.
How about you find us a nice big shady spot
Yeah.
for lunch around 1:30 or wherever makes sense.
Yeah.
And I found a big old
That
rock.
rock was
That
nice.
rock, it was like it may as well have been part of Eagle Rock at that point because it cast a
It was
giant shadow.
It was bigger than Eagle Rock.
Okay, fair. It was a giant house-sized boulder.
This prompts a question because going into this, I'm making assumptions that it's like 80s during the day because it's January.
Felt like it.
Yeah,
Felt
yeah.
like it. Yeah.
But you said it touched 112. What
That's
are the
that's
temperatures you're
yeah.
seeing?
Of course, I'm using a digital thermometer, the zipper thermometer,
made of metal and plastic.
and so the sun being on it, you got to subtract
It's
a little
super
bit.
cooks
Now
it.
that does give a little to like being in the sun. Yeah, it's hot, but the air temp was probably
so
in
like
the
heat
80s.
index is a thing, So like okay, and to
Like
give,
the skin temp was higher than
sorry about
80. I'd say.
on the Hayduke, we carried a thermometer. Cuckoo and I did, and when we'd take our sun and shade was the entire world out there. It's like you're either in the sun or you're in the shade. And at one time we were taking a long shady break, left the thermometer in the sun, and like an hour into our like lunch siesta, it was like over 140 degrees. So that's what happens when a thermometer is direct. When I was in Iraq one time, the thermometer got over 150 degrees.
Sheesh.
So,
Is
like
there
that, but that's not the air temperature. To be clear, again.
right.
So is it better to keep if you're bringing a thermometer, you keep it in the shade?
Well, I mean, that's how you get a more accurate reading is in the shade. Yeah, of course. That's air temperature.
That's the question.
That's air temperature. But how you perceive that air
That's
is.
fucking air temperature is if it's obvious.
I mean, I don't think even the heat index was 112.
No, certainly. I'm just saying
Yeah.
heat index is different than the actual air temperature.
It is
all I'm
correct.
scalable though. We've broken the thermometer on the AZT, and it read out to like 125, and then it broke. It capped out. So there is something to the scale.
Yeah. It was hot. It was hot. Let's just say
She
it
was
was
hot.
hot.
Fair.
It was a hot day.
Moving forward.
Yeah.
Yep.
Had a nice lunch in the shade, Big Rock.
I'm sitting directly on a choya.
Oh, no.
On
During
top
that
of
break,
it.
were you
How do
really?
we not know this?
Because I was too
You just-
comfortable to move.
Felt kind of good.
Yeah, it was kind of nice.
A little acupuncture. A little
Well, yeah,
acupuncture.
Jolly,
little-
Jolly went
what-
backwards, put his feet up, was in a recumbent position.
I took a little. I
reclining.
took a nap.
Yeah.
I don't remember taking a nap, but I remember
Jolly's
not
a napping
remembering
boy.
stuff. So I guess that means I took a nap. I remember leaving that break and being
Sleepy
like,
Jolly, as we call him.
"What happened?" I guess I fell asleep.
What else is there to say?
So after that,
we get to the water cache. There's a lot of road walking to the water cache, like a sandy road. It's
yeah,
not
we got down off the mountains, went into a canyon essentially where there was 2 water sources, neither of which we pulled from because they looked like shit.
Yep.
And our cache was like 2
They
miles
looked like
away.
shit compared to how far our cache was away. It was like balancing, like I can walk another 5 miles without water.
And the water was like, to give details, it was like viscous. It was like thick water, and it was covered in wasps.
It was like syrup.
Yeah, it was like
molasses.
It was also
syrup.
covered in bees as well.
In this moment, really glad I wasn't invited. I hate girls'
Oh,
this
water
is the fun
sources.
part of the
This
hike.
is the first 80 miles, remember?
This is the east side.
Jay.
I don't like gross water sources.
Oh, it gets-
Honestly, if I were out of water and had no water cache, I'm pulling from that 10 out of 10 times and happy about it, for the record.
Yeah, Jolly definitely drank the most gross
I
water.
would have drank the gross water. I just probably would have resorted to begging someone to fill it for me, so I wouldn't have had to look at it.
Yeah.
I'll drink it when I
was
have
clear.
it.
It just looked.
It was just a lot of wasps. I wasn't.
It was a
about
lot of wasps. There
Guys,
were.
the water was so close. It wasn't even a consideration.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
We were like, it's just right there.
we get to our water cache. We are so annoying that we scare away some guy who was planning on camping out
I
there.
think that guy might have been on drugs.
This
For
was
sure,
this
done,
happened
yeah.
a few
Something.
times on this hike.
Yeah.
Once the day before.
Nobody's expecting through hikers, and here we
No,
come.
they're not.
Yeah.
They're like, I finally found some peace and quiet in the middle of nowhere.
Jabba
And then we're
shows up.
like, look, it's 5 gallons of water that we
Fart.
hid. And we're just sitting there guzzling water. And then poor fellow's like, talking to himself like, "There's a whole
It's like there's a lot of
there's a
desert
whole
out
desert
there."
out here, and you know,
Oh, yeah, you're in
Trying
a
to
car,
sleep.
buddy. Go find it.
and like he was really close to the road.
Yeah.
I mean, you could throw a rock.
You
to the
could
road.
hear the highway.
Yeah,
we're,
yeah.
we're talking
To be
like 200
fair,
feet.
devil's advocate, to be someone seeking some solitude and driving out to the middle of fucking nowhere in the desert and having Jabba show up is like,
Yeah.
what did I do to deserve
Now
this?
he wasn't like settled in. It was
By the way, I
a vehicle with a lawn chair
He was
out.
6 feet off the road, and it wasn't even like a campsite. It was
Yeah.
just
But
an offshoot.
he
Pull
was
off, yeah.
pissed.
But
He
the
was
muttering
pissed.
you're
He was-
saying,
He was
I'm
a
like,
meth addict.
No,
probably kind of founded.
Yeah.
He was a meth addict.
I hear you.
He
hear
was
you.
muttering to himself as a drug addict.
Yeah.
No,
I'm not
come
saying
on.
the
Oh,
guy
I
was or
definitely
was
feel
not
that.
on drugs.
No, he
I'm
was
just
in a-
telling you,
saying.
that guy was not sober
He was
at
in a
all.
rather
I'm just
nice
saying, if you're
vehicle.
seeking
Nope,
solace
no,
and Jabba shows up,
Audie's can be addicted to
that's funny.
No, that guy doesn't get the benefit of the doubt from me at all. At all,
Yeah.
even a little bit.
Oh, jeez.
I would have been way more respectful if you hadn't been an immediate
Hey.
curmudgeon.
We weren't even disrespectful
At all, in
It's
any
just
way.
if 4 people roll up.
Chaunce is acting like I kicked his
And-
door
No,
in.
I'm not acting like you were disrespectful. I'm just talking about who you are as a
Yes,
person.
you guys, you
You
can hear
were
him.
disrespectful.
You've
You
heard
just
him.
are
In-
you.
in
How
the-
long-
You're
in
just
the
yourself.
caricature box that you're putting
You
me
mean
in.
well.
Yes.
You're
But
not
in the
quiet.
moment that you haven't been there for.
I'm not saying
no.
you were like,
Nobody
berating the
was
man.
fucking parading around. We had just gotten our water, sat down, we're filling our water, talking normally.
Yeah, but
just like he is right
Chaunce,
now.
stop.
Yelling
You're
at me.
talking
Chaunce, shut
normally.
the fuck up.
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
Exactly.
Shut
Yeah,
the
yeah.
fuck up.
You're talking normally. All I'm saying.
You're painting
all
a
I'm saying-
caricature picture.
Yeah.
I'm painting the
If you're
reality of the
seeking
story
solace
that
and you
happened.
show up, it's
Children,
funny as fuck.
children. So
You're wrong.
We
right
need
now.
a Jabba Chaunce podcast, like just
Yeah.
the two of you.
Hashing it
yelling
out.
at each other
Just
for
hashing it
hours.
out.
This would
Yeah,
be-
the Patreon.
Well, again, 4 of us were there, and 1 of us wasn't.
Ooh.
by the way, we're doing an episode with just Jabba and Chaunce.
Do we get
Sounds
knives?
good.
I'm not there.
That's what-
You
Yeah.
gotta pick the
Supervising.
subject matter, and I'll stick to the
what
format.
if you?
That'll be a first.
Okay, so
By the way,
that was
air
day
quotes were
3.
happening when I said that. Obviously, I'm not sticking to
Well,
it.
Plug for the YouTube.
Well, wait, and then day 3 ended with.
Day
well,
3 end. Yeah.
it didn't end yet.
No, it didn't end. We still-
Just
we had to
real
go, we had to
quick,
go
real
walk in
quick.
the moon again.
Well, first we made a makeshift bidet. Nice.
I gave you
Clutch.
a pocket knife to make the makeshift bidet.
Mhm. I stabbed a hole in the lid of a smart water bottle, and it worked pretty well.
You wipe your ass with your hand.
No, you know
no,
what?
no,
You
no.
know what's crazy is I always thought that too, and then I got a bidet for my house. I'm not scrubbing my ass with my
Well,
hand at my
Sturka
house.
does.
It's different. It's different when you got running
Sturka.
water.
Sturka, if you're listening
yeah,
to us, why are you
but-
doing that?
You just at home. What do? You squirt it, and then you
Yeah, but you
dry
got
off with a
unlimited
couple
water.
squares.
We've got a bidet at mine.
And we did have limited water, and I still used it. and
For
it
the
was-
record, while we're talking about the Skirka debate, we did have another shout out to signing up for the Trek Blogger program. We did have in the group chat like 50 people debating the ass versus toilet paper versus
true,
wet wipes
yes,
thing, and
yeah.
it was riveting. So if you want to see
Good content.
50
Check that out.
people argue about whether to wipe your ass with your hand or use toilet paper,
Yeah.
Sign up for the Trek Blogger
Do you remember what
program.
the poll results were?
It was like pretty overwhelmingly used toilet paper and
Yeah.
white wipes.
That's
Yeah.
right.
Oh,
That's the correct answer.
But a lot of very strong words.
This was just like it was probably 60% effective compared to what if you purchased a backcountry bidet. I don't know what brand, but
You
if you,
think Jess 60?
We have
I
one
think
here if you want it.
it
Let's
was
see it.
really.
Let me see it
I
real
would
quick.
love
Break it out.
that.
Let me
I
see
don't
it.
know
Oh
where-
my
it's gonna
God.
take me a while
I
to figure
think
it out.
I think there's one up there.
way.
There
I
was
would
the
love
one-
that.
Remember the?
Yeah, it was a
The
So-
Baker's Mark?
No, it's we put it up on that shelf somewhere.
That would burn.
It should also be behind the backpack.
I would love that
It's
because
possible.
I do think it's going to change. It's going to change everything
Yeah.
as far as the chafe goes.
Oh, those
But
are my shoes.
we got to wrap up day 3. Day 3, we night hiked, like leaving that water
For
source.
a while. Through a cool wash.
Really
Very
cool wash.
cool.
It got really
That's
narrow.
when I got stabbed by an agave.
Yes.
Because I had my light on.
And there was a little rock scramble that we had
A
to do.
dry fall.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah.
And it was really nice. Beautiful night. And we got a little grumpy at the end because we were tired about finding a flat spot to camp.
Zach walked past the
and
most
I
It
sense
was
that you guys
easy
were
spot.
grumpy.
It was because
Yeah,
you
we were
walked
in a
past.
great mood.
Jess and I were having
Yeah, we
an
were
awesome
chilling.
conversation.
Listen,
Yeah.
I wasn't
Obviously, it was too
grumpy,
great.
Just ready to get to camp.
And they passed the most beautiful flat spot.
We
But
had decided we were going a set amount of miles.
It was
We
beautiful.
committed.
Yeah, but when you don't know where camp is and you pass camp, it's like, that's the spot.
Devil you know, devil you don't.
If we had taken every stop that you guys wanted to take, we'd still be hiking that trail.
Boom.
What do you
And-
mean every stop?
and
I
we'd
want?
be happier for it.
Elaborate.
If we go to the motel and then take the first available campsite, sometimes you just gotta push.
Is this guy
Sometimes you
complaining
just
about
gotta have
hiking?
an adventure.
He's saying, I wish I wasn't hiking
Sometimes you
right
gotta
now.
stop and smell the fucking bungholes, bro.
Yeah, that's right. I'm ready to push deeper into the night.
Yeah, exactly. The
Have to push
bungholes.
deeper
And
in
then everyone came over to my place for dinner,
Yes.
which is where
True.
Jess mentioned the
I mean, my
most
tent was
potent.
directly
It
there.
was incredibly potent.
The
It was directly
potent-
downwind.
the potent toot. I apologized as soon
Oh,
as it came
that
out.
was the potent.
That
toot.
was the
Incredibly
potent toot.
potent. Yeah.
I
it-
actually do recall this
Yes.
toot.
It was a lifer. It was a
Yeah.
lifer.
Yeah.
Wow.
And
A lifer, like meaning like he caught a customer for life.
No,
out
like
of
I'll
you?
be on my deathbed.
Like, boom,
And I
snag
did-
one.
I-
Let's go. Smell my taint for life.
I did apologize as soon as I caught a whiff.
Oh yeah, no.
And
No, in your defense, you
Could
were,
have held your breath. However, it was
love this.
33 degrees already, and so it was probably it just settled.
Yeah, it was. It
was
was
a
like
cold,
damp and
smelly
cold.
It was so
that
damp
night.
and cold.
Yeah.
It was so
it didn't
cold.
help that I was like actively eating dinner, so it was like consuming.
The inside of my
Gas.
tent was.
She complaining about seasoning,
wet
y'all.
that
It's
night.
just seasoning.
What
No,
are-
I do
hey, by the way,
apologize.
people were right wondering what is everybody carrying for food for dinner?
Call
Zach,
it Jolly Smear.
what was everyone carrying for food? Wow.
Straight to jail.
Like a jaw smear. What was everyone carrying for dinner? What?
Oh, I came for dinner.
Yeah.
Jeez,
That's
Louis.
not-
Everyone
I said
came.
carrying.
That's
I
he,
said
this guy gets it.
carrying.
Everyone came over
Carrying.
for dinner.
What were you carrying for dinners?
I think I had some mountain houses.
Yeah, let's talk about some of those.
Oh, the first one. Yeah, it was either the meal was not good or the bag was old because it tasted like I ingested 10 pounds of plastic.
Did you get it from one of those?
No.
Okay.
It was from my house.
Those are all expired.
Yeah.
Mountain House,
No, no,
my
no,
house.
no.
My house.
Do you have dehydrated meals on there?
Yeah.
No, they hadn't expired. I checked the that was the first thing I did after eating this.
They were
This
like
is definitely
wrinkled beyond repair to the point where the plastic was shedding
Jolly
off
got
inside.
a really cool photo of me shining my headlamp
Yeah.
into the bag, and there's like little streams of light
Coming
poking
out.
out.
Yeah.
So yeah, that definitely scarred me. I will say I had a Mountain House meal after that. Didn't have that same issue, so I don't know. Maybe that
Just
was
one.
a lemon of a bag.
Like
but
to the
But-
point where you tried to trade me one of your meals for like something else. I think.
yeah, it was the
You tried
same.
to give it away, and we were like, "No, thank you."
I did scare you guys,
Yeah.
but yeah, that was not.
What were you carrying for dinners?
That night it was 2 ramens and a bunch of tuna dumped
Nice.
into
Love
a
that.
pot.
That's a-
Classic,
that's a favorite.
Yep.
What kind of ramen, by the way?
That was soy and chili.
What kind?
Great
What
flavor.
kind of tuna?
Sweet and spicy.
I love that's a fan favorite
Yeah,
here. Personally.
phenom, and
Yeah.
then maybe a little racha.
Who did I give? I gave you some mayonnaise.
Oh, you did, yeah,
I gave you
yeah.
some mayonnaise.
Pro hack right
Made it
there. Add
creamy.
mayonnaise to your ramen. Make
Nice
it a little
and creamy
little
ramen,
creamy.
yeah.
You had the great call
That
of
sounds disgusting.
at Taco
It's
Bell
good.
getting
Oh,
a bunch
yeah.
of hot
If you
sauce
put a
packets.
mustard packet in your ramen,
It's
I could do
oh.
mustard.
I did
a
busted
mayonnaise
mayonnaise
packet?
and when we were at the Taco Bell in Salt City, I grabbed a plethora
Yep.
of
Yeah.
Taco Bells and I gave you
That saved me a
of-
couple of nights for
Yeah.
sure.
Oh yeah, I stole a hot sauce for that
Yeah,
as well.
yeah.
Yeah. That was nice.
What did you carry for dinners?
I had ramen and mashed potatoes. I'm a
You
simple
made
fella.
ramen bombs?
No, not.
Oh, you did one or the other.
Yeah, one or the
Okay.
other. I'm a simple guy.
I also carried ramen and mashed
Yeah,
potatoes. as
but
well.
I'm
Also
on
simple.
I'm on the the tonkatsu.
Toucans.
Oh,
Yeah,
the
yeah,
fancy
yeah.
ones.
It's fancy. I'm not on the
no, you're
marsh.
not. No, I'm on the
Marshing.
bottom barrel.
Yeah.
But
Really?
There's a couple. There's like there's the T word one.
Top ramen.
There's another word too, but there's top ramen and there's Marachon or whatever how you pronounce it. Yeah.
Yeah.
So we're just simple people. Okay, cool. All right. So the end of day 3.
Oh, is it not fun
we
when
get-
someone doesn't listen to you while you're talking?
I don't even give a flying fuck.
I mean, is anyone listening right now? How many hours in
Oh,
are
no,
we?
this is for a
Gosh.
job episode. We're still. In the
If you
infancy.
turn
We're in
this
that
on,
sweet spot.
if you turn this on to help you fall
I'm
asleep,
still
it's
on
morning
trail
right
at
now.
this point. Which
Yeah,
is
by
great.
the way, thank
so-
you
this is
that
so
we are
BJ.
keeping Jess on
I'm
pod
still
trail.
here.
Yeah, this
Can
is
we
so-
do part
For
1,
all
part
you
2?
By the way,
Jess
this is where it
heads.
starts getting juicy.
This is where
that standpoint.
it begins to unravel. Okay, so let's go.
Coldest night on trail by far.
Very
by the
cold,
way.
very cold.
27 degrees when we woke up.
Yeah.
Anyone be too cold at night? I mean, we never really got to be.
No.
And everybody slept comfortably enough.
No.
The inside of my tent was very wet. My sleeping bag was very wet.
I did stick my feetsies into the compactor bag that I put in my backpack, which
Okay,
helped
that is a
pack
thing.
in some heat,
Pro
and that was
move.
very nice. That was
Pro
nice.
move.
Yeah.
That's a big deal. I mean,
Yeah.
that's like you like got it. You were like my toes are too
Well,
cold.
here's the issue. I've never slept on top of cactus needles before, so I put my
Again.
yeah. That was
How does this keep happening?
that was where I'm just not used to it. I don't look for them, so I
I
like sat
spent-
down, and the first thing I
Oh,
did
you know
was
what?
sit right on a
That
cactus
happened
needle.
to me a few times. Like little like sprigs, not
Yeah,
an actual
yeah,
cat.
Yeah, like a
And-
goat head.
My
Yeah.
ex-therm has lived 1,000 lives,
Yeah.
and she will not quit on me. So
I love
I
that.
wanted to protect her.
I love that.
Knock on wood.
Yep. So
What's up?
I was sleeping on top of my backpack and then put my cute little trash compactor bag on. I slept on top of all of my toiletries and all those things. So my bag was safe.
Smart girl.
Thank you.
Let's frame day 4 because the headline event is we're a little concerned because our resupply, at least definitively mine and Jess's resupply is at Lake Kayamaka, which is logically the next place that you're going to have a resupply option. There's a little camp store there, but they will hold boxes for you. Jess, Jolly, and I all sent boxes there.
I sent 0 boxes.
yeah.
Ran the gamut.
yeah.
No, no, this fella just carried more food. He
I
was
did-
like,
by the way, I carried more food than was necessary the entire time.
Same.
The entire time.
no, he started with that food.
Yeah.
Did you carry food from the start to the finish? That you didn't?
There may have been a ramen or something like that
crazy.
that made
Yeah.
it the whole way, but other than that, no.
But we learned that the store closes at 6, and that was 20 some miles out. So we knew we had to get an early start. So with it being the coldest night, we were up well before the sunrise, and that was definitely the coldest hiking of the entire trip.
Very cold morning.
I was wearing everything.
Wearing all of the things and then hiking to the RV park
Yes.
where we meet Brandy.
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 Don't call me whiskey, call me Brandy.
Is
By
this
the
day
way,
4?
That's what she said.
Day 4. Yeah.
Okay.
Brandy was a trip.
In the best way.
Before we get into Brandy,
Go on.
elevation guesses, please.
Oh,
Okay, I haven't looked.
shoot.
I've been
Oh,
wrong
I
every
can't. I
time.
cannot vote on this because
That's
of
true.
spoilers.
Well, yeah. Okay, so to
Why don't
preface,
you tell that story while we come up with our guesses?
we'll guess after we get to. We'll guess after we get past the stagecoach. Okay.
Yeah.
So continue on with what you were saying with the getting to the stagecoach.
So yeah, we go to the RV park. This is to cut down from a 26-mile water carry because we got our water cache not that far prior to getting to this little offshoot that goes to an RV park where you can get
But
water.
then there was another possible cache point that we chose not to cache at,
Yeah.
and we were slightly concerned
True.
because the last day was hot as fuck.
Yeah. And that is marked as one of the reliable water sources on the GPX that
So we
had.
wanted to mitigate.
Yeah. And it's a spigot. Like it's going to be running all hours of the
And
day.
we thought maybe they'd open the store to give us some ice
Yeah.
cream.
This is one of those instances where we had optimistic yogiing thoughts, not like free food, but at least getting into the store. Didn't work out that way. It was
And to
fine.
give you PCT and geographic context, this actually is a place some PCT hikers will go to off the trail from, here we are again, Scissors Crossings.
Yeah, so we go to the RV park. This is the coldest hiking
I'm wearing
stretch.
every layer I own.
Yeah, no, literally, I'm in my hiking base layer, my mid layer, my puffy, and my
Jess
rain
gave
jacket.
me a hand warmer
Yeah,
to hold in my hands.
yeah.
I swear, did you mean for him to keep it that long?
Yeah, of course I did. His
Okay.
hands were so
Oh,
chewy.
I-
I'll try to make me feel
Because I
bad
had a
about
moment of like recounting that interaction while we were hiking away, and you were like, "Do you want to hold it for? Do you want to hold it?" And he
Yeah, it
was
was
like,
when we
"Yeah."
were still in camp. You were like, here, you can take this.
And I thought it
She
was
being-
like,
she was being very nice.
"Yeah, yeah, yeah."
It's
Like,
not
here,
like
you
my
can hold
hands
this.
were in immediate threat of falling
No,
off.
of course not. course not. But I was
Your
like,
hands are
damn, it's
so
cold. And you're like,
chilly.
do you want this?
Mhm.
And I was like, you know what? Sure, I will.
Jabba, I would give you the shirt off my back if you asked me for it.
Oh, it wouldn't
You know
fit.
what?
You haven't
How
known him
many
long
shirts
enough.
you wearing?
Clip
Just
that.
kidding. That's getting clipped for sure.
I will say, for any new hiker listening to this that's about to start the PCT or the AT or starting a through hike in an earlier month, like if you have an AT March start date or a
Those can go
PCT
far
April
away.
start date, sneaking a sneaky little hand warmer into your pack is so great
They're
for
not
when you
even
need
that
it.
heavy.
Yeah.
No, and here's a hot take.
How
They're-
hot?
They're consumable
Hot hand,
because
hot.
you use them and you get
Consumable?
rid of them, so
Oh,
they
they-
fall into your food and water weight. I would say because you're consuming it and you're done with it, just like your food. It's
Yeah.
not something that permanently stays on you.
Well, hold on. I get that aspect, but you're still carrying that to the end of where you can dump. Like they don't get lighter.
Right, but it's not base weight. This is not a base
fair
weight
enough.
thing.
Fair. I mean, fair. Certainly understand that, but they don't get lighter once you consume
For
them.
me, having an emergency hot hand was such a mental thing for me because I
Sure.
knew if I ever got so
Yeah.
cold I couldn't bear
You knew if
it.
Jabba ever got too cold.
Yeah,
You could save my life.
If Jabba was ever passing away in front of me, I could give
I
him my
have
hot hand.
never in all of my miles, just to paint this as in all my miles, never even considered a hand warmer,
Same.
let alone have one. And when she offered one, I thought about it for a second, and I was like, no. But then when my brain really thought about it, I was like, yes. I was like, I didn't even hike the AT in winter and never carried a hand warmer one time. You know,
It was chilly.
yeah, it was chilly. It was chilly.
I learned this from going to Buffalo Bills games in Buffalo in the winter.
Oh,
I
that's
didn't
different.
go
Yeah.
Bills.
You're not moving.
Go
You're just
Bills.
standing
Yes,
still.
Jess.
You're just
You know
standing
I
still.
fucking
Your
loved her.
feet, your hands.
This
oh,
is, this is not a
frozen.
comparison. All I'm saying is I didn't know that this version of them existed until this. So basically, my dad had a stroke last Thanksgiving. We took him to a Bills game less than a month later because that's what you do. And so I got a fuck ton of hand warmers because I was like, I can't let him die here. And
Damn.
but they have the hand warmers in sheets. Like it's
Yeah.
like an 8.5
Oh,
by
yeah.
11 sheet
Like
of
we're eating
paper.
cake right
and
now.
you could put it in your belly. You could put it on your back.
Whoa.
You could put it on your butt. And it's just like, it's like sitting on a piece of paper, but the whole thing's warm.
Yeah.
And for
That's
a football
cool.
game, it was amazing.
You're
But
like, line me.
if I were to start the AT again on March 4th, like I did when I started it, I would be sneaking one of those 8.5 by 11s
I
into
like
my
the
pack.
smirk on her face when she says sneak a little hot hand.
Because you know the
Oh.
night that you need it, you know that your whole hiking fam is like, fuck, this
Yeah, so
night
to
sucks.
Jess's point, like,
And you know you're in your
savior.
tent
She's so
like,
happy right now.
ooh, I'm not sad. This is great.
Well, what's crazy
Pack
is you
one.
have to start in the cold, otherwise your miles aren't going to happen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, you still have to do it.
Yeah.
You're not just like, I just got to stay here till like my tent dries.
Yeah.
You know, like you got to get up and start walking.
No, but talk about foreshadowing to our peak performance hack that we'll get to at the end. #Topos. If you're starting a trail and it's your first time, pack some fucking hand warmers because you can get rid of them at any place you'd get rid of the cast iron pan and the other weird shit you brought. But the amount of people that quit at the beginning of a hike because it's not what they thought, and the amount of that comes down to being cold or uncomfortable, fucking pack the hand
And
warmers.
to that point, getting rid of hand warmers and like trash, there were lots of instances on this hike where we could get rid of our food trash.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
And, on
And
a
I was
lot
very
of hikes-
happy to do it every time. And I was very adamant to make sure everyone got rid of all their trash every time.
You could easily go the entire thing without shitting outdoors too.
Yeah. Yeah, you could. I would say not necessarily easily, but you could.
You ever regret bringing
If you're
a hand
pooping once a
warmer?
day, you have one opportunity
Zach,
every
the
day.
second morning, maybe first morning. Did you poop first morning, first thing?
Yeah.
Yeah, so every morning, first thing, Zach was pooping.
I'm
for
just
the
saying.
record.
I'm
That's
just
his
saying.
routine.
Yeah.
I think I dug maybe 2 holes the entire time.
Yeah. I poop when I need to poop. I know a lot of people can control their bowels better than
I
old
feel
Z
like
do.
you're a morning pooper
Okay.
on trail.
And especially, I've been supplementing with magnesium at night, and
You
that
love your supplements.
that
Oh, that
runs out of your
gets her
system.
going.
That definitely keeps it.
So
Zach
at
loves
the
his nutritious pills.
Stagecoach- At the Stagecoach RV, a funny thing happened. Like, wow, we talked about Brandy. We met Brandy. We never were able to actually get, like, to the store. They didn't open it up. It didn't open until 10. We were there at, like, 8 or whatever, something like that. Maybe even earlier. But I took a shower.
Oh, yes, he did.
I took a shower.
Meanwhile, Brandy is showing me how to do
Yoga.
crazy stretches in yoga.
Yeah.
Because I was like, my hip flexor hurts.
Yeah.
And she was like, do happy baby.
And in hindsight,
down
I was like,
in the
could
dirt.
this have
I
saved
love
her?
Happy
It was
Baby.
sick.
Yeah.
It was so cool.
But she's doing it on a concrete slab.
Concrete slab, cold as hell, 8 a.m. This
And
woman is
just
happy baby.
energetic about it.
I
She's
was
like,
I loved
"Do
that woman.
this."
I was like, what are we hiking for? Let's hang out with her.
But like, I didn't have a
birder.
towel. I didn't have any soap or like. I was just like, we got in there to like fill our water, throw some shit away, brush our teeth, whatever. And I noticed that there was a shower, and I was like, I'm taking this opportunity to clean my butt because I had already had like, I don't know, like a butt that wanted cleaning. You know, Jolly knows what it feels like to have a butt that wants cleaning.
I just bidet.
But he just bidet. He bathed.
The night before.
He showered his butthole the night before, and
The
I
night
was
before.
jealous.
And I actually put hot water in my bottle from the faucet and bidet at that
at that spot.
in that
Oh, I
where,
didn't
while
know
you
that.
were showering.
You never even told me. You kept that from
A
me.
sneaky little
I don't
bidet.
like that. but I did a full blown shower. Originally, I was just gonna like clean my hair, clean my butt.
Yeah.
But then I
Right.
was just like, all of it.
Give me your elevation guesses.
Okay, elevation guesses. Jess is now.
I'm gonna
we're
give
not there, we're
everyone.
not-
Everyone gets a buy round. You had a buy round last time. She'll have a buy round this time.
I'm gonna say it's pretty spot on with the day before. Personally, so
Say
I'm
a
gonna say
number.
44.
Okay. How many miles is this?
I'm gonna do 36
It's
again.
about 25 ish.
34, 36.
I'll go
24.
43.
43. Damn.
Okay. The next day we do, Zach starts because he keeps
Sure, that's
picking
fine.
after.
That's fine. What? What do you look at? You already? What'd you say?
36 again.
30.
Look at
Oh,
I do think
wow.
I think we climbed less that day.
44.
I mean, we
43,
probably climbed
36.
less, but I don't know. I just felt
We climbed less.
So the reason that I'm
just
not guessing this
felt it.
day is because I only went 7 miles this day.
Yeah.
And while he's looking it up, do you want to tell us why?
Yeah, absolutely. So this is right around the time where I'm really starting to feel the hip flexor is screaming. And we have a miles-long road walk from the RV park all the way to when we get back into the woods. I did not even make it back into the woods. We're on a major road, and where this road is many of these cars are heading right into Julian, which is by far like the biggest town in this area.
Totally.
And my thought was, if I get into the backcountry at this point and I do not catch a hitch, I'm going to be stuck in the backcountry with a bum hip flexor, and then I'm going to have to tomorrow hike to a nearby road.
Here's a question. Is there
It
any
made
part
sense.
of you that's like, fuck, I'm on a work trip with my employer that has paid to send me here, and part of it is me hiking this thing, and now I've got to bail halfway through? How's that going to look?
I was pissed. I was pissed. I called my boyfriend and I was like, I think I'm about to fuck this whole thing up. I was really frustrated. And again, I've never quit a hike like this before. And I was purely ready to just like pound it with aspirin and Adderall and just get all the way through the trip.
Is there any part of you that's like concerned about your work performance and how it looks on like a work standpoint?
Oh, 100%. Yeah. Because again, I mean, like, name any job you're going to do a backpacking trip for work. And then there's also the side of, I'm going to be posting this on social for work, and what's the story I'm going to tell? I got hurt. Like, that's embarrassing for me. So yeah, totally. I was not happy about it. So I was trying to push through it as hard as I could.
How long is this going through your head before you finally got to this point? Because I can't imagine that you felt like, okay, this is my end point, I'm going to stop, and just stopped. I imagine that this was probably something where you've gone devil angel on the shoulder for a ways up until now.
No, 100%. At this point, my thought is I'm going to hitch into Julian. The boys are going to hike all the way to Lake Kayamaka where the food drop is. And I'm just going to spend the day recovering, and then by tomorrow, I should be good. And that evening, the boys are done hiking. They get into Julian, where I'm staying at this lodge. We go to get dinner, and I can not lift my leg more than 2 inches. Like, I go to lift my knee off the ground, and I can barely move. I've had hip flexor issues in the past, but never to that degree, and I knew something was wrong. And my thought was, okay, like, I Epsom salt soaked, I got in the tub, and I was icing, I was heat, I was doing everything I could, pounding. I was at like 1,000 milligrams of aspirin at that point, and nothing was helping.
Is there any part of you that's like, my entire job revolves around long distance hiking? And because I think this is
Chaunce
like,
is really breaking it down.
the mental aspect when you're thinking about getting off a hike is relatable to everyone, and everyone
Yeah.
goes through these feelings. And after I'm done asking her questions, I will put the disclaimer that I don't think, honestly, not because I work with Zach every day, but I do not
Jess.
imagine Zach would ever have held this against you in any way. But
No.
but But at the same time, you're not in the position Zach's in. You are very much an employee, as am I, where it's like there are things that you can't help but worry about.
Jess, I would have personally wanted a 0 day on this hike.
Yeah.
But before we dissuade, I want to hear that side fact, because I think also a lot of listeners, like, these are dream jobs. Your job for a lot of listeners is a dream job. So to be able to hear some of the less glamorous aspects of, oh shit, here's what I went through, like, it makes it a little more relatable to people. You know?
Totally. And, like, to be frank, like, Zach was super supportive when I came to him and was like, yo, I'm hurting. He was like, cool, like, head to town, relax, like, I'll take on the vlogging, like, no issue. Like, I was never at any point worried that, like, if I didn't make this hike, my job was on the line. That's a silly thing to worry about. But, like, I think it was more of, like, a personal pride thing, because, like, having never quit a hike, and then also, like, hiking around all the boys, it might just be, like, an internalized misogyny kind of deal, but I was like, I can deal with this. Like, I can do these miles. Like, my body's hurting. Who fucking cares? Like, I'll take the aspirin. I'll feel better. Shut up, body. I got this. And at no point was I ever like, this is too much. I'm freaking out. It was like my body actively told me,
needs a minute.
Yeah, you're asking too much of me. And I had to be like, okay, I can either risk my entire hiking season and stay at home and deal with like a torn hip flexor, or I can deal with the short embarrassment of like, yo, I overestimated, I overcommitted, my bad. And then I'll go on another hike later in the year, or I'll go back and I'll finish the San Diego Trans-County Trail at a different point. Like, it was just like a mental switch for me. I either had to decide, is my body worth it, or like, should I just decide to say, fuck it, my pride isn't the most important thing in the world, and I can head home and recover.
Yeah. Well, I think it's a good insight, because I think a lot of people, when they consider, should I continue or should I quit, regardless of the reason, that's kind of all they're weighing, and they don't have the job aspect there too. So I think there's almost, like, not almost, but there is more pressure on you in that setting, just coming at it from the perspective you're coming at it from. And I think that's insightful for people to hear. Again, I don't think you would have gotten home and gotten a formal email from Zach being like, hey, you didn't fulfill your, like,
your
that never would have
happened.
happened.
Led me to believe.
But, like, fuck, I've thought that shit too sometimes, where I'm like, geez, I'm supposed to be the hiker and I can't fucking keep up. Like, this is what I'm supposed to be doing. Like, I need to perform here.
Totally. 100%. Yeah, no. It was it wasn't an easy choice. I don't want to make it sound like I was like, you know what? I'm done. Fuck this.
No.
Like, it was never like that. There was a lot of tears. Like,
and the last hike that me and Zach did together was the Northville Placid Trail. Zach didn't finish that trail, and I asked him the same.
Piece of shit.
I asked him the same kind of questions in the recap of, what were you thinking what was all the thought process and all this and that, because it's the same. It's not because you're you or because he's him. I would ask anyone those questions.
And to be clear, Jess, when I said I would love to have taken a 0 day on that hike if it was like my hike to be taking a 0. Like, my IT band, my glutes, my quads, at times were extremely angry at me. Like, I was sore. Not just, like, I was muscularly sore. And then I was, like, at other times, like, it was pain. Like, it was actual pain happening. I was like, this wasn't comfortable at all times. Honestly, it really wasn't. Like, I'm fortunate enough that, like, the amount of hiking that I do lends itself to a certain level of, like, muscle memory and joint memory or whatever. But it was not comfortable at times for me.
Well,
it was painful.
I'll also say, this is my assumption, correct me if I'm wrong, but I feel like the overall vibe going into this is we're not doing a super hard through hike.
oh yeah.
Well,
Right.
when someone says, okay, 20 miles per day, you think to yourself, oh, I can do 20 miles per day. That's nothing. But, like, that's not really what it means. When someone says, because our first day was a half day and our last day was a half day. So then you compress.
It was more like 7 days of hiking.
Exactly. So those 7 full days of hiking were almost entirely over 20 miles per hour or 20 miles per day.
Yeah.
So, like,
I
a
just
20.
want to emphasize, not everybody hears I can do 20 miles a day and is like, that's like nothing.
That's fine.
No, but I think
you're
that's
right.
an important
You're 100%
distinction.
right.
That is an important distinction.
That's what I
That's like
thought.
the number to aim for when you're on the
That's
AT,
fair.
which is where I
That's fair.
came from. I'm used
Yes.
to crazy like acclimation. Like
100%.
my body enjoys that.
I'm glad you mentioned that.
Yeah, because super
feel
flat
that same way,
hiking,
yeah.
and I think that's maybe where the disconnect was, because you guys are so used, like big miles, like don't mean anything to you. Walking in, I trained a fuck ton before this hike. I don't know what else I could have done beyond hiking 10 miles a day to train for it.
So I actually wanted to ask about that because I know you did a lot of exercise before this hike, but you didn't do a lot of...
I didn't do a lot of hiking.
Or any hiking.
Yeah.
I think that was because you had voiced concern about the mileage that we were doing, and I think I downplayed it, and that's my biggest regret is because I'm used to doing big miles with people who have a lot of backpacking experience, and I think I kind of just normalized that as like I'm surrounded by that all the time. That's what people around me do. And I learned that, like, you know, we all are at different points in the journey, and after the AT, I wouldn't have been able to do the SDTCT at the rate that we had done it. And I think it was good for me to recalibrate, being like, oh, even being like the old fart that I am, like I do, as Jabba said, have the muscle memory to be able to pull out 20s and do it with, I mean, it was just not comfortable at all times, but like honestly relative ease because I've done this so many times in the past. And you don't have that. Like you're still new into your thru hiking career. So that was one thing that I overlooked.
Yeah. I think if my body had not rebelled the way it was, I would have kept going. I was having so much fun. The trail was beautiful.
We were definitely having a great
time.
time.
Yeah, we were having a blast.
Yeah.
We were laughing a ton. Like the will was there for me. Had my body not rebelled against me.
We had a good crew going on.
Yeah, we were
No
hooting and hollering.
Yeah.
Brothers.
I also think if we could A/B test it with you drinking water and eating food, it would have been a different story.
Had I taken care of myself,
Yeah.
maybe?
Oh, in hindsight, once you left, we were all like, yeah, that probably led to a big spiral of the body rebelling. Like,
Yeah.
between the food, like lack of eating and the lack of water.
For sure.
Because, like, I mean, there were I drank all my water at all times, and even I was feeling dehydrated without all the circumstances that you were going through.
I struggle with consuming water normally, day to day. I'm already bad at it. Add going into the backcountry when I'm already struggling physically. The idea sometimes drinking water feels like drowning to me.
Some people hate water. Some people have to drink only like liquid that tastes like something.
Yeah, I'm a little baby and I like my water to taste like lemonade.
Element.
Yeah, so much element.
We did drink a boatload of element.
So much. Every water had an element in it.
You could see the element rings on my hat.
But also, like, desert hiking, you don't feel sweat.
Yeah.
Like, it just evaporates.
Right.
It just turns into salt.
Yeah.
And so you don't get that reminder of, like, oh, geez.
Except on that hot day, huh?
But also,
Wow,
you have
of, like,
you
dripping
have the
sweat.
AT under your belt. I didn't have the AT under my belt when I did the PCT, but it was, bringing up Scissors Crossing again, going into Julian, where the girl I was hiking with suggested, should we do a 20 today? And I haven't rewatched the video in a long time, but in the vlog I posted of that one, there's one of me sitting on the trail filming myself being like, Courtney wants to do 20 miles. I can't fathom the idea of it. And I feel like coming from the AT, because the mileage is so different, it carries so different, until you understand desert hiking and know how the mileage can kind of feel comparable, even though it's so much more because the terrain is different. You're still looking at that number and you're saying, holy fuck, that's a high number.
I remember when a 17-mile day, and AT was my first through hike as well. I think for you it was.
Yeah.
I remember when a 17-mile day was the pinnacle of my hiking existence. Being like, holy shit, I just did 17 miles in one day on the Appalachian
I remember
Trail.
feeling that way about 12 miles.
Yes,
Yeah.
absolutely.
For context, day 2 on trail, I know your said was like 22 or 23 miles. My GPS said 26 to 27. The most miles I did on the AT was 27 miles. That means that day 2 on the SDTC, whatever.
No, day 2 we did, according to the Gaia, was 25 and a half.
Yeah.
But my Strava showed more, I think.
That
for what it's
was, in context, the second most miles I had
Ever
hiked.
done.
That was coming off of no hiking.
Yeah.
It's the middle of winter.
Let me throw in some unsolicited advice here. I think if that's the case, not to be like, you should have, but in general.
No, you're right. I should have.
No. In general, I think if anyone's hiking in a group and they have something like that where it's like, hey, this is the biggest day I've ever done, or this is like coming up on it, that should be something that's shared, because I think that deserves like
Well,
severe.
that's part of the reason why I was like, let's
like,
get a motel room.
Speaking deserves severe like praise. Like, I feel like that's something where the whole group is like excited, like, fuck yeah, you did it, that's your big. And but if you don't share that, that's like you in your head being like, holy shit, this is crazy, and no one
No,
else
she
really
told
gets
us.
Did she?
She did.
I'm not saying she did or didn't. I'm saying in general, like share
it
those
was
moments.
mentioned.
But it was pretty like in passing. Like, oh, that was my biggest mileage day ever. But not like
It was mentioned.
Okay, before we move on,
But not
flip
in-
side, because I want to. Oh,
not in
Jolly.
the caliber you're talking.
Yeah.
Not in the same.
Right.
I want to grill Zach a little bit the same way before we move on, just because I feel like
Just want to beat Zach up.
No,
about this.
no,
Got it.
no.
Go ahead.
I don't
I'm
beat
all for
Zach
it.
up.
I'm all for it.
will you just take a break from the mic for a second?
Sure.
I just feel like it's like people love listening to the conversational aspect as well as the trail recap, and I think this is interesting. So flip side, for you coming at it, I talked to her as the employee coming at it from shit. This is my job. As the employer, how is that for you? Having I brought my employee on this, and they're not holding up well. Like, what's going through your head?
No, I was, and I would love to see if Jess corroborates this, gently nudging her into like, I think I had suggested hitching into town.
No, yeah, you were very good about being like, yo, take care of yourself.
The vlogging, the content capturing was so second to like bringing Jess out here and getting her killed would be a million times worse than having like an interrupted vlog series. Like that is such a superficial thing. So yeah, my primary concern was Jess's well-being, and I'll be perfectly honest. When she said that she was going to hitch into Julian on day 3, I was relieved, and on day 4, I knew that was the right decision. I asked you in the morning. I'm like, we're now jumping the timeline. On a scale from 1 to 10, how was your pain? This was after you had taken 75% of the previous day off. You said a 4 out of 10. That's before we had even started hiking, and she was all pumped up on like painkillers, like over-the-counter painkillers, I should say. She still had a 4 out of 10 when we start the day. That was a situation where, like, if you were my little sister, I would have told you, like, you have to stop hiking. Yeah. I know we don't have that relationship where I can say something like that. So I was relieved, not in the way that the message was delivered, obviously, but the decision that you had come to, like, instantly I knew that was the right thing. And there was nothing but relief. There was zero disappointment.
I think that's just to close out the conversation. I think getting your side is important too, because I don't want the listener to take away, Jess, are you worried about your boss, and not get your side of it where it's like, yeah, he actually does give a fuck, you know?
And I will say I'm disappointed from the standpoint of, like, we were having a great time. Like, I missed the vibes of hanging out with Jess on trail, but, like, in terms of her doing her job or anything from that standpoint, God damn it, that like is the least important thing. I think honestly, having this conversation here is very representative of backpacking in general. Like, this is part of the story. The fact that somebody had to get off trail because they pushed too hard is one of the most common stories you're going to hear in the world of thru hiking. So for Jess to be able to relay that, I think gives an accurate sample as to what thru hiking actually is.
Yeah. What's our elevation count for day 4? We got 36, 43, 44.
We're still talking about, well, day 3's not over at this
day
point.
Day 3, sorry. What was the...
sorry. Yeah, okay. Yeah. So day 3, and by the way, everything that we've done to this
is day 4, no?
I think we're on day 4.
We're on day 4.
Okay, then day 4.
We never handed out shots for day 3.
Yes, you did it. You did the day 3 shot.
That
makes sense.
That was you.
Yeah, day 4. Okay.
Very much you.
Sorry.
Yeah, this is day. Yeah, this is day 4.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Okay. I'm sorry. So day 4.
This is Kaimaka.
Oh wait, we're guessing now.
No, you guessed 44. He guessed 43. He guessed 36.
Okay.
Oh yeah, Jabba has to take the shot, is what I gathered, because you looked it up.
Yeah,
right?
the look on your face said,
yeah.
Also,
Can't.
For the record,
We're out.
I'm in Julian eating pie at this point.
Yeah, at this point. Yeah.
I'm chilling.
You're fucking pie,
Well,
as Zach would
so
say.
I'm fucking pie.
Okay, good.
I'm chilling.
Great. Just smashing bits. Got it. So
Sorry, Mom.
the day was 21.57, which we shaved some, by the way.
Yep.
Just at the end there. 10 hours and 12 minutes. That was, by the way, I took my watch off at the stagecoach.
Yep.
So probably we were there like an
this
hour,
is a lot of
and the elevation
wrong.
gain, a lot of the elevation gain that we did was exactly 3,000.
Oh wow, way less than I would have guessed.
Okay, so Jabba loses.
I do. And what I'll say,
I'll take it.
real quick.
There is
No,
Appreciate
Jolly, you have
Appreciate it.
plenty of opportunities to
I'm
lose.
gonna drive, so I'm not gonna do it.
Yeah, Jolly doesn't have to drive.
Yeah.
So he's now taking the shots
okay,
for
yeah.
everyone.
So you could take it for Jabba.
He's now our representative.
No, you
No,
got the
no,
maker's
it's
mark
right
up
there.
there.
So real quick,
when we
I will
run out
say
of that, we got the stuff we
from
brought
a
back from Austin.
Jess
Oh my God.
standpoint of making the decision when she did, in terms of my personal experience from the moment she left, that climb after she left was like I got fucked up. Like,
there was a
like
climb
that.
after I left?
Yeah, I mean we hiked down for a little bit,
Oh,
but then the next climb after you left was all the elevation.
That was
So
my
all
least favorite
3,000
climb.
feet. I like almost like had to like stop. Like my heart rate was in like the 170s. I was extremely dehydrated. I was like overheating, like all of the above. So like
I'm eating pie and drinking.
yeah, well, no,
Bloody
I'm saying if you had
Marys,
continued
brother.
without,
yeah,
you
I'm
tried to be
glad.
strong. Like
Yeah.
if I'm dealing with this as a, basically
Imagine
healthy.
doing all that again, but carrying me.
That's what
It
I'm
would've
saying.
been
That's what I'm
a very
suggesting.
different height.
Yeah.
Don't let Jabba carry you. I just heard Zach laugh
By the
from
way,
down the hall.
if you're referring to the time you jumped over my body and broke your face,
Oh my
Do you mean the
that
time you
wasn't ever
offered me a
I offered
piggyback
you
ride
one.
in the
Yes,
Uber?
You missed the mark.
Again.
It is what it is.
Okay, here while Zach's
The
gone,
maker's mark?
here's the thing.
good.
Next time when we do day 5 elevation guesses, don't let him guess in the end because he keeps guessing in the middle of your numbers so that he's never on the far end. That's why he keeps not losing. You pick 36, you pick 44, he picked 43. He keeps picking in the middle so
Who,
someone else.
him?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He
Okay.
guesses first next time.
Yeah, that's fine.
Cool.
That makes sense.
Cool.
I agree.
Okay, so night 4, you're in town, you're loving life.
But we are like we make this climb. I like almost have like a heart attack essentially, and finally, but we get up to this like everything from after that climb is all flat more or less, and it's breezy and cool. And we walk through like some meadows, and finally we get into some trees, some actual trees like ponderosas, and we cross the Pacific Crest Trail, right, just north of Mount Laguna. In fact, we even run into some day hikers who were like, "Who the hell are these people?"
You're only at Mount Laguna. I mean, I know you guys have hiked
North of
other
Mount
places
Laguna.
and
North
other
of Mount
ways,
Laguna.
but when you're crossing the trail and you're at Mount Laguna,
I mean, this is if you're hiking big mile days out of the southern border, we're on like day 2.5 on the PCT where we cross.
no, I know, but I'm saying like for all that you've hiked on this trail to get to the PCT and be at Mount Laguna, does that feel a little bit like I've gone
weird.
nowhere?
It's weird.
We were definitely looking forward to crossing over the PCT. That was a high point of the trail.
We
for
don't
us.
do any miles on the PCT.
Well, I
It's a
guess you guys did the
literal
PCT
crossover.
south, so I mean it different. Like when I got to Mount
I've
Laguna,
done it
it felt
northbound
like
twice
fresh
before I ever
start of the
southbound.
trail.
Yeah.
So what I'm saying is on day 5 to hit Mount Laguna, does it feel like I'm hitting it like PCT wise
yeah.
at the start?
As
But
a,
I've,
Day 4
as a
still.
Sobo, I can't answer that question.
right,
day
like
4.
does it? Is it
I
a
know,
mind
bud.
fuck?
I know, bud.
Is it mind fuck?
I know both twice.
We didn't see Mount Laguna, so we came across the trail in such a nondescript area that
didn't
I
go
don't
in.
even
recognize.
I wouldn't.
Oh.
You see the PCT emblem,
It's shrubs.
You
and
don't
you're
go
like,
in.
oh, cool, but
It's-
no. We're I don't know, 15
nothing.
miles, 15 miles north of it, maybe.
Laguna?
Yeah.
Probably more.
Yeah. Okay. So
If
like,
there
we're
wasn't a
in that-
PCT marker there, you wouldn't know that you're on
I
the
thought you
PCT.
meant
No.
you went into Mount Laguna.
No.
Oh, no. I said we were north
like,
of Mount
To give you a little
Laguna.
That's my
perspective,
fault. I just
we
don't
are
listen
up
when
at
you
the
talk.
elevation that Mount Laguna exists.
which is when we started to see
But
the trees.
we are closer to Scissors Crossings
Got it.
mileage on the PCT wise than we are at Mount Laguna.
So we're probably what? Scissors is 75 and Laguna's 40. We're in between that.
We should have Polly clip this and put this at the start of the episode. Hi, Backpack Radio friends. Throughout this episode, if you are someone who does indulge, drink every time you hear the word
Scissors
scissors.
Crossings. Or just, scissors, or
Scissors.
mashing bits or something.
Every time you hear the word scissors, take a sip of whatever you're drinking. And if you're not an alcohol person, have some water.
Just hydrate.
Worst case scenario, you will be really freaking hydrated
You
by the
should
end of this.
hydrate.
In the interest of time, let's fast forward a little bit.
Okay, day
Oh my
6.
Hiking
goodness.
into Lake Kayamaka. Actually, that was really cool.
Where's Lake Kayamaka?
It's just after we
just-
crossed the
It's
PCT.
the end of that difficult
Day
climb.
4 day.
He
Okay.
hardly fast forwards.
For me, I wasn't fucking there. I don't
We
know
gotta
where
get
we're
to Jess.
fast forwarding
We gotta get
to.
to Jess. We gotta get to Jess in Pie Town. Or, sorry, Julian.
Yeah.
Not Pie Town.
So the whole reason we started early was to get to Lake Kayamaka in time to be able to retrieve our boxes. Lake Kayamaka is an entirely different ecosystem. Literally, this is the first tree that we've seen on the
You
entire
talk
hike.
so much faster when you want to get home to your kids.
No, the kids are asleep. We're past that point.
What time even
I'm
is
just-
it?
we're now-
Oh my gosh.
We're
2
now we gotta
hours and
wrap up
40
and we're
minutes into this.
This
halfway.
is a short episode for Jabba.
I'm just trying to, for the listeners' sake, trying to get to the.
No, we should just do part 1, part 2.
highlights.
We're just to
No,
halfway.
we'll keep going. I'm just saying we're not yada yadaing this. We're
Yeah.
fine.
So Lake Kayamaka is an entirely different ecosystem. It was the one part of the trail where it felt like no other part part of the trail, I should say.
Why?
100%.
Trees, tall grass.
Beautiful lake.
Go through a
Nice
ponderosa,
lake.
a lake.
Yeah.
Body
Nice.
of water.
I thought it was beautiful.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's the literal high point of the trail. You're just shy of 5,000 feet, so it's chillier up there. That's probably the place that you're most likely to see wildlife just by the vibes of it. We didn't actually
we
see
did.
anything.
No, we saw deer.
Did we?
100%.
Yeah, you couldn't
yeah,
see
there
them
were
because
deer.
your
Oh,
eyes.
he didn't see it?
Your
Oh, yeah,
eyes.
yeah.
Suck.
You were like pointing at the deer,
was
like
like,
there
right
were
there.
deer. There were
Yeah.
deer.
I couldn't see it. My eyes do.
There
were-
I assume they were mule deer. I'm sure of it.
He wouldn't know that, but sure.
I know the difference between whitetail and mule deer.
They were so far away.
Yeah,
They were
the
mule deer.
muley's got the big ass ears.
They were mule deer
Yeah.
for sure.
Yeah, we got there. We were excited because Jolly got a notification that his mail drop was delivered like
Which
10
was a
minutes
stressful situation
For sure.
Yeah.
prior to knowing we were going to go into Julian.
At 6:30 a.m., it was still in San Diego, and it said it was moving through the system.
An hour before we got there, it was still.
It just got delivered like 45 minutes before we got there.
Why did you
Yeah.
mail drop?
Well, when that day started, we never knew we were going
We
to
did-
Julian, so we thought that this box was everything to us.
Right.
Essentially.
Yeah, starting that day. Yeah, we didn't plan to go to Julian.
Yeah,
That wasn't
so
the plan.
originally, and a lot of people recommend to mail to the inn at Lake Cayamaca because if everything is going according to plan, you're not going to end up in Julian because Julian is not on the trail in any regard.
But a simple
have
hitch
to-
away for what it's
You
worth.
have to hitch on your way
Yeah.
there. So you can very easily, if you don't want to do the mail drop, you can hitch very easily to Julian. I made my way to Julian twice extremely easily, not an issue. But if you do want to just grab your box and keep going, the mail drop to the inn at Cayamaca is what you want to do.
So this wasn't just like a jolly box. This was everyone in a
This
jolly
was-
Everyone
box.
except for Jabba.
Yeah, me, Zach, and Josh.
They had a box, which I'm pointing to Jess and Badger, and Jolly had a box.
Separate.
Sassafras.
I
Well,
shipped
and
mine.
Badger.
You.
You're welcome.
What was your story?
Remember, he carried his food
Oh, I
from the
carried
start.
food.
had to carry his food.
I carried
Yeah.
food.
He just was. He said he didn't want to go to the post office to
Yeah,
deliver
he
a
quote
box.
unquote did not want to.
Honestly, laziness. You ready? Laziness, which actually led to
which is
heavierness.
Yes, that's hilarious.
But laziness in the moment.
Like-
Which is so funny when you're
Home
with a
laziest.
group that you're sticking
But
with.
this
'Cause
is
it's
what's
like
so-
if they go, you kind of do go, don't you?
Well,
Whatever.
we walk right past the pub, so we had to pick our boxes up. But yes, the laziness factor is hilarious.
Yeah, but I also didn't need
because
anything
front
else.
country Jabba didn't want to go to the post office, but back country Jabba decided to carry 8 days
And then
of food.
backcountry drivers still
FCJ.
went to a grocery store and bought stuff.
Yeah. So we're getting close to the lodge there, knowing that we have to go into Julian because that's where we had rented a hotel room.
Got a hitch from a judge.
Which is funny. Jess had her own room, and then the three of us split a 2 double bed. And Jabba and Jolly shared a double bed. I was just like flat up, like I'm too old to be sharing a bed with anyone.
I'm
at this
not, and I'm
point.
older than Zach.
True.
I had my own room.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Unless you with Lily.
Oh, we didn't even. The best part is not only did we get a hitch from a judge who listened to our conversation while drinking beers at the Lake Cayamaca restaurant.
So that's what I was gonna say. We were about a mile outside of the lodge, and Jolly plants the seed in my brain, like maybe we should go get a beer and an appetizer. I'm like, fuck yeah. Jolly.
And then
You
I was
need
like,
a
maybe we
seed
should
planted?
only get a beer. But then we got the nachos
So-
anyways.
Like always, that's an easy decision. That's an
Yeah,
easy yes.
yeah.
But we were up against the fact that it was starting to get dusk, and we needed to catch a hitch to Julian, and hitching at dark is
So I'm the
difficult.
jerk
with
that
three
said,
dudes.
Yeah.
and I'm the jerk that went to our waiter and was like, "Hey, if we get an appetizer."
What's the fastest food here? Is
Like, what's
basically
the quickest
question.
food we can get?
Yeah.
He's like, the nachos. And I'm like, sweet, because we're trying to get you a hitch.
Yeah.
In a Julian, blah, blah, blah.
And you're asking that is essentially what got the hitch because the
Totally.
guy sitting at the table next to us came up like 5 minutes later. He's like, "Hey, I heard you guys need to get to Julian and you're in a rush. I'm happy to give you a ride whenever
And he
you're
didn't
done."
even live in either of those two places.
No, he was staying at the
In
lake.
Lake Cayamaca.
Yeah.
At the place where we considered getting a room from that was $250. Yeah.
So we take a hitch with that very nice gentleman into Julian, get to our room at the lodge, do our chores.
Meet us at the lodge with Sina.
Sina.
So yeah, so you get our keys,
Mm-hmm.
so you check us in, quote unquote, and we are able to go right into our room once we get our hitch to the Julian Inn, I believe it was, right?
Julian Lodge.
Julian.
Julian Lodge,
Julian
excuse me.
The Julian.
Julian Lodge. And we go up to a room, and I'm like, listen, they don't do. We all knew that they didn't do laundry
If
there.
I ever move to that town, that's what I'm going to name my business.
And it would be a winner.
The Julian.
She should rename it.
That's a great idea.
Yeah.
That's $1 million
Jess
idea.
said several times that she thinks your Les Chaunce Petite is an excellent idea. For
I think it is too. Dude, it's a fucking great idea.
So smart.
Listen, here's the thing. My trekking pole idea that they have implemented where they put the little emblem on the
With
trekking
the
pole where the tent is
where
to
it
show you
is.
how high to...
Already
A fucking
genius.
great idea.
Add that, but
Who's
also
doing
make the
that?
short
I don't know.
Gossamer gear. Dude, I send them all my ideas. I'm like, hey, you don't have to ever
For
pay
free?
me for these.
That's
yeah,
free.
absolutely I do.
Wow.
Tent
If
Jersey,
anyone
if
ever-
you're listening to this, you
Tents
piece of
for
shit.
sale.
Here's the thing.
Oh,
if
shop
ever,
Japanese
if
pieces,
anyone
they
ever
make
wants to
petite
pay
tents.
me for my ideas,
Yeah,
there's
yeah.
so much more
I
going
mean,
on up
a
here.
small fee would be nice.
But
Jersey.
I will give an idea for free if it benefits me, and that benefits me because
Oh.
I never know where to put my. I never
I mean,
know where to
$100
put my
for an
trekking
idea that they go
poles.
through with is pretty sweet.
If Gossamer gear, here's the thing:
$100 is nice.
breaking the
That's
wall.
so
Yeah,
smart.
give you a motel room stay.
I
somewhere.
didn't pay for my tent, and I didn't pay for my trekking
Sign
poles. If that is me giving them a free
Oh,
fucking
that's,
idea,
by the way,
fine.
product for them is nothing.
I don't care.
An
An idea in
is
my brain.
many more dollars.
I don't care.
Okay,
and
that's
you
fine.
know what?
That's
I think
fine.
if my
I'm
tent,
obviously
if
kinda
my
joking,
tent
by the
were
way.
to rip, if my trekking poles were to fail, I know they'd have me covered, and I
Fair
appreciate
enough.
them for
Fa-
it.
Absolutely,
and I'm
they're
willing
awesome
to give
that
them the
way.
idea.
Fair enough.
But the idea of to have it where if you extend your trekking poles, there's a symbol of a tent where you should stop your pole for the ideal tent height. That was a fucking genius idea.
And
With
maybe
the
each shelter should have its own little. So like, there's the Whisper, there's the one, there's maybe one or
Right.
I don't know. If
There's the 1 and the 2.
There's the one that's all the same height, but the Whisper has a different height. So maybe they could do a Whisper.
Yeah.
It's just a person like
Yeah, you sure
whispering
could.
in someone's ear.
Yeah.
Here's the thing. Also, though, the amount of joy I felt over how quickly it was implemented
Yeah.
was
Oh, they
like,
did it.
Oh my god, they did
Oh,
it, and
they
they did
did
it
it.
fast. That's what
Oh,
I'm
cool.
saying.
Because
Oh,
they
cool.
loved it.
And that's
Yeah.
it directly benefits
So
me because
what was
now
it?
I
Les
have that.
Chaunce what?
No, Les Chaunce Petite is a different idea.
Oh.
That is a ultra small tent for 5'4" and under hikers, where you're not getting
Wasper.
you're not getting extra material.
I do think that you could shop Japanese, and they like.
But
they make a
Gossamer Gear
smaller
said
tent.
that a lot of people in Japan buy the one
Well, isn't
as a 2-person
Mariposa-
tent. for
Yes, they
them.
do. And same thing with Six Moons. With
Exactly.
The,
So if they're
the
coming
Trekker.
to them, then I need to go to them.
Well, we
and
just
that's where I
can't
went to them and I said,
yeah.
hey, here's my idea. Make a. There's petite clothing lines.
Mm-hmm.
J. Crew, regular clothes, petite line, right? A lot of clothing retailers do that.
It's called
Have
Gap
your
Kids.
have your petite line where you have your petite tent.
Yeah.
Le Champs Petite.
I like it.
Anyway, we're veering. Day 6. What do we think the elevation is, people?
We're
Well,
on,
by
we're on
the
day
way,
Day
5.
4.
We're on day 5.
Jolly.
Yeah,
wait,
you wish
wait,
you were day
wait,
6.
He
honey.
said day 6.
I never said day 6.
Yes, you did.
No, the
Run the
fuck I did
tapes.
not. Run the tapes. Run them. Run them. Fuck
Day
it.
5. Okay,
Yeah.
so at this point,
But wait.
for context, where Jess is in the.
I go up to check in. This is
Talking
still
about
the end of
sign
day
up.
yeah,
We're
oh,
back
it's
to
the end of day
Sina.
4.
This is where it's at the end of day 4.
Yeah.
I called down.
We gotta yada
we want
yada.
we want laundry done though, and I called down and I'm on speakerphone I think or something.
Yeah.
And I go, hey, I'm sorry, like, we're through hiking and we want to get laundry done. Do you guys do laundry? And they're like, she's like, hi, my name's Sana, and I'm like, Sana, or Sina, excuse me, Sina, and I'm like,
Barely know
did
it.
you just say Sina?
He said, "What is your last name?"
I go, what is your last
which
name?
is a creepy question.
This is a very creepy question.
Yeah.
I felt that in the
No,
moment.
I felt that way.
I was like, I shouldn't be like if this isn't Sina, she's like, this is a creepy fucking question. So Sina, A, it is the Sina my brain is thinking of, and B, I met this person on the PCT back on my first PCT through hike northbound in Southern California. She's like, was in the area. Does anyone here remember Sounds of the Trail?
Oh,
Yeah.
Podcast?
I love
yeah.
This is
Sounds of the
Sina
Trail.
from Sounds of the Trail, and we did a podcast on physical trail while we were both physically hiking that moment. Just met on trail, and she's like, I want to do a podcast with you. I'm like, let's fucking go.
Which I listened to while gearing up for my 2017 PCT attempt.
Which is hysterical. This
And
is
I was-
before Jolly and I even
I
knew
was
each
20
other.
Is that her podcast?
Well, it's
She was a co-host.
She was a co-host
Oh,
of the
word.
podcast. Yeah.
It's so funny because that has been so far out of my. I don't
been
think
so
I've ever
long.
listened,
Yeah.
but I can picture the logo of that podcast.
Yeah. Yeah.
You think anyone will ever say that about us?
Yes.
Remember
absolutely.
Backpacker
I'm
Radio?
sure
Absolutely.
Too chaotic. We need
I'm
a
sure
better
someone
logo.
has a.
We'll
No,
change
no,
it.
just
No, they will
remember.
remember. They'll
Oh, remember the podcast?
Remember Backpacker
Remember
Radio?
the Titans?
Abso-froggin-lutely. Anyways, the point is, I was like, do you know who the real hiking Viking is? And she's like, of course I do. Because while I was on the PCT earlier last year, she was trying to send me a box because we stay in like contact. We just hadn't seen each other in 9 fucking years. So like we were aware of each other as recently as my PCT hike last year, and she was trying to send me like a resupply box on trail multiple times that it never panned out. And here, as fate should have it, we physically crossed paths, and she had just started working the front desk 3 weeks earlier at the Julian Lodge.
If you are hiking the PCT this year, please,
Sina
please
is awesome.
Say hello to Sina.
Stay at the Julian Lodge.
Yep.
Julian
She's
Lodge.
so nice.
She is
She was
that
very
bitch.
cool.
She's
She
delightful.
is that bitch.
And look for her earrings because they are
And-
fabulous.
And she also gave us a ride back to the trail the next morning.
And took us to a dope breakfast spot.
Yep,
The
on the
bagel
way.
place. That
So
was
what
nice.
you guys did not see after I made my way back to Julian after hitching back in.
Trail
So,
fun
so
time.
okay, so for story context, at this point,
Sorry.
Sina has dropped us back off at trail. We've eaten a lovely breakfast. I've eaten pie straight out of the box.
Totally.
And now we are heading back onto trail. We've made it 1 mile, and at this point, I can essentially no longer move. Like, I can barely move my left leg up like a 2-inch rock.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking about 90 miles ahead of me, and I'm like, this is not going to
You're
work.
not even thinking 90. You're thinking like, how do I get to like our first break? Probably.
Essentially, well, my thought
Yeah.
is I have 90 miles ahead
Yeah.
of me. I have people around me that are trying to enjoy their vacation. And if I
Work, according to the IRS.
We
It was
It's-
work.
it's
I
work.
agree. It was
Okay.
also
The
work.
classic worker
As
vacation.
far as the
Is it trail
IRS
of vacation?
Yeah, right.
there are people around me trying to enjoy their tax
write-off
free-
vacations.
their tax write-off vacation, and
Charlie
I.
gets it.
If I get
It was work.
hurt and I'm in the back country, I'm either going to need to be rescued or one of them is going to have to carry me out.
Sounds like some workman's comp.
By the way, I would have.
And I have signed away. no, but for real, at this point, I'm like, I don't want to fuck up anybody else's trip. So I can either head back to this
It's a
main
shitty
road and get my way back to Julian and then figure it out from there, or I can push on and risk getting a serious injury and fuck up potentially doing the JMT this summer, which is what I really want to do. So I make the call to head back to Julian. So at this point, I go back to the Julian Inn, or what was it? The inn at Kayamaka. I have myself a Bloody Mary, a very sad,
Fuck yeah.
very tranquil Bloody Mary.
A sad Bloody Mary just sounds even worse than bad.
Just picture me sad drinking a Bloody Mary.
I don't like that.
Yeah, well, keep picturing it.
I don't like
And
it.
then from there, I get to the road. A woman hitches me into town, and then I'm like, well, now I have to get back to San Diego. And future note, if you're ever hiking the PCT, you end up in Julian and you need to get back to San Diego, the bus only runs once a week on Fridays from Julian to San Diego. So if you get there on a Saturday, like I did, you're fucked. So you either have to hitch your way back to San Diego or get really lucky off the generosity of a stranger. Luckily, it is a PCT trail town. A stranger is likely to be very kind to you. And Sina was very kind and hooked me up with a trail angel, the professor, who got me back to San Diego in time to catch my flight. But I was trapped in Julian for 2 days because the bus does not run on time.
So you didn't even wait for the guys. You were just like, fuck this, I'm going home.
Oh, yeah, fuck the guys. No, they were going. They were on their own.
Love
journey.
that.
What am I going to do? Be like, guys, please, I'm going to be a Julian. I'll catch you along the way. It was an L at that point. For the record, it is several weeks out at this point. My hip flexor, I went to Orange Theory this morning, my gym, #Orange Theory, and I can still barely move. I have very limited mobility. I could not run on the treadmill, so I'm very proud of my decision to call it. I'm not happy about it, but it was the right thing to do.
Yeah.
And that's 10 days after you getting off trail too. Like,
Exactly.
just to put the injury into context, like
Yeah.
that's a long time.
I'm
so.
feeling very not 20, is what I'm saying.
Sure, but validating
has it
that
been
you
your
made the
birthday?
right choice.
A couple of weeks. Yeah, yeah.
Exciting,
Still some
exciting.
time.
30th
Yeah.
birthday's coming up.
Yeah.
Exciting stuff.
If you want to celebrate my birthday, Just Takes Trails on Venmo.
1300 Jackson Street, Golden, Colorado, Suite 100. Mail Jess a birthday present. At least a card. Throw a
Yeah.
little Starbucks gift card in there. Why not?
You
She
got as
works
many days
hard.
as you want. That's good. Yeah. Jolly
Okay.
knows our limit.
So this is day 4.
Yeah, so it's kind of funny because the point that Jess gets off trail is probably the beginning of where the trail starts to suck
Yeah.
the most dick.
Day 5.
So
What a compliment, Jess. What a compliment.
Yeah.
It's almost like I'm the secret factor.
Did you bring
Absolutely.
the vibes?
It's almost like.
The vibes went way down.
Jess was missed, full stop. But also, it was at that point where we we veer onto a trail, and we're like, let's just see how long we veer onto a road. We're like, let's just see how long we're on this road for. And like, we're looking at the map, like, still road.
Telling you, my fingers got tired.
Road,
We kept going.
Road. And we're zoomed to the point where it's like 1/10 of a mile is every scroll. And we're doing this for minutes. We're literally on that same road for 9 miles, a paved road with cars.
And we were on that road for 16. Once
Was
it
it 16?
turned to
was
gravel.
a lot.
It just kept going.
Basically, there was almost no single track that day. Almost none.
For the rest of the hike, there was very little single track.
Yeah.
And the stretches that we got single track were at night, so I don't even think we got to fully appreciate it. But yeah, Jess got off trail, and immediately the trail started to suck dick.
It's almost as though I'm the secret factor.
Oh, shit. We needed you.
So for this road walk day, what are we guessing the elevation at, boys?
It was all downhill, 0.
Yeah, can we guess negative?
Okay, I haven't looked. I am just pulling up the overtime Wisconsin-Illinois game real quick.
800.
Oh, was it overtime? Nice.
It's overtime. You are up 89-86.
Oh, Dave's losing his shit right now.
He's
Is this
definitely-
edit-
there's a minute and a half left.
Do they edit this,
No.
or does this
No.
just run?
This
This will be in
is-
there.
Okay,
if
here
people
we
are
go.
listening
This
right
is
now.
on par for the course.
Yeah,
Oh
no
my
doubt. I
god,
don't give a shit.
this is crazy.
All right,
What
so
minute are we
Who
at?
cares? Day 5.
Day 5. My final guess is 950.
950 feet?
Are you sticking with 0?
I'm going to go with
No. Sorry. 14.
14. Okay, I'm going to go 12.
Oh, fuck. Those are good numbers.
Told you not to let him go last.
That's all right.
It's okay. What's he
He's
gonna
taking
say?
the shot regardless. It doesn't matter.
Oh, really? We'll see.
I like a tasty beverage. What can I say?
There was climbing at the last part of the day.
There's
I'll split the difference. That's
13?
a terrible place
What
to
a
go.
loser.
That's the worst place to be. What's the likelihood it's going to be within that 100?
Okay,
range?
14, 13, 12.
Exactly.
All right, here we go.
It's whoever's the farthest,
You
so you're
played
locking
this-
yourself into
you-
not losing.
That's
You
true.
do this
Played the
every round.
safest.
No, the last time I was on the extreme. I went to the highest on
No,
the.
you were 12. He was 14.
No,
Day 5.
This fella.
the previous ones I was the highest.
You were 42. He was 45.
Jolly wins. It's 16, and I'm the lowest. So, but it's the best place to be if the number's high.
That's
So
true.
1,600 feet of elevation gain.
Jolly drink?
Because I'm a winner. We give winning shots around here.
Yeah, we did make a bet earlier in the
That
hike
is how the trail works.
because I pulled out the old expression, an ounce of prevention, and then I just kind of paused, and Jabba was like, "It's worth a pound of the pain." I'm like, "That's definitely
By the way,
not." what that
I will admit that my thinking on that was moronic.
yeah.
So I was obviously way
I
off.
think I said the same thing though when you asked. I said it's worth a pound of the pain.
Yeah.
I said no, it's worth
And
a
this
pound.
is-
Because
Sure.
the one that's pound is an ounce of pound is worth an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of pain, or ounces equal pounds, pounds equal pain.
The saying is, an ounce of prevention is worth
Yes.
a pound of the cure.
Correct.
And I made us make a whiskey bet on it. And I assumed that by winning the bet, the other person had to take a whiskey shot.
Which is insane.
We reward alcohol around these parts.
reward it.
Yeah.
Yes.
You
If you
think that
win a bet, you
I-
get the beverage.
Guess
I'll
what?
pay for my own whiskey, no problem.
Yeah.
We all took the whiskey shot,
Yeah,
so
of course we
it was
did.
a moot point.
Yeah.
But yeah, that day, I will say, had we been able to do that single track section, it was actually very cool to do it kind of at dusk. But the climb part, I thought that would have had the potential to be a really cool stretch of trail. We just did it at the end of the day, and I think
It was a wide single track, by the way, because it was very, very heavily trafficked
Yeah.
trail
It had shade
from
structures.
that big. It's a major trailhead.
Yeah.
And
but it kind of reminded me
Ramona.
of PCT trail. Like I thought it was nice trail.
It was wide,
Yeah.
And-
very
yeah.
wide. There were like benches and shade spots all
Yeah.
along the way. I saw toads with my redhead. I used a redhead light a lot
There
of
were
it.
toads.
I used the redhead light for a lot of it, but we had a very bright moon.
Why do you
for a
call
lot
it the
of
redhead light?
I said redhead. I meant
Oh,
red light.
sorry,
I
are we
don't know.
not on
Sorry, a lot of
Backpacker
ginger
Radio?
Stuff. I apologize.
You can say redhead light. I'm like, the
I
what?
don't know why
The
I
redhead
said that.
light.
Listen.
The ginger light. Sorry, my
Yeah, the-
mistake.
I did
The
see the
cinnamon
You just
red
can't
light
stop
connection.
thinking about me.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Can't get Chaunce out of my head.
So
Get it?
I get
Yeah,
it.
there-
Relatable.
there were frogs, and that trail would have been nice. I was bonking hard coming in like the end of the day there.
What, are you gonna show some toes right now? Or are you looking at the game?
I'm looking for the Starlink.
Oh,
Oh.
my god.
Sounds like
Starlink.
day 5
oh, you
was
had the
kind
video
of
the
a
Starlink?
wash.
Yeah, it was pretty sweet.
No, sounds like day 5 was kind of a wash.
You know, that road walk wasn't terrible. It's supposed to actually be our hottest day on trail.
That's
according
also,
to the
it's
weather.
also when Zach found a tick
Did I
embedded.
ever I don't know why you're someone I send these things to, but were you the person I sent the video to when I saw it?
Yeah.
So I saw the Starlink train across the sky once when Garrett was driving us to the mountains.
Instead of human centipede, satellite centipede.
I don't know
This
why
will be
I
on
sent it to
YouTube.
Backpacker Radio, but I was like, I think I just saw every UFO.
Yeah.
I don't know what's happening.
They're in a
like,
conga line.
Someone called the police, and I think it was Elise that was like, "You saw Starlink."
By the way,
Crazy.
Zach got a tick embedded on him at a late lunch spot.
That's your worst fear.
So I saw
And
a
it
little,
was
I saw a little
apparent.
black.
He was stressed.
I saw a little black thing on my leg, and I'm like, I think this is a tick. And Jabba probably knows me to be a little bit of a hypochondriac. He's like, that's not a tick. And then he goes over to look at it. He's like, bro, that's a tick.
100%.
Yeah.
We did a lot. Thank God we had service. We did a lot of research at that point in time.
It turns out Lyme disease does exist in Southern California. So
Does it?
that only exacerbated my paranoia.
Oh no.
Yeah, I immediately went into like panic mode. So I take the tick, put it in a Ziploc bag. Like, I'm going to send this to a lab. Jolly gives me a Sharpie. I circle it in case the bullseye rash spreads from there. But yeah, I went in a little bit of a tailspin there just because, like, as it's well documented on this podcast, Lyme disease is a fear of mine. And to get it in a place where I didn't think it was possible was just kind of a bummer for me. Eventually, I got over it with enough research.
Not really, because then I had a tick embedded on me.
Fast forward 2 nights, we'll get there.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Will we?
So it's not a deer tick. It's called a
Black-legged.
a black-legged tick.
Yeah.
And yeah, but we surmised that it had probably come from the previous day, and based on the time, it was probably on me for 24 hours, which means it was probably embedded in me for less than that. And if it's embedded in you for less than 24 hours, even with a deer tick, it's unlikely that you're going to get Lyme disease. It's a very low probability.
Very low. Very low.
Yeah, but I
I
didn't
bet
like
you're
that.
still freaking out.
No.
Presently, I'm not.
Same.
No, I'm not right now, but in the
At the time,
moment.
yes.
Yeah.
100%.
Absolutely.
Well, the
You
whole-
feel it. You're like, do I have symptoms immediately?
Yeah.
Oh, I feel achy.
And
Did you all go into your tents that night and check your buttholes?
No.
Oh my god.
Really?
No.
I checked Jolly's when he was sleeping, but
Jeez, I mean, I was cowboying, baby.
Hair away. He's like,
You
like
had a
monkey
tick on
looking-
yourself and you didn't go into your tent and check your butthole?
No.
That's
No.
like where they're probably going to be.
No,
that what
it's
you
not
do?
actually where they're
Yeah,
probably.
you put your
Where they're
front.
probably going to be
you
is
take
at
your
waistlines
iPhone.
and sock lines.
No.
His was at his sock line. Mine was at my waistline. That's where they're going to be.
I was wearing
You
pants.
take your
long
iPhone,
sleeves.
you turn your front-facing camera
Listen,
on, you
I
put it
have
on the
had
ground,
that
and you
moment you're
squat
talking.
over it,
I
and
have
you
done
look at
it.
your butthole.
I've done it.
Oh my
I've done
God.
that.
Jess
That's-
doesn't know about this.
No, I don't, but I'm about to start doing
check
that.
your
Put your
butthole
foot,
when
turn your
you're
front-facing
obsessed.
camera on.
No.
Oh my God, hold on.
Don't you have a
Let me
partner?
show you
Chauncey is going to
angle
literally do
You
this.
have
I'm
a-
not gonna take
By the
off
way,
my
drop your pants.
Chauncey,
this is the Patreon content.
this is crazy. Chauncey has a.
You put your camera on front-facing
That's
camera,
so smart.
and you squat over
With
it,
your headlamp.
and you've got a
With your
clear
headlamp.
view of your a-hole.
That's genius.
First
And
of
then
all,
you
this
just
is
Yeah.
a
look
lot.
in there and
Yeah.
then say
This is-
anything
this is
there.
a
any
lot.
The
butthole?
ticks were
She's
way.
literally
No
finger
one
on
hole.
butthole right now.
My finger's not on my butthole.
No, I watched it.
Sniff
I
it.
saw you
Put
put it
my
on your
pants up.
buttonhole.
But you see how good that
Oh
view
my
is?
God.
You can see everything in there.
That's so
The
smart.
dark
Yeah.
hair.
Let me
Hey,
just
maybe
say,
I'll do
the
college with
ticks.
that.
That's where they'll go. That's where you gotta check.
The ticks were so small,
Send me
you'd
that.
never see them. You would not be able to see them.
It's got zoom.
If you're a little furry down there, you're not gonna see it.
Well, okay. Call back. Do you shave your asshole?
No, no. But actually, we talked about it this hike, and it sounds like a good idea. Actually,
Trim.
definitely like with a 3 guard or something. Just-
Patreon
trim,
only.
trim.
Jolly
Yeah.
shaves his asshole. Subscribe now.
yeah. Okay. Sure.
You think the beard on his face is big?
Butt scribe now.
See you there. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. So that happened at our lunch break. The ticks.
Yep.
Not the camera. Whatever you just did. That was crazy.
So
I've never even thought to do that.
Smart.
The last
I
headline
have literally
event-
done what she just did. By the way.
Really?
I have done it before.
I
On the Florida Trail when I had 50 ticks pouring out of my
crazy.
beard one time.
That's
Literally. Oh, it was
disgusting.
fucking
I would.
nightmare fuel.
I would shave.
The last 2 headline events is one we knew at the Ramona Creek Trail Fallhead. You have service and you have access to a road. It's well documented that you can order pizza there,
And we did.
which we
Nice.
did. Yeah, we
Yeah.
ordered like $60 worth of pizza.
We ordered 2 pizzas and a Coke, 2-liter bottle of Coke.
Yep. Also, we realized that it was the end of the day and we were done hiking and we're in a place where you can't camp. And
We thought we were
What,
going to
at
hike
the
on it.
Ramona Falls?
We
Really?
thought we were
Yeah.
going to hike on from
Yeah.
this trailhead because of the camping aspect of it.
Yeah. So this is another one of those examples. This was less inflammatory than the previous example that happened allegedly. But there's a caretaker at the trailhead there, and Jabba walks up to the caretaker and he's like, "Hey, are you in there?" And the guy comes out.
RV.
Yeah. And he's explaining the situation. I guess.
He has two very mouthy little dogs. And he comes out, and I'm like, "Hey, I'm so sorry to bother you. We're hiking this route," and he's like, "Oh, the C2C," and I'm like, "Yeah." And his guy's, by the way, all tatted up, like in a tank top, like seemed a little gruff, but he was like so super chill. I was like, "Listen, we're happy to hike on, but we'd love to be able to stealth camp down here at one of these picnic tables that have a little like a shade structure over top of it, and there's like a water spigot, and there's a pit toilet, and it was literally like a dream. So like it was like the perfect spot to camp if it was allowed." And he's like, "Well, what?" He's like, "When do you think you're gonna get out?" And I'm like, "We'll get out early, 6 a.m. We'll be out of your hair, and it won't be a problem." And he's like, "Yeah, you're cool, man. No problem at all. Just get out early because people show up, first thing in the morning to go." And it was a weekend. I think it was a Friday night, right?
Mm-hmm.
If not a Saturday night.
I think Saturday.
Which, yeah. So he's cool about it. I said, "We're ordering pizza, yada, yada." He was cool as hell. However, in the middle of the night, around 1:30, I think.
Yeah. It was 1:30.
There was like 3 or 4 drunk, like
A
19 to
car full
22-year-olds.
Drunk teens.
That
Yeah.
showed up in the middle of the
Yes.
night,
Yeah.
and were like geeking the fuck out, like smoking.
We were really
weed.
close to the parking lot. The parking lot was maybe
Extremely
like
close.
50 feet away. There was a little winding path that took you up to where we were. If you walked it briskly, it would take 30 seconds to get to us.
Yeah,
And we heard their
not
voices for like it felt like 10 minutes.
Oh my gosh.
maybe longer.
The
They
amount
were having a whole party in the parking lot.
there was a little bit of this, a little bit of that, and a little bit of bro, check this out, and a little bit of, man, this parking lot is really cool. I didn't even know this was up
We
here.
all woke up for sure.
Yeah.
We were all hearing everything.
Oh.
We're like, what is that?
At what
right
point
now?
do we confront? Like,
Yeah.
what point do we get up and say something? Anything.
So Jabba, what did the kids say as they hiked up to our general vicinity?
Oh shit! What's that? There's something in the bushes.
Get back to the
Go
car.
back to the car, and they all ran
Wait,
back to the car.
what's going on? Just get back to the car.
And they got in their cars, slammed the doors shut, and just scurried off.
Did you guys start barking?
No, we didn't
say
do
we
anything.
weren't.
Oh, I was just thinking, Jess,
on
I'm
a
like, they should have
cowboy
pretended to
camping.
be bears.
No. And there's
Jabba
no-
and Jolly on all fours, growling like bears in the night.
I don't
as
know.
High schoolers.
I
Come
thought about
on.
that.
I
thought,
saw
what are you
Spin
doing
Walker,
here?
man.
exactly. You just turn your
We
headlamp
also are
on.
not that far from the RV. They would have heard us. It could have been a thing.
Could have
We
been
were
a
trying
whole
to
thing.
mitigate anything and just keep sleeping. I was
But
exhausted.
our hearts were racing.
Oh,
we thought there was
absolutely.
going to be an interaction.
A little
And we don't even
confrontation.
know
Your
what they
heart
saw,
was
'cause we
racing
weren't
about
even
some teens.
We weren't
Well,
in
they're
the
fucked
bushes.
up. We don't know what's going to. You don't want to encounter somebody
We
on
weren't
substances in
looking
the
at
middle
them. We
of
were
the
laying
night.
flat with
Jack,
our eyes closed.
Zach's afraid of teenage boys.
Oh my gosh,
By the way,
all
we're
I'm going to
speculating they were
say-
teenage boys. We have no idea. How
They
old
were
You guys
young.
gotta take it a couple of teenage boys.
Now, hey, anyone?
Clearly, we weren't
Teenagers are
scared for our
scary.
Yeah.
lives or anything.
Maybe
We were
one
just-
or two.
We were just worried about our sleep. We were just like, we don't want to get up and have a thing happen. We're just trying
Yeah,
to sleep.
because what if they're like super? And obviously they were really intoxicated. What if they were like, well, we're gonna hang out?
And you
here.
never know who
What
was
are you
gun.
guys
For the
doing?"
record, you never.
Yeah.
know.
You just and then like
You
hey,
started pee farting.
they would encourage it. They're teenage boys that are
They love
wasted.
that.
Oh, nice fart, bro. All right,
Yeah,
sweet
no,
bro, boy.
Good pee fart, brother.
Dude, nice. Can we have a slice of zaws, bro? You got a little extra zaw? I see the zaw.
They're out hikering you.
Oh my gosh, these fellas. Well, anyway, yeah, and we were in the bushes. We were just on the concrete slab, so we don't know what they saw, but
They didn't see. I don't think they saw us. I don't think there's any way they
There's
actually
no
saw
way.
us. But the guy who's in the RV, he did say, "Be careful at night. There's mountain lions and coyotes."
Yes, and so I actually was trying to fall back asleep and was like, what if they did see something in the bushes? What was in the bushes?
Yeah. It
Because
made us think all kinds of
like,
things.
what
all
if they
night.
did see eyes or something?
They were stoned, I think.
They were
They
definitely
were not sober. There's no doubt of that. Anyways, we got up in the morning. We ate leftover
But
pizza. Drank.
this is foreshadowing of all of days. We're on day 6 now.
Yeah. So we already
All
had
of
this
day
interaction
6.
that's like, okay, we're now in more urban territories at this point.
And I'll say this next day was. I said the previous day was the worst day. This is the worst day.
Day 6 was just hard.
It was the worst. because so there's a
Just not enough
notorious
time for all this.
there's a notorious stretch of the trail where you have to bushwhack for a long time. There's one report, I think it's on Reddit, where someone says to go 2 miles took them 3 hours. You're bushwhacking through like high head chaparral, and it's extremely sharp bushes. To go even a little bit of distance, like you're just getting sliced up. I'm in shorts and a short sleeve t-shirt. Like I did not gear appropriately for this bushwhack, even though I knew it was coming. I was prioritizing staying cool over protecting myself on the bushwhack.
Well, and that's to avoid the red line, which takes you in, like the actual trail map takes you on a road that is private property that people have had guns put on them for being on the property. So the bushwhack's an alternate to that. I'm like, that doesn't sound fun.
In addition to a long bushwhack, this was also literally the hottest day on trail. We're at a little bit lower or like a higher elevation, so it's not quite as cookie as it could be in the middle of the desert. But I run the calculus of being like doing this extremely strenuous bushwhack through the heat of the day. We were going to be there through noon, just getting scraped the fuck up. We saw that there was an unmarked road to take an alternate.
It was named. It was a named road.
I can actually
Name it.
I can double
I think it
check
was
that.
Foley.
Say
It
it.
started with an F for sure.
Oh, I don't know.
Just look that.
I'm gonna
Look
look
that
it
up.
up. I'll look it up.
Hypothetically, what would the name of the road be?
I don't know.
I'm just
Keep
thinking that
talking
Real
while I look it
Housewives
up.
quote where she's
But
like, name 'em.
We sat down and had a mind meld for probably 30 minutes to talk through like the pros and the cons of like, do we want to do this very strenuous bushwhack, or do we want to go on an adventure and link up some roads and hike around it?
Get shot.
There's potential.
Turns out the road walk that we did was through private land the majority of the time. Allegedly.
No, it wasn't.
The majority of the time it was.
It was not.
It
So
what do you remember?
it was a road. It was a dirt road.
Yeah, but it is private land.
Only for like a hair. Just a little
Someone
hair.
give their like. How do either of you know? Who
There's an
has-
overlay
So,
on
Goat Maps, it shows not only what's public versus private, but also like who owns the land itself. So like we have pretty good intel on what is public and what is not.
But it was a church camp, and so
Yeah,
we
I'm
thought
looking for it.
like, oh, no one will be here. We'll get hit through here real quick, and then hop on this dirt road.
Featherstone.
I knew it started with an F.
Or hold on, that's the canyon we hiked through
Anyway.
ultimately, but the actual.
Also, for me, part of the math of making this decision was I was a little bit wigged out still about getting a tick on my body from the previous day, going through a very short section of tall grass, doing 3 miles of bushwhacking. I'm like, I'm just going to be covered in ticks after this.
Featherstone,
I can imagine you're
it was
acting pretty
called
paranoid at this
Featherstone
point.
Canyon Road. It
Yes.
was called
I
Featherstone
imagine
Canyon
you're
Road,
like
which
probably
went down
tweaking a bit.
into a Christian camp.
Tweaking wasn't the wrong
word. You're right.
No, it's not. I was prepared to do it, primarily because Jolly's like a true redliner. He really wanted to stay on the primary route. He was the one that wanted to do the true.
No, I'm not
I wanna-
doubting
I
that you
wanna do
would
that
do it.
bushwhack,
I'm just
baby.
saying you were probably like a little.
For me, the
The
primary.
bushback would have been extensive.
Yeah, for me, the primary reason of not wanting to do it was the heat combined with just getting like scraped the fuck up. And again, we did
No,
it.
not even scrape the fuck up. Like torn clothes, torn skin, and like it was actually also very hot that day as well. Full sun, blue sky, no clouds, and the bushwhack was up to Rock Mountain, which was very steep of a climb, and hiking up through those bushes wouldn't have just been difficult. It would have been like a mind melt.
And throwback, previous guest, we had Buck 30 on the podcast
Very.
way back in the day.
This is a critical part of our decision-making process.
He had written an extensive trail report saying that he took some he didn't actually publicize what alternate he took, but he decided to take a road walk around the bushwhack because he was so worried about it, or he just wanted to avoid it. He didn't use that language.
We're
in particular.
underselling this bushwhack. I guarantee it.
No, Buck 30 was pretty, I would say, hardcore.
He's hardcore,
when we
for sure.
interviewed
Yeah.
him.
Yeah.
If he were to say that, I feel like I would heed his
Yeah.
guidance.
So my primary reason for considering doing the bushwhack was just because I could see that Jolly was disappointed to do the alternate. But Jabba and I think we're pretty synced up about like
I got no problems taking the route we took. However, it came with its own
It came with its
interesting
own thing.
choices.
Yeah.
its own outcomes, I should say, and circumstances surrounding our choice.
So we hiked down to this abandoned Christian church camp.
We didn't know it was abandoned.
Yeah.
And we didn't know it was private until we were there.
Yep. We get down there. There's a house there, and the owner is just hanging out outside of his house.
Is this abandoned or is it just January?
church camp is
Camp's
100%
not in
abandoned.
session.
The church
It's just
camp
not
is-
in session.
It's run down.
Oh, no, it is run down beyond
It was
like
run
repair
down.
and some.
Like it wasn't just boarded up for the winter. It was
Got
run
it.
down.
Okay.
Yep. And as we get to the house, like a car pulls up. There's dogs running.
Huge dogs.
Yeah.
Huge dogs, big truck.
Like immediately, you could see this turning.
We're all like,
poorly.
oh my God, these dogs are going to attack
Like
us.
these are huge dogs.
Jabba has the instinct to take his hood
Oh,
off,
smart guy.
pull his sunglasses down, because like the look of guys with their hoods on and sunglasses
Mm-hmm.
on is much more intimidating than like people who are willing to have like
Yeah.
a conversation and
Eye
make
to
eye
eye.
contact with you.
Friendly
Fair.
faces. Hey, buddy. This is what
I
we're
wave
doing.
immediately,
You
and
know.
he so. Well, first we immediately have an interaction with the truck. I was like, "We're so sorry. We're not trying to we're hiking. We didn't know we're on private land." And the guy goes, "Actually, I don't even live here." He's like, "This is the guy you want to talk to."
He was
And-
super smiley. Though,
And
this fella.
he was super smiley, and we didn't know the dogs were or weren't here. We just saw these 3 dogs, and so the owner of the house, alleged owner, I guess, walks out and he waves as he goes, "You're good." So we were like, "Okay, well, we're not in trouble on being on private land at all,"
Yeah.
but the dogs were still a thing,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
we're like, "Fuck, what are we gonna do with these dogs?" Because we passed these other private properties earlier when it was part of the route where dogs are running down fences, barking their asses off at us, and we're like, if this fence didn't exist, we're getting bit.
And those
No
privates
doubt.
were like, we're on a public road, just like all these people that say like,
Yeah.
don't cross the fence,
Yeah.
private
Yeah.
property.
Yeah, they're like big estates and ranch properties.
Yeah.
It doesn't feel like the most welcoming.
It was not
experience.
welcoming.
That was the preface to what we were doing now. And then like this big black dog runs up to us, like we're a little skittish. Ends up being the sweetest dog of all time. It's like
Yeah.
some sort of a husky mutt, 2 different color eyes. He literally hikes with us. I'm not exaggerating, for 3 straight miles.
Oh, is that the friend that you
Yeah.
made?
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
to the
3
point.
miles.
To the point where
Big
like
balls.
And
by the
we're
way.
worried about him because he is just like
Because
panting.
we think it's their dogs up there at the
Yeah.
house.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And apparently, none of those dogs were owned by that people at all.
So as we're hiking down that road, another truck drives up the road, and it's a woman who ends up. She's the one living in the house. We're like, sorry that your dog has just been following us. She's like, that's not my dog. So like, we don't know whose dog it is. It doesn't have a collar.
And
like,
she goes, "There's wild dogs all over the place
Which,
up
like-
there."
which
we think
lets
these
us
are,
off the hook.
We think these are just like
I would've
random
ended up with a new
mountain
dog.
living dogs in the foothills of San Diego.
I literally made an Instagram post about being like, I think this is now our
A
dog,
lost
but we
dog.
can't take it. So like, I'm making a post being like, somebody has to come adopt this dog, because for that point, it's following us for
And it's
over
now our
an hour.
responsibility. It feels like
And it's over 80 degrees outside. He's literally just like
Panting,
He's
running
going from
from
shade to
one shade
shade.
spot to the next shade spot, just like hiking right by our side.
there's
Like,
no water anywhere for this dog.
it felt like our dog.
It really was.
And we're
It was
like
a sweet dog.
eventually going to be coming to a major road. And I was like, once we get to this road and this dog gets on this road with us, I was like, we're fucked. This dog's gonna get hit by a car.
Yeah.
I'm actually really happy I wasn't invited now because I would have brought home the
Well,
dog.
actually,
on
right.
the AT, I almost like before I got Harper, I almost had an Australian Shepherd in Virginia because there was one that a guy was doing trail magic and it was there and he said he found it and he was about to bring it to the shelter.
Yeah.
And I wasn't confident enough in what my after AT looked like to like know I would have a good life for it. But I was like, fuck, am I about to have a dog?
Yeah.
I would have. Oh yeah, I would have ended.
It was
up with a
yeah,
dog.
yeah. He's showing pictures of the dog right now. Very cute dog.
Oh.
Big boy. Big
It literally
boy.
Big
would just like
boy.
run from shade spot to shade spot, just like waiting for us.
But right when Zach
He was a
posted
sweet
that,
guy. He was a super
Literally
sweet guy.
within like
Immediately.
minutes of that post,
it just like runs off to this
we're
farm.
coming to the first house that's like on this road, like a ranch farm type house. It runs over to the house like it's his house. We're just like, oh, it must live
Yeah.
right.
Okay,
fucking
bye.
there.
Yeah.
See
And
ya.
then we never saw it again.
Yep.
And I assume it lived there, and I'm happy. We washed ourselves of the guilt of all of it, and Zach deleted the post. And
Yep.
yeah,
And from that point, we hike from more private property onto the Indian reservation on additional roads. And like the vibe is still pretty shifty there.
and we're
Yeah.
getting closer to urban areas where there's more traffic, and we're just like we're off route, and we're like we have no idea, we have no beta whatsoever on this route at this point. Not that we have a lot of beta even on the regular route, but you know we're like in our brains we're like, okay, well we're coming up on a casino on the reservation, and we're like, we're gonna go get steaks at the casino and put 100 on black. That's literally what our thought
we were
process
pretty
is,
excited.
and we're gonna get water there.
Yeah.
You know, that was our whole process. But as we got closer and closer to that area, that shopping area / casino, we are feeling less and less invited to the area. Like, we're getting people looking at us. In fact, at one point, somebody's like, you can't go down that road because that's actual reservation. And we're like, oh, good to know. Cool. We'll stick to this other road that can take. And we finally, we get to the like entry point to the casino, and it's like a gas station on the main road. And we instead of going up to the casino, we just go to the gas station and get like hot dogs and like, buy extra waters or whatever. And while we're there, we're like, we're not going to the casino. We're just getting back to route, and we're sticking to the plan as close as humanly possible because we have this weird vibe that like we're not welcome to. And then there's no shoulder on a lot of this road too.
Oh, it's completely shoulderless.
And very high, and cars are ripping down this road.
Yeah.
It was one of the craziest roads.
And the road's filled with trash and glass and like all this shit.
And I thought I found $5 and it was a fake $5 bill. Who would take the time to put a rock on top of a $5 bill
That's
on the
so
side of the
funny.
road?
I even told the guy at the gas station, I was like, we're gonna eat these hot dogs just outside on the curb. He's like, you might want to hurry up because he's like tribal police will come and
ask for
he'll
your
either
papers.
cite you or ask for your papers. They'll cite you and they'll shake you down.
The guy,
They'll shake you down. And we were like, oh, okay. Guess we gotta eat these shitty hot dogs as rapidly as possible and get the hell on out of here.
Yep.
God bless you, Chaunce.
No, look at me.
And we did.
Cool. Oh, it's bad.
You got paper towel right there.
Oh God, you're still connected with your headphones.
I know.
Oh God.
Yeah,
Oh,
so-
no.
So we did this road walk, and I'd say top 2 worst road walks I've done.
Yeah.
I mean,
it was up there.
It was bad. I mean, we had to.
And we're like swapping
we had to-
sides on the road,
Yeah.
like going from like best shoulder to best shoulder, and cars are ripping like 50 miles an hour.
It was a curvy road. There was vegetation. It was pretty hard to see.
Not great.
We had to
And
be.
this is in Verona, I believe, at this point.
Verona's
We had to be really smart about like running across and being super quick.
And there was
about
one time
it.
I was like, I wasn't going fast enough to like clear the road, and the car was ripping up. I was like, shit.
Yeah. I mean, it was crazy, but we made it.
We did make it. This is another area where we should be explicit. Like, don't do what we did.
Yeah,
this was not the right.
None of this side route that we took was smart from in hindsight. It was what we chose, and we wouldn't choose it again.
Yeah, if you want to have an enjoyable hike, figure something else out.
I mean, it is probably better than the bushwhack from a just an efficiency standpoint. But the private land / tribal land, the combination of those two things, if we weren't like under the gun from a time limit standpoint, we might have just done the bushwhack in hindsight.
Or if you don't have the true to the through mentality, I would have no shame in just like shuttling around that spot.
That's a good point too.
Yeah, I think that's a good. I mean, I love walking.
Say
Man.
shirtling?
And you could shuttling. I think he meant, but you could easily get an Uber where we were too.
Yeah.
In fact, you actually were the next 2 miles from the gas station. You were like, "Hey guys," you were like, "I can get an Uber here right now." And Jolly and I were like, "We're gonna do the walk.
Yeah.
We're gonna keep our footsteps connected
Yeah.
at this point."
We had already done half of the road, the asphalt at that point.
More than half.
And so I was like, well, okay, we know what we're in for. Let's just finish it up.
We were through 80% of the worst of it, so doing the last 20% in hindsight wasn't that bad. I'm just saying, like, that entire first half of the day, there's got to be another way to shirtle around it. And that would be, I think, the most painless solution.
Well, and then right after we got off the road, we got to this like campground area in a preserve, and the name of the preserve I can't recall offhand, and I'm not going to even look it up right now. But we got there, and that was like our water for the rest of the day, more or less. Like that's how we viewed it. And we got there, and the water was do not drink, non-potable, not PFAS, but like PFOAS.
Something effectively the
like
same.
everything at the campground there was like don't drink the water, and even filtering it was like a no-go. And thankfully, at least the campground host who wasn't there set out some like igloo coolers of water that we did fill up on.
Yep.
But we took a nice little breather there.
Yep.
To get out of the sun. There were some shade structures, some pavilion type things, and that was very beneficial. From like we had been road walking in the heat. It was hot that day too, and water was obviously extremely scarce for the entire route. But we had more miles to make even from there.
And the trespassing, or not trespassing, the hiking through private land continued from there. Because
It's true.
Do you remember going through like those private gated communities? By the way, at the point that I'm describing now,
this is on route at this point.
This is the red line of the
physically
trail.
on route.
We're
red
on the
line.
trail.
And it's like, do not enter at
Yeah.
these gates, and we had no recourse.
Yeah,
There's
I want to
no
say like
other
mile
option.
120
So at that
or
point,
so.
we started affectionately referring to the San Diego Trans-County Trail as a San Diego Trans-County Trespass.
You know how many no trespassing signs I read that day?
Yeah.
More than we ever would
Golly.
have wanted. Yeah. So
You
by
know,
the way,
whether-
again, this is not a sanctioned trail. This is a route that somebody made at some point. I don't even know who the hell made it.
We don't know who made it.
I don't
probably
personally
look it
know offhand.
Where did you guys find out about this?
It's all. I mean, just from being in the community, like we know people have done it.
Yeah, I have no idea.
I assume it stemmed
So
from
prominent
Zach.
people in the
But-
through hiking community have done this.
Yeah.
You
And
knew
they've
about this
done-
trail outside of Zach telling you about it?
Oh, I've known about it for years. Yeah.
Really?
100%.
I know people have done it.
Yeah.
But that community was abandoned. And it was one of the, I don't know, not eerie, but just like,
Not totally abandoned.
There was actually some very nice houses there.
There was a vineyard.
Yeah.
I'm going to
Past
plug
a vineyard, dude.
they're overselling it.
I'm
No,
going to
we're
plug a
not.
mailbag here, podcast@thetrek.co. If you're listening to this and you know who started the trail or like anything about that, let us know.
Yeah.
We don't.
So then we got to like.
We didn't walk past a
we
single
just
house
set.
in that
Yeah,
community.
but
you,
you
could
could see in the far
them. You
off
could
it.
see them.
Mhm, you,
No,
could
that
see,
bro-
you could see them.
But
But
then we walked
the
the
amount of road
steepest
signs.
descent I've walked in some time, and we got down to a main road, which happened to be a dirt road, and we Ubered a few miles to a gas station to actually get water.
Yep.
And got some gas station sandwiches and got some extra
cream.
ice cream sandwiches.
Do these people that live there seem to I mean, you said that one
No.
person knew about the trail.
No, yeah, that one person.
The
who,
others don't.
we didn't meet anyone who knew about it whatsoever.
I should say aside from the first half of the day, I think was consistently sketchy. I would say the second half of the day, we were our cages were rattled from the
Yeah.
first half of the day. Every human interaction we had in the second half of the day, although we didn't feel at ease, everyone was very nice.
Yes, we even got offered a hitch after we ordered the Uber. Like, super friendly fella.
Yep.
Was like, oh, dude, that's really cool what you guys are doing.
Yeah.
And we were like, oh, man, we stink anyway. We don't want to stink up your truck. He's like, I work on boats all day. I stink already.
Yeah.
So, super nice people. The lady at the gas station.
Was super nice.
friendly.
So
Yeah.
this shouldn't deter someone from doing the trail.
You
is
know,
what you're saying.
we didn't have
trying to, but like be aware of this.
We
Like,
didn't-
you will at multiple points along this route be on like
Private land.
private land, if at best private
It's
land.
extremely important that you're respectful. And
Well,
just,
you
and just,
mentioned. Sorry.
yeah,
continue.
just be kind. We didn't have a single bad interaction.
Yeah.
Not at all. Even the fella that said, "Hey," he
was
really
nice,
was just like,
yeah.
"Hey, letting you know, like if you're not native, you can't be on this road."
Yeah.
Like he was just super nice about it, and we were like, "Oh, thank you so much." He's like, "Yeah, sure thing." You
Wanna
have
make
to
sure you
walk
don't wanna
that.
get shook down by tribal
Exactly.
law
He was
enforcement,
really
essentially.
nice, and the people at the gas station, super nice. I mean, really nice people.
We met several people that pulled up to us while we're eating hot dogs on the curb there that were like, "Oh wow, really neat.
Yeah, it's
I hope to do my daughter's wants to do the
Yeah,
PCT
yeah, they were going to
later."
do the PCT. This
Yeah.
fella talked about.
Yeah,
Yeah. So like really nice interactions. We just, I especially, I don't know. I felt bad just being where we were. Like just like
Yeah, we were trying to get the hell.
Here's my,
Place
here's
like
my
tail
question.
tail
We're allowed
tucked,
to be.
trying to walk fast, but everyone's smiling faces.
I know with something like Onyx, if we're looking at Onyx hunting, for example, they show who owns the land.
Yeah.
You can search the property.
we have
lines, you can
layers on
show-
our map
And
that
you mentioned
say
that when you
these
were
things.
adamant that you were on private property, is you could see who owns it.
Yeah.
Does it give you any sort of contact info, or is there any way for you to
No.
reach out in advance and be like,
No.
"Hey, I'm doing this trip. I'm coming
No,
through."
we've done Zach and I personally have done routes where you do know that you're going to be on tribal land, like the Wind River High route on Skirka's route, where you can get a permit to be on their land, and it's so abrupt that you're on that tribal land that you're paying, I don't know, maybe it's like a $50 permit,
Right.
And you're there for like a few miles at most, but you have to do those miles anyways. You just have to have a permit, and if we knew about any aspect of getting a permit or like getting permission, and I've been on other routes where I've gotten permission on Navajo land to be on Navajo land.
I'm not saying you need permission. I'm saying like as a courtesy to like give yourself some peace of mind. Like remember the woman we had that did the diagonal through Colorado?
Yeah.
And she was saying she went through a lot of private land, and in advance she had reached out to all the people that own the land to be like, "Hey, this is what I'm doing, just to let you know." Like is there a way for you to contact these people and be like,
Not to our knowledge.
hey, here's what I'm doing, just so you know?
Not
It's
to our
not like on
Not
the
to our
maps.
knowledge.
No.
I'm not
The
saying like you
resources
need
we
extra
had
info.
access to
yeah.
that we are aware of, nothing like that was laid out.
That's what I'm asking. Do
and-
the
and
maps
to-
have that info?
To paint like an even broader picture of like how some of this kind of stuff can happen, like the CDT itself in southern New Mexico, you are literally crossing onto private ranch lands on the official CDT route without gates that you have to like go under
Yeah,
or
like-
over
yeah.
barbed wire fences
Mhm.
onto private land. So it's not like this is a new thing from a private land standpoint.
Right.
It's just like in those instances with those ranchers, they're at least aware that the trail goes through their
Right.
property, but you still have to like go on a private land
And-
like weirdly.
And to
Shit.
talk about that, I mean, if this trail gets extremely popular,
It never will.
it
never will.
No, Jolly's bringing up a good point.
but I think we would overstay our welcome as hikers in general.
For sure.
I think
At that point, an
we would-
association has to be established if it's
Yes.
getting to that point.
And, like,
because
we
at
had-
that point, these private landowners or these tribal places will be like, absolutely not.
yeah.
Yeah.
It's like someone being on your property being like, "Hey, I lost my dog. Have
I
you
just
seen
think,
it?"
like-
Yeah. Let me help you look for it. If every day someone lost their dog in your backyard, you'd start to be like, "All right, this is a problem."
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm thinking about it as like I didn't hike this. I'm just listening to you guys telling me about you hiking it and listening to you telling me about you hiking it. I'm like, I'm getting off where Jess is getting off.
Have we have 4
No.
hours yet?
We're almost there.
I think that's the move.
We're
I
real
think,
close.
You
And
know,
honestly,
that's a nice
and
section.
this is what I have to say about it. I felt fully satisfied by the section that I did. From what I heard, you guys were running into a lot of
Hurdles.
grief and hurdles with trespass.
To make no mention of the amount of road walking that exists in the second half.
Yeah.
For avoiding the trespassing areas and for staying in these lands where you felt comfortable walking through. Like the lands where I hiked through were really beautiful and were public lands and were very nice
Yeah.
views.
Yeah, yeah.
So if you are considering this trail and you are worried about the tougher to
Yeah, don't do it
navigate
solo
areas,
from that
A,
standpoint.
don't do it solo,
Yeah.
and B, maybe consider calling it at Lake Cuyamaca or just
In
slightly
fact,
past.
Oh, I do want to add the person who had done the
Yeah,
write-up
that's what I
on the
was saying.
trek is a solo female hiker
Yeah.
who did the entire thing by herself, and she didn't like report a single negative thing.
She did say, though, she did the final 45 miles in one shot just to avoid some of these like camping situations.
Well, so that I think that's a different story because
Sure.
Yeah.
But it is to that point.
consideration.
Once you get closer and closer to San Diego, camping becomes a legitimate logistical impossibility
Yeah.
essentially.
No, no, no.
Yeah.
That's a great point. The last 45 miles, you either have to pull the biggest day of all time or stay in town. I was looking forward to staying in town. Like obviously,
that point, absolutely.
It's well established I like San Diego, but I think everyone should like San Diego. We're
Here-
not to that point in the trip yet, though.
Here's a thought. Just something I'm wondering, which is it's less of a you guys in your hike and it's more an in general because
Anyone on this hike.
not even this hike, just in general, because we have the audience we have listening and because we're talking about what we're talking about. As you guys have said, this is a route. It's not a trail. There's no trail organization. There's no official anything of it. Some person at some point hiked this and said it was a thing and put it somewhere, and now other people are
Like
doing
the
it.
Hayduke in that way, by the way.
Sure. Where? How am I? Give me a second to try to. I had the thought
One
perfect.
Mississippi,
Don't even look at me.
2 Mississippi, 3
Like, how
Where
would we
does-
advise this, someone?
Where does the line come where it's like it's private property, the owners of the private property are being cool and being fine and being like, sure, come through, but this isn't an established trail. It doesn't have like a trail organization. It's not official in any sort of way. More people want to go do it. At what point are we overstaying our welcome on something like this with the people who actually own the property, who we're going through, where it doesn't have a trail?
Well, the
or it
line
doesn't
you're
have
referring to.
Let me finish first.
Sure.
Let me finish first. When you're doing something like that, where is it as a hiking community where it's like, okay, let's say someone listens to this episode and 50 people next year want to go do this hike, and as Jolly says, you can overstay a welcome. Where is that line where it's like you have an official trail with an official trail org, an official thing where it's like this is a thing that I can go do versus this is an idea that someone had at some point that got publicized that I'm now following, and we're going on someone else's. Like, where is that line?
I'm firmly in the place where I don't recommend the hike.
Yeah.
Personally.
No, I think I'm reluctant to say don't do the hike because
I'm firmly there.
I had
Do you see where I'm saying?
no, 100%. It's an important question, and I think it's an important crossroads to address for this particular hike. Is you just have to be aware of the risks and the downsides and the considerations that you do have to go through private land to make this happen. And if it comes to the point where too many people are going through the private lands and it becomes an issue, something's going to come to a head. So if you're going to go out and do this trail, just know that there is going to be some level of risk or confrontation, possibly. We didn't have any confrontation, but it didn't feel like we were far off.
Right. But you could be the person that they like.
For sure.
I just saw someone earlier today, and now there's this again. Oh my gosh, I've had
Get
enough.
up my goddamn
You
land.
just, there is that. And if we would have, let's just say the red line was possible for that bushwhack section where
Even
we ended
the
up going
red
through the church.
line has the.
It does.
It has it though.
I'm saying, but that's like a dirt, like if you look on the satellite, it's a dirt road that takes you all the way to mile 117 instead of the bushwhack, instead of the church. Like, that would have been it would have been a great hike. It's this one day that we're like, that like really set the tone, like Zach was saying, where like we were kind of on edge the rest of the day. Like we had great interactions.
This would have also been like a good question for our route finding panel we did, but we're not on that right now and we're past it, and this is where we are where we're going to say it. But I guess my question is, you guys downloaded the GPX tracks from somewhere, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like somewhere they were publicized, you downloaded them, you did the hike. Anyone can go and they can create a route and they can upload it and other people can go and do it. When it covers so much private land and it's not something that's official like that, where do you define what's ethical in terms of creating a route that's not fully on public land where you have to go through private lands and other people are going to follow it, and it becomes that thing where it's like, I can't reach out to this landowner in advance, I can't ask permission, I just have to go and wing it, I have to hope for the best? Like, at what point is it like, if you're going to make a route and publicize it, it should be on things that are fully hikeable in public versus something like this where you're going through those situations and it's like, this was a trail I found that I researched, that I had a map for, that I downloaded and I went to do it, and now I'm finding out that there's all these private lands and these people don't seem to know about it. Like, how do you find that medium, I guess? And I'm not saying you guys know or don't know and you're right or you're not right, but because it's come up, like, it seems like that was a big part of the hike. How do you find that?
That's why I agree with Jabba's take of like, this is not an endorsable trail. I don't want to encourage someone to go out there and then they're the person that tips it off about being like, this motherfucker's hiking through this private land that I don't want them on. I don't want to be the reason that somebody gets in trouble. I don't want to be the reason that somebody has a confrontation. Like, just know that those are the risks that you're taking on if you hike this trail, and you are assuming those risks.
Can I ask you a controversial flip side?
Please.
Why are we doing this episode then?
As a cautionary tale, because this is
as a transparent cautionary tale.
Yeah, this is we didn't invent this route. This is something that is well publicized. Every trip report that I had read about it was not like, don't hike this trail. And I think the fact that we are offering that perspective, I think nobody wants to go and say that the hike that they did is something that somebody else shouldn't do.
Yeah.
And that's kind of the takeaway here is like, if you're going to do it, at least be very aware of the risks that you're taking on by doing it.
Yeah, and
I mean, shit, there's a place on the Pacific Crest Trail or the CDT where people are getting shot at?
CDT.
CDT.
Yeah, coming into Rollins. So
yeah, I mean, that's not even private
like
land.
Yeah.
From these
Far out
standpoints.
comments are like just road walk into, and
Road
that's what we
walk in
did.
because you're getting shot at.
And to build upon that, this route, I'm guessing 2016 maybe 2017. Someone made a comment on one of my posts and mentioned that they had done it back in the day as a reunion hike for their PCT hike because they love this the desert section. Since then, other friends have had guns pulled on them on certain sections, and that was the turning point for that section, right? That person went to that private land section that was redlined before, that now became the bushwhack. Okay, well then the bushwhack sucks, so we chose a different route. Well, now our trip report is saying, oh, don't do that route. That sucked too. Like, I could easily see an accident happening if a bunch of hikers are going on that road. That's 45 miles an hour, and there's no shoulder.
And again,
we were super careful, but someone could be speeding, someone could be, whatever. And now the trip report is don't walk that road.
Yep.
And that's what we're saying. So
the red line we didn't take to avoid the bushwhack. Even the bushwhack goes on to tribal land.
Right.
Yes.
And so
even if you stayed on the red line at that point, you're actually definitely on, without permission, private land, unless somehow you knew someone that was the caretaker of the private land or whatever that gave you the permission. But I don't even know how you begin to get to that point.
And when I didn't do any research onto this hike, I was invited, right?
I love being in that situation.
You know what I mean? So I didn't know anything, and I do feel like the takeaway is next route I want to do. It's like let's look at the overlay. Let's plan a route.
Yeah.
Let's like really do beforehand before leaving.
And having done the first 60 miles of this trail, I want to reiterate that the first 75 miles, 80 miles of this trail
To Lake Kaimaka.
Yeah, are beautiful
81. Yeah.
and totally good to hike. Like, you do not go over any private lands. Like, it is beautiful, and it is arguably the prettiest part of the trail. So if you are looking for a really solid winter hike, the first few miles of this trail are a really solid option.
Yeah.
If you're worried about doing the entire trail, then that's where you start asking some of these questions that we're trying to answer right now. But if you
can hike Salton City to
Lake
Lake Kaimaka / Julian.
Extremely
That's 81
solid.
miles of beautiful desert hiking, and you finish in, up in that area that has like ponderosa pines, and it's pretty up there.
yeah, it's gorgeous.
I think there's certain routes where it's like, are you doing the Adventure Allen or are you doing the Skirka? I feel like the takeaway from this one is do the Jess.
Do the
Jess. Atta girl.
Hurt your hip
Atta girl.
and then dip off
BJ.
trail and eat a bunch
Don't do
of
the
pie.
BJ. Do the BJ, not the AJ.
Everyone likes a BJ.
Yeah, everyone loves a BJ.
I
used to
also
be like
think there's got to be some sort of alternate on the day that we're describing where you could just shuttle around it, because I think I enjoyed the last 40 miles
Absolutely.
of that. I thought that was
ditch.
If
In
you
the ditch,
fix that
yeah.
day of the hike, that
Yeah.
day we're talking about,
Yeah.
the next days were great.
Because you're still in an urban corridor, like you're still surrounded by a city, but you
But
don't feel you're not trespassing.
Mm-hmm.
You have access to the city whenever you want it. Let's just jump to the next day. We walk right into a Costco. I thought that was fucking cool.
I loved
Highlight.
it.
Yeah.
Costco
I
highlight.
loved it.
Like the trail literally takes you to a Costco.
And the restaurant
I
is
loved it.
outdoors. You don't even got to go into Costco unless you have to use the bathroom, which we of course did. But we had glizzies, we had sundaes,
Oh
we
my
had
gosh.
chicken bake.
What did we say we ate? Like 3,000 calories right
lot.
there.
Yeah.
It was fabulous.
Pizza, yeah.
And that was a super fun moment.
for
Yeah.
sure.
What other
it
hike
was.
takes you to?
I
The
thought
trail walks in front of the Costco. And that's where the route comes in, right?
for sure.
And if,
And I don't want these
can make-
questions to feel like dirty. Like, we should feel bad about talking about this if we don't
I
endorse
don't.
it.
I wouldn't be talking about it here
Right.
if we did.
I just think you guys are bringing up some valid points about it's not a populated trail. It is private property. It's important if we have the audience we have to think about what could happen if they do.
The irresponsible thing
masses.
to do here would have been to just say that, like, we had the best time. This is a scot-free, easy hike to do. Everyone should follow it. That
Oh
is
my gosh.
definitively not what we're saying.
And next year there's 200 people on it.
Right.
And even there was an active construction site that blocked part of the trail that had a house built on it. And the satellite didn't show that.
Right.
Oh,
And
yeah.
no one was living there.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
it blocked access to a
It
road
did
that
look
we
like
were
an
hiking.
abandoned construction site, but also
did.
it was not on any of our
It's
maps.
just like,
I mean, we kept joking that we were the bubble.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. For sure. We did see like some footprints here and there, and we pondered whether these were, other through hikers.
I found
or
the
anything.
folks who had hiked the days before us.
Oh,
they
yeah?
were in the Facebook group.
Oh,
they were
shit.
like a day or two ahead of
And
us.
how
That's
did-
what I
Barely
said. Maybe
How
a
was
day
their
ahead.
trip?
That's funny. Yeah.
I would
Judging
love
on the footprints.
podcast at thetrek.co. I would love to hear from someone if you have what you think is the best strategy for if you're looking into a trail and you see that portions of it are on private land and you don't have any owner contact info. I would love if someone has like a really good strategy for how to acquire that and outreach based on that.
Yeah.
The only thing that I can think of in the moment is if you're planning this far enough in advance, you probably have an address, or you could use those maps to find an address, maybe send a letter and be like, hey, this is what I'm planning. But I don't know how else you guys could circumvent
Well,
that.
the people who I know who have through hiked this in years past, and I do mean years past at this point, like they're like prominent enough people in the through hiking community that I never heard from them that like don't do this. They went through and hiked it, and like never heard any like quote unquote negative press about it. So it really does make me wonder like how they felt about the instances that we're referring to.
Well, but I'm saying after an episode like this goes out where 30,000 people are listening, that doesn't have to do with who hiked it in the past. That has to do with who could hike it in the future.
I understand.
I think we are overplaying it a little bit.
You think?
You do?
As far as like,
I didn't hike it, so
Our
I don't
feelings
know.
were pretty visceral.
I
in those
didn't
moments.
feel great. I'm not talking about my emotions, but like we're saying trespass, private property. I mean, it wasn't that much.
I mean, we weren't like hurdling barbed wire.
No, we
fences
didn't
or anything
jump
like
a
that.
single fence.
No, that's not what we're saying.
So-
but we did open gates that said "Do not enter" multiple times.
That was a fire escape.
Hypothetically.
That was a fire escape. That steep road was a fire
have-
escape.
Listen, I get what you're saying. It still says what it says.
I will also say I think the through hiking community at large has a higher risk tolerance for the private property.
Yeah, but that's
hiking
kind of irrelevant to the point.
I know, but what I'm saying is like the people who have done it, it's not like I'm assuming they weren't unaware of what they were doing. I think they just didn't care. So, which is why I think it's important that we're very transparent.
That do not caring is a problem, I think. though.
Sure, that's why I'm saying like be very aware of the risks associated with this trail, and like if that's not something that you're comfortable with, don't do it because it could go poorly.
This is why I'm
could go
literally
poorly.
publicly stating I don't endorse.
Yeah.
Can we
I do
go around
not.
in a circle and everybody in like 2 sentences just give their thoughts on the trail? Like
I like that.
final sum up.
I also think if a majority of you don't endorse it, maybe at the start of the show, for anyone who doesn't listen 4 hours in, we just say, hey, this is something ultimately
That's fair.
we
Zach should
probably
put
won't
a
recommend.
disclaimer
We probably won't recommend this, and if you listen through, you'll hear why. But if you're listening to the first 30 minutes and you love it, just know that there's more to this. Something like that where it's like, I don't know. But I wasn't there. So I'm going off of what you guys are telling me and the vibes I'm picking up
What
on,
were
but
your
I wasn't there.
Where are you at right now?
That it was great on the Jess route.
Mm-hmm.
And then after the Jess route, it was ultimately fine. But if it were, like, we heard a lot of feedback after we did the trip for Wisconsin, where it was like a lot of people went to the Ice Age Trail, or we'll post about hikes where it's like, don't publicize this, it's going to get so crowded, and it's like, so I always try to think about, well, what if it does? What if we put up this episode and it does draw all these people there?
Yeah,
What is our due diligence that
Right.
we need to do to make sure that if people are going there because of us, we are saying what we should, so that they're not listening to the first 30 minutes when we're doing the quick facts.
Yeah.
And they're like, ooh, let me go. I turned off the episode, and they don't hear this part.
Even if one person went through every day, it'd be too many.
Yeah, I mean,
Don't you think?
I
It's tricky. It's tricky.
And I don't
I- yeah, I-
season in the first half of the trail, then no. I think that's like a totally reasonable amount of people. The second half of the trail, from what you guys are making it sound like,
Oh
then
yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah. The first half, no problem.
And let me just say, like, when I said, like, why are we doing this episode, like, just a thought-provoking question of if we're not recommending it, why are we, like, just thought-provoking, not like in an actual why am I here, because I think this whole episode we got a lot of funny stories. We heard about PFARs. We heard, like, the conversations we're having are all great trail banter and great. We're recapping an experience on a trail. I'm just thinking about the after effect of
the irresponsible thing is for us to do this episode and to glaze
this.
over the
Right, because we could
downsides of
easily
it.
just be like, oh yeah, nothing bad happened. We had a great time.
Because
Go
it's
do
so
it.
much fun, there was no ulterior motive.
I'm on record as saying the Florida Trail is my least favorite trail by far. I've been saying that for many years. I would sooner recommend the Florida Trail to somebody on an off-season hike than, and even sectioning any part of the Florida Trail before I'd ever recommend the San Diego Trans-County Trail.
Yeah.
Okay, Jolly, your 2 cents?
Yeah, I mean, even when we were redlining, we had to walk up someone's that driveway. It wasn't someone's driveway, but it turned into like a fire road, and we walked right past their garage, and it was dark, and it was just like, what am I doing here? Like, I feel bad. If they walked out, I'd be like, oh, I'm so sorry I'm here. But I'm trying to finish this hike because I'm out here for it. But if I would have known that coming in, I don't know. We had a great campsite that night. It was nice. But that moment of like, if someone had walked out of their garage, I mean, we were literally like from here to that door to the garage, and the garage was open, and we're trying to like get through this industrial area.
Yeah, if those people see,
headlamps coming by their garage every night and turning on their floodlights, and
we weren't on their property, by the way.
No, we were
on
not.
A road,
it was on a road, but you know what I'm saying?
Right.
That like you bought this house to live off, by yourself.
You can't have the
Now we
through-hiker
got
entitlement
an unsanctioned trail on our
road,
and
now
the hikers are walking by at a semi-regular rate. They're not going to.
You know what I mean? Yeah.
Maybe they are the type that'd be like, oh, cool, I'll set out water for you.
Right, and that
but
could
maybe
happen.
They're the exact opposite of that.
And
too.
that's a 50-50.
Yeah.
They could be indifferent, I guess. Yeah. But and there's a few instances of that on the trail that made me uncomfortable enough that I did not have.
We're using red light at that point.
We're like,
or no light
we're like doing no light, and then if you get stopped,
then you look shady.
Then you look shady.
What are you
it's
doing
really
out here?
tricky. If you have to hike a hike where you're like turn your headlamp off to get through this section of trail, can you recommend it to someone else?
I think it's really telling hearing you two talk about this because you are very tall, large men with big beards, and if I didn't know you and I ran into, it's fucking intimidating a little bit, So for you two to be saying that, I think drives a stronger point home than if me and Jess were just to be saying this.
Yeah.
Like for you two to
we
have
also
picked up
feel
on
like
those
more
vibes.
of a threat to somebody though too.
I mean, there were
correct, but you
so that could actually induce a shittier situation potentially.
I mean,
there were times get my gun out for
there were
these
times
players.
where I put my camera away because I was uncomfortable.
Yeah.
Like maybe these people will steal my camera.
Like I hid my camera. I took my camera off my shoulder strap and put it in my backpack.
Just because we covered both of you, quick to Zach, what's your 2 cents on it? Ultimate takeaway.
So this is a well-publicized hike. We didn't invent this hike. It'd be one thing if like we're out here being like, do this because we drew it on a map and it's super fucking cool. Like this is something I've known about for years. I know plenty of other hikers who have done it. I think it's important for us to relay our experiences with it and the downsides and the risks. And if you want to do this, know that you are assuming those risks. And if the bad things happen, that is on you. That said, overall, I actually enjoyed it. So
it was a great hike.
I can't sit here and be like, this was a terrible experience because like the interactions that we did have were positive, but I could see the next person going out there having a very different experience. So you assume that risk, that responsibility, and maybe a bad interaction happens. That's the end of the SDTCT. But I can't sit here and tell you like definitively don't do it. Just know the risks that you're incurring by taking it on.
Right.
Okay. Jess?
If you are looking for really nice hiking in the winter when it's cold in the rest of the country, and if you're not looking to do crazy big miles but you don't mind really long water carries, then I think it's an awesome trail. I thought it was really beautiful. I thought the hiking was really fun and diverse. For me, who had not done very much desert hiking, it was a very fun new experience. I would not disrecommend it to anybody. I thought it was cool, and I thought it was really awesome to pass through Julian at the end, despite the fact it is not exactly on the trail. I was able to hitch to Julian. It was like a 10-minute hitch. It was nothing, and it was very cool for me who had never been in a PCT trail town to experience a PCT trail town. So, yes, I do recommend very much the first 60 miles of that trail. Beyond that, I can't recommend anymore.
We'll just yada the last little bit of it. So what we did, which I think is actually a brilliant move, which somebody else should do, is because the last 45 miles, to my understanding, there's literally 0 camping options available to you, and like
essentially from the Costco on.
Yeah, you want to feel really uncomfortable? Camp that last 45.
Yeah.
You're crazy.
What we did is we got an Airbnb in San Diego for 2 nights. So the same Airbnb. So we got off at one point, Ubered to the Airbnb.
From Peñasquitos.
Yep. Took our showers, got a nice dinner, had a few beers, rejoiced, did laundry, Ubered to the exact same point, and then did like the home stretch hike, which I really enjoyed that last day. Finishing at the Pacific Ocean was fucking fun.
It was really cool.
Yeah.
What a terminus.
And I posed the question, which y'all should do as like a thing on the trek or whatever. Like, what are the best finishing locations
a great question.
on a trail
Kimono
you've ever
Kota,
had?
Japan.
Yeah.
So say it again.
Kimono Kota, Japan.
Kimono Kota, Japan. Obviously, Katahdin is like the creme de la creme in America. But in terms of finishing at the ocean, so the PNT, if you're going, from east to west, the Pacific Northwest Trail, but this trail finishes at the ocean, like that's awesome.
Yeah. We all
It's epic. We all got in the ocean.
We got in the ocean,
got in the
baby.
ocean.
Dropped down
It
to our
was
skivvies
nice.
and got in.
yeah.
You know, yeah, it was special.
great.
That was
special.
awesome. That was awesome.
And then we went bar hopping in San Diego for the rest of the night. It was a lot of fun.
It was so much fun. The last day was a blast.
Yeah.
I really enjoyed from Poway on. Again, 0 camping options, but also 0 trespassing, so it was lower stress.
Yeah.
from
It
that
was
standpoint.
really nice trail.
Yeah.
Like we were in the ditch.
Yeah,
Yep.
but basically all that was single track whenever it was in the ditch and you had to like cross a couple of highways or go under a couple of highways. or
But we're on
whatever.
sidewalks.
Yeah, whatever.
Like,
It was
yeah.
great. It was
Yeah.
great.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It really was. Yeah. It was good.
But we went to PB, got some celebratory beers. We went to a dive bar, played some darts.
Yeah.
Saw the country's least prominent pine tree.
Yeah.
Torrey
So
pine?
the Torrey pine is the least common
How about that?
pine tree in the U.S.
Yeah.
Fun fact. But yeah.
Is Torrey Pine where we went when we were in San Diego? We did that short little hike up to a lookout.
Yeah, I think
And
we did
that
go to Torrey
name
Pine.
sounds so
Yeah,
familiar.
we did go to Torrey Pines.
Okay. See,
Yeah,
I
and
was
it
there.
was actually Torrey Pines. The actual preserve itself was closed. They had just finished the golf tournament, the PGA golf tournament, just prior to that. But then right after the tournament ended, they closed the park for a month for maintenance. So we didn't actually get to finish up in Torrey Pines and then down the cliffside to the beach. But you first come to the beach before you climb Torrey Pines. So we just finished it about 1.5 miles short, essentially.
Did you get to see your buddies that we parked the camper van outside of?
Yeah, Jeff.
Yeah.
Yeah, they got to
Oh,
Yeah, we got to
Lord,
hang out
yeah.
with Jeff,
Yeah.
my guy.
Did you
Who
meet
picked us up at
the-
the beach and drove us back to our Airbnb?
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
What a fella.
I collapsed the pop-up of a VW camper van. I collapsed it on top of myself while I was up there
As you
while
do.
they were at the bar. And I had to figure it out myself. Did you see the Mars guy?
No, Josh. I did not see Josh. He
That's all
lives.
I
He
know.
lives in New York now.
I can't remember names, but I can remember the one
Yeah.
detail for each person.
Jabba's met Josh.
Nice.
Uh,
Well, it sounds like a fun trip.
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh,
it
we
was
had
a
a-
great
Fuck
trip.
you guys
I
for
know.
not
we
inviting
we,
me.
we talked.
We had a great time.
The,
There's
the
no
truck
doubt.
was full. I'm sorry.
It's fine.
We do
Whatever.
have shared.
I'll be there for
like,
the next
a
one.
shared hike. No matter, honestly, you could put me in the shittiest trail. You give me a couple of good friends, I'm
It's
gonna
true.
have a great time.
Yeah.
It's absolutely
Yeah.
true.
Now,
Yeah,
by
yeah.
the way, the road walking brutalized my feet. It took me days for my feet to recover
Yeah.
properly.
Really?
We'll
Oh,
find
yeah.
another more well-established hike for the 5 of us to do, but we had a fucking blast. It was so
If
much fun.
if I genuinely cared, I wouldn't shit on you guys. I would just be really upset.
Keep it inside and hate
Yeah.
us for the rest of your life.
This is how you know I'm fine with it.
Yeah.
No,
Does anyone need a potty break? Otherwise, we're going to jump to segments.
let's do it.
Let's do it.
I'm going to skip the Trek propaganda just based on how long we've been here. Let's go to the question of the day because I'm very intrigued. This has to be a Chaunce question. This is $100 million, but you have to survive 30 seconds in the ocean every day.
Was this not you?
No.
Okay, well then it probably was me. Yeah, because I've had this conversation before. You get $100 million. Is that what it was? 100 million? Yeah. But every day, okay, yeah, here we go. Jess has it. Rachel, was this Rachel that posted this? It's the show notes. Yeah, she posted what I referenced. I will read you the blurb. This is something I ripped off on the internet. Do it. Do it.
Okay.
Do it before I finish
Where'd
reading
you
this.
find that?
I still have
It was it's the SDCTC.
Here's my one bummer
John's
about
holding
this
a
recap
fireball
is you
shooter.
guys didn't tell us any stupid stories or bets, and I know there had to have been some. But that's
Jabba
fine.
found a tick on himself. I think you gave the story already, but like after my freak out, 2 days later, you had your own freak out.
Yeah, enough. Yeah.
Okay, and then we had a over/under bet if there's gonna be 2.5 unmarked water sources that were flowing that you collect water, and I said over. Java said under.
I said under.
Yeah, I won the bet, but in order to solidify, I had to put my money where my mouth was and drink the water source.
Jolly.
And it was disgusting.
It was
It looked
on
like
the
bad
back
acid
side
water.
You
of
didn't
the
make them play odds?
We didn't do odds.
It
It was on-
was in a disgusting
It was
runoff below
Amazon Fulfillment
Costco
Center and Costco.
Amazon, yeah.
And it
You
tasted
think that?
terrible. Yeah, I trust my Sawyer
I said,
filter.
Jolly,
Shout out.
I said, Jolly,
And-
if you drink from this, I'll count it as a water source, and I'll buy you an
And of course, we
old-fashioned.
bet old fashions. That's what we always do. And if it's a big bet, we bet steak dinners. But that was an
Ooh.
old fashioned. So.
Okay. You get $100 million instantly, tax-free, all legal, no catch. Mind you, I'm not just saying this. This is a rip-off post I stole. Except one. This is the one catch. Every day for 5
Oh, 5
years.
years.
I don't know why I thought that was a touchscreen.
Big
Every
difference
day
in
for
the-
5 years at a time you choose, say 3 o'clock p.m., you get teleported into a random part of the ocean for 30 seconds. Just 30. And then you're back, dry, alive, if you survived. No gear, just swimwear, thermal suit if it's freezing, bikini or Speedo depending on your vibe. That's it. No life vest, no floaties, just vibes and seawater. One day might be a tropical coral reef luxury. The next, open ocean with something circling beneath you. You get 50 skip days total. Use them wisely. If you're sick, like truly sick, a magical doctor with no chill will excuse you, but you still owe the full 5 years. You can't change your mind. You either finish or you don't. Survive 5 years, pocket the money, or don't. The sea decides. Would you take the deal?
Absolutely.
Immediate question before I say absolutely, which I immediately want to say absolutely. Question is,
Absolutely.
do I have to wait 5 years before I get the money?
Oh, good
Yeah.
question.
Or do I get like a
Good
portion
follow-up.
every
No, you have
time
to complete it before you get the
I'm
money.
in 100% either way.
I'm in.
I just wanted to know the parameters.
love
Yeah. I don't think 30 seconds is long enough to drown me in either scenario.
It's
What's
de-
that?
you-
Even if it's the
I'm
most-
not worried about drowning. I'm
Your
worried
body-
about
Shouldn't you be? There are
like
parts
day-
of the ocean, if a storm happens, that is, you're swallowing seawater in 30
No,
seconds.
no,
You-
no.
Yeah,
But if
no,
you're
I know the
teleported
Northern
back,
Sea,
you're
the
gonna be
Drake Shake,
fine.
all that shit would be terrible.
The
But I'm
Arctic Ocean.
where I'm fearful is you drop me in and it's like shark coming at me
There's
with
the
jaws
chance.
open, and I'm like,
What are the chances?
Small
5
odds.
years
For 5
once
years,
every
30
day.
seconds? There's a
What's
decent chance, I'd say.
365 times 5? That's like 1,800.
Yeah, I don't.
I'm
Give or
in.
take.
I still think you got plus odds there on encountering a great
$100
white
million?
shark.
That's worth my life.
Yeah, and you know what? Truly, it's a vacation every day for 30 seconds. I mean,
Is this the best that you can do?
I,
But like, what if you're in like the Drake Passage?
I'm biased because I just took a free diving course like last month,
Oh, okay.
and so I got to spend a little time in the ocean. And hey, 30 seconds every day,
And do you
guaranteed.
Let's
Hey,
say you are getting sucked down. Do you get transported out? If
that's
you're
what
not
I'm.
at the surface
Yes,
of the
great
water?
question.
Is there a
I'd say
maelstrom?
yes.
No,
I'd
I
say
feel
yes.
like it's dropping you in the middle of a hurricane, or it's dropping you in the Drake Passage.
That's
it's
not-
It's not giving
that's not
you
what it
very
said.
polite.
I'm just saying, to Jolly's point, I can hold my breath for 30 seconds. So
Actually,
immediately I'm
what I
getting
learned in
sucked
my
down.
course
So you
is
could be-
you have
yeah,
enough
Can you
I'll
hold
back
your
up, and
breath
you
for
can still
30
live.
seconds in 60-foot waves?
Yes,
Yes.
yes.
Yeah.
Actually,
I think so.
you have enough
you might
breath in your
swallow some
body.
water.
Wait, hold
Yeah.
up. You have enough breath in your body at any moment to survive for 3 minutes.
I guess that's my question: is can you drown in 30 seconds?
No.
I don't think so.
Especially if you're teleported
if
away.
you swallow water the wrong way, potentially, but 30 seconds is over before you're dead.
Do you?
So
but
then you
that's
go
what I'm
back
saying.
and
That's
you
what
can
I'm
cough that
saying.
water up.
So then you haven't drowned.
So
I'm
where-
just saying,
when
like,
do you
it could
start?
be that
And you'd get good at it.
So if all three, if all
You'd be
three
like,
of
oh,
you,
it's day 3,000 or whatever we're at.
Is it the randomness of when it takes
Could I
you
be
from your
sleeping?
daily
No, no,
life?
no,
Like,
you
is it in the
choose
middle
what
of your
time.
sleep?
You choose what time.
Oh, this is fun.
But okay,
Yeah,
so like
freaking
at
after
what
breakfast
point?
every day.
At what point does it become oh shit? Is
I
it
mean, after a
3,
year, I'm
4
over
minutes?
it.
No,
I'm
I don't
over
mean
it,
like
but
time.
but for the 100 million, just remind yourself
How
every
long?
day.
How long are you in the ocean
She's asking
before
past
you're
30
like,
seconds.
oh fuck, this is serious?
31 seconds.
Well,
Okay.
honestly, I'd say
Every day?
anything over 2 minutes probably gets a little dicey.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like 5 minutes in the ocean every single day.
That's too much.
It just gets a
Cold.
little dicier.
Cold.
In a different location, that's too much.
The odds increase exponentially that something fucked up could happen.
Do you think a shark could kill you in 30 seconds?
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Okay, so there is
That's a
some
crazy
fear
question.
here. Well, no, it's not, because I would go in with that delusion
That's
of
a
nothing
crazy
bad
question.
can happen
I mean,
to me
you
in
get
30
your
seconds.
head bit off. You know, it's not impossible.
Well, yeah, don't put your head in front of him.
That could
But-
happen in
but-
the check
you can
office.
control how you get bit by a shark. Potentially, if it, let's just say 365 times 5. Okay, that's that many instances where a shark could bite your head off.
I love that none of us can do this math.
I'm not doing the math. I'm just telling you 365 times 5.
Telling you the math.
No, I know. We're
I'm
not,
not
doing
doing
the
or
math.
not doing the math. I'm just
I'm telling you there is
Isn't it
math.
just like
yeah.
1,800
Oh my
days?
god, I
is
was
the
so
math.
close with my guess though. 1,825. I was
1,800
25.
days.
5 times 3 is 15.
But picture
You just
being
divide
picture being
365
dropped
by
into
2.
1,825 different parts of the bodies of water that
I hear
surround us.
you, and unless it's evil, and like it puts me in the way of a shark eating a seal, and I replace the seal, you know,
Do you think in 1,825 times that
No.
could be one of them?
the ocean is more than the Earth, like
Ooh.
than
What if
continent.
what if a whaling harpoon gets you?
Do you know what I mean? Though there's more ocean than land, is there not?
I mean, shit. Maybe orcas are more dangerous than sharks at that point. You know?
There's so many places you could get dropped. What are the chances? Especially like 1 foot to the right
there
or
are
left.
jellyfish that can kill you.
Oh my
in an instant.
goodness.
Box jelly.
They can. That's more deadly than a shark bite.
Fuck your life up.
I mean, in that incorrect instance.
Chaunce, what's your answer?
We've given this plenty of time.
Yeah.
How do you feel?
100 million is hard to turn down. I'd probably say yes, and
My
then
life is worth it.
drop one would put me in front of the great white with its mouth open, and I'd be like, "This was stupid," and I'd die before I
No,
finished the sentence.
you're athletic. You can barrel roll and get out of the way.
By the
30
way-
seconds. You only got to survive.
This isn't for me compared to the other hypothetical question that we did, which was for a full year you can only go to the bathroom in gas stations.
That was
This-
easy.
It's easy.
This
That's
one,
the
this
easiest
one's
yes
so
I've
much
ever said.
easier.
This one seems easier.
For $100 million?
That's
You're telling me
one's
I
for
gotta-
$1 million.
Before bed, I
$1
gotta
million?
walk to a
Yeah, you
gas
just gotta go
station.
to-
And
You
you don't
can
get
only
you
go to
don't
the
get
bathroom in a gas
transported to a
station.
gas station bathroom. You have to
Yeah.
work.
Yeah.
You don't get to go on an
This is more
airplane. You don't get to go to a
convenient than that.
concert. You don't get to go on a long distance backpacking
Yeah.
trip. For a full year, you're dedicating your life to being close enough to a bathroom.
Yeah,
You're
that's a
asking
fuck.
me if here, but let me
I'm with
reframe.
Zach.
Let me reframe the
Ocean.
question.
Doing that.
Let me reframe the question.
Vacation.
Someone's hiring you for a job.
Okay.
They're gonna pay you a salary for the year of $1 million.
Okay.
Your job is to stay parked outside of a gas station for the entire year, and your salary's $1
I'm
million.
not doing that.
Yeah, I
For
agree.
$1 million?
No,
I'm
absolutely not.
doing
I mean,
that.
It's nothing.
Yeah, for sure, I'm doing
Yeah,
that.
that's
I
why
am
this is
not.
stupid.
For
that's
how
why
long?
I'm
Yeah.
getting a Starlink, and I'm working on my laptop.
I'm losing a year of my
1
life
year
for
salary.
a $1 million
1 year
paycheck?
salary.
I
All
have
I
a
have to do
blast.
is
No.
just
8
pee at a
hours
gas
day?
station
8 hours a day?
I get weekends
throughout
off.
the day. I'm gonna fucking park there
I'm
24/7.
I'm not.
I will devote 1 year
No,
to this gas
no.
station, and I'll retire.
No, that sucks.
I
So
would
here's a
totally
question with
do
the
that.
original question. When it like when you commit to doing this, are you able to tap out at any point?
No,
That's the that's a
No.
big one. Just in terms of like
you can't quit.
you have to. Yeah.
Once you're in, you're in.
I'm so in.
3 p.m. every day,
After-
whatever time
so
you
think
chose.
about
You
this,
just
though. The reason I
transport.
asked that is, what if on day one, to Chaunce's ultimate detriment, you have an encounter with a shark? Imagine the PTSD for the entire rest of your time.
That's why it's a
You
thought-provoking
survive
question.
it, and you got to survive every day from that
No,
point
no,
on
no, no,
with
no.
a severe shark PTSD.
No place safer than the bank than the day after the robbery. You're good. You got attacked by a shark.
Whatever
You're
you said.
She
fine.
brings
There
up
are
a
people
great
that have been
point.
struck by lightning multiple times.
At
By the
this
way-
point, you chose your time. So if you said 3 p.m. and day one, that's your 3 p.m., you're fucking dreading shit at 2:50 the next day because 3 p.m., bam, you're gone.
Honestly, I'm looking forward to it because it's 100 million.
The ocean question
Harpoon in
is
hand.
30 seconds a day for 5 years is 15 hours. We're not even talking about one day.
Yeah.
Whereas you're forfeiting an entire year of
Yes.
doing the shit that you love
Yes.
to
He's bringing
do
up a great
so you
point.
can go to
Yes.
the bathroom at a
Yes.
gas station.
Yes.
A shark is not going to eat me in the bathroom of a gas station.
It'll be a quick death.
Statistically, the odds of you encountering a shark just being dropped somewhere random in the ocean, I feel
I'd
like are
spend a
very
year of
small.
my life in a bed if someone was willing to give me
I
$1
will do
million.
I will do $1 million.
You don't know if
I
you're
will do
gonna.
That million's not worth it.
Yeah, I totally agree.
For
Not even
you?
close.
I
If
will do
anyone
$1
says to
million.
me this that wants to pay me $1 million to stay in a bed
Yo,
for a year,
there's nothing more valuable
Done.
than my time.
Agreed.
exactly.
And $1 million's not worth
If
a
you
year of my
want
life.
to pay me $1 million to sit outside a gas station, my Venmo is at Jess Hikes Trails. Thank you.
I'm at Juliana_Chauncey. My photo is me in a hot dog costume. Yeah, exactly. Nothing more valuable than my time. So why would I want to get back like the next
15
10,
hours.
20 years
15 hours versus
15
a year.
hours.
of myself at a desk working a corporate job just to fucking sit outside a gas
We're
station
talking
for
about
a year?
15 hours versus 365 days.
15 hours of terror versus 365 of nerds, ropes, and cokes.
You're forfeiting a year of doing the shit that makes life worth living. No one's having fun outside of a gas station bathroom.
No one's telling me I can't.
And what if you die
Veer from
on
the
day
path. I just
366
only have to
after
pee
you
there.
get your million?
Right.
I
Piece
agree
of
to
shit.
disagree. I will be at the gas station cashing in.
Chaunce,
I'm
by the
taking
way,
my $1 million
will
and I'm
continue to
going
live at
somewhere where
gas
that goes
station.
longer.
Loved it too much.
Listen, I've had the cops called on me for sleeping outside a gas station because I had such explosive shits.
Can't wait to see where this is going.
That's
Please
it.
continue.
That's it. Like I've lived the gas
Ma'am, you've
station
been
life.
shitting too much.
This was after
take
the
you to
AT.
jail.
I was living in a friend's garage after the AT, and he had one bathroom, and it was next to his bedroom, and he was very adamant about his early work time, and I got like really the need to go, and I was afraid to wake him up, so I drove to the gas station, and in between the explosions, I just was sleeping in the car, and the gas station attendant called the cops on me, and so the cops showed up to see if I needed to go to a homeless shelter, and I was like, no, I just having stomach problems, and they're like, well, why can't you go home? And I was like, well, I'm staying with a friend, and he's got an early work time, and I didn't want to wake him up by using his bathroom.
I live in a garage.
And they let me off. They were like, sure, like whatever, bye. But I understand what this would entail because I've done it at times, and it's fine. It's totally
For a
fine.
day.
I would do it for 365.
That would be the worst year of
Pool
existence.
the money and make me put my mouth where my word is or whatever the phrase is.
How much?
Money where your mouth
1
is.
million. Do you have it?
We can make it. We can make some work.
If you can make it work, I am at the front of the line.
By the way, if you get to day 364 and you tap out, you get nothing.
You know what, Zach? I will. Not only will I do this, I'll vlog it all on the truck, and you can keep the monetization. So
Oh, nice.
all you
All
got,
48
all
dollars.
you gotta
GoFundMe,
do
Zach.
is raise the
Get a
milli.
GoFundMe going.
Yeah, raise the milli. I am willing to do
Chaunce,
it.
by the way, if you were serious about this,
I am serious about this.
you could make a YouTube channel out of this, and you'd probably make more than $1 million in the ad revenue.
Yeah,
Very
but
true.
like that's the risk of like I've got to risk it for the biscuit and like make that
Risk
happen.
the biscuit.
I'm not trying to work
Risk the
while I'm doing
diarrhea
this. I'm just
biscuit.
trying to
But
live outside a
this
gas
is
station.
This is Mr. Beast's entire business model.
I know. I think he's so smart.
You could do
Mr.
this.
Mr. Beast, pay me a mill.
You could do this starting
You
tomorrow.
made it sound like a
Wow.
layup. I think you should do
I
this.
paid a man
Mr. Beast, please-
$1,000 billion to live inside a gym for 20 minutes.
If any of our listeners have a spare million and they're looking to offload it somewhere,
I will gladly go to the ocean for 30 seconds every day.
Yeah, same.
I'm here for the gas station. I'm ready. I'll start
What if
tomorrow.
the toilet's clogged?
Just show me a proof
Would
of
be
the
her
funds.
fault.
We'll,
Yeah, right.
She'd be defending that toilet.
I just have to shit in the gas station. I don't care if the toilet's clogged.
Inside the actual gas station?
I
Not
will.
in the
I'm
toilet?
just gonna start
Oh,
pooping next to
no.
the
Oh,
toilet.
no.
I'm
Cops
there.
are gonna
I'm
know
here for the
again.
plot. I am there. I'm not leaving. I'm
If you
getting
get
my milli.
arrested for more than a day, does that mean the bet's off too?
Maybe we should go
Yeah.
back to truck
then you're
propaganda.
Next question.
Listen,
That was easy.
We'll do this one quickly. This is the triple crown of jobs if money wasn't an issue. So just the jobs that you would like to do.
gas station shitter.
She's the actual toilet. Chaunce would love to be the toilet. And I guess they should
It sounds like for $1 million she'd sign up.
Yeah.
That's not what I said.
Who's starting the snake draft here?
That's crazy.
I'll go first.
Yeah.
I'll just make it easy for you guys. See if jobs weren't. I think my job's pretty sweet. I love my job. I'm gonna say what I'm doing now.
Must be nice. Okay. This is something I often said growing up. I would like to be paid to breathe. AKA just to exist and do whatever my little heart contents. Thanks. All my little micro hobbies. I'd love to be paid to just exist.
Just for the record, Jess booed me, her employer, for wanting to do the thing that employs her, but she was totally cool with Chaunce breathing as a job.
Yeah. Where's the fault?
Good. I just wanted to be clear about
By
that.
the way, just for what it's worth, and I know no money's no object here, but has anyone in the history of human living ever gotten paid a paycheck for breathing?
Yeah, people that have their retirement accounts fully funded and just take out money.
That's right. They
and-
work
That's
to
not,
retire.
that's not a job.
No,
Yeah,
I'm
I
sure
know.
there's someone doing like an
They work to
asthma study,
retire.
and they got paid
Okay,
to breathe
how about this? Like
for research.
it's just like a,
Johnny made sense
creator
of
on
it.
YouTube that just like vlogs their life.
So you want to be a vlogger? Is
No.
What it sounds like.
But that's
but I'm
talking,
I'm
that's
giving
not
you
just
an
breathing.
example of someone that gets paid to just do what they're doing.
I really
the
think
breathing
there's
part isn't what gets you a paid.
Jabba
When I
saying
say-
you have to at least like turn this into a job.
this could
Yeah.
be a scientific
Like,
study.
you might not make a lot of money, but like making
Lung
some money off of
capacity.
breathing, I've never heard of it.
No, I mean it in a way of I just want to do the things I feel like doing when I feel like doing
Anyone
them.
would say that is all I'm saying.
Yeah,
Like, anyone
it's
would
the
say, "I'd
triple
rather do
crown
nothing and
of it's the
breathe."
best of the best.
We will.
Then my
Jess,
first
you got
choice
one?
is eating Oreos.
I think that maybe creative writing would be a fun one.
There you go.
That's a great one.
And we learned that Jess is currently authoring a book.
Yeah, put that on the
Do not say
pod.
that on
She'd
the pod.
love to get
Tell me
paid
about
right
it.
now.
Oh god.
Cowboy.
It's so
Yeehaw.
cowboy. I'm writing a western.
A western.
Yeah.
Writing a western.
A
It's very it's
sexy
a romantic,
western.
sexy western.
Not
Sexy
planetary
Is it
romance,
smutty?
all right.
Oh, it's very smutty. I promise. It's a professional endeavor.
How many fart peas are in there? Or no, wait, no.
Fart
Pea
pee.
farts?
Pee farts.
What's the technical
Fart
term?
pee is when you fart and piss yourself.
If you fart and accidentally pee through that fart, you got to see
There
a
is a
doctor.
difference. Fart pee is you are farting and piss yourself. Pee fart is while you're peeing, and just here's one for
Yeah.
old time's sake.
Yeah, one is
Not to be
cheeky, one
confused
is a
with
medical
pee
issue.
fast. Very different.
Ever since I was a boy, maybe like 8 years old, I wanted to be a jelly bean taste tester.
There we go.
I
Mhm.
love
That's good.
that.
Someone's got to choose those
By
flavors.
the way,
Someone's got
the
to test
puke
those
ones are
flavors.
his favorite.
Good and bad days. Good and
Yeah,
bad
good
days.
From a very early age, I wanted to be an actor. So I would, even if it's local dumb shit, if you get any money to pay the bills, whatever, like any money. to be an
Commercial acting was in my honorable mentions because, like, to have the acting without like the odd fame that comes with it. I
Yeah.
think being a commercial actor seems sweet.
for sure.
I could see you in a Cheerios commercial.
Hell yeah.
Being a voice actor would be pretty cool.
Oh, yeah.
That's awesome.
Then
I
no
was
one knows
thinking
what
that
your
when
face
you
looks
were,
like.
whatever you were talking about when I came in the beginning. What was it? When I walked in and you were like whispering something in the microphone.
Oh, I said, welcome back to like jazz. And then I said,
You were like monologuing to yourself.
I said, you were, picture yourself as warm banana bread. And there's butter melting over you.
Jolly has an excellent country singing voice that we learned on this hike, by the way. He sang like 5 seconds of a country song, and I was like blown away. Like,
I'll be at your wedding.
holy shit,
Yeah.
Jolly can sing.
Book me for your wedding. That's my triple crown.
I
That's
have
my
a-
third pick. Country singer.
Wedding singer.
I have a quick question. So, Jolly and I had a debate about this. I looked up like, hey, what are some jobs like the top jobs that would just to get some ideas. One was being an adventurer, and like to your point, and I didn't answer my current existence, but like I ain't getting paid the big bucks to be doing what I do at all, but I just love what I do, and so I keep doing it, and that's my dream job. Is I'm doing it right. I'm doing it, but. That was like one of the first things that came up was like being an adventurer.
Yeah.
And whatever that entails with that. But so then we got into this debate of like, is this dream job or just like, because we're talking about like, is it a hobby that we want to do to get paid for? Like, is it dream job or hobby? Like,
Dream job in that it covers all the bills and everything that like a really good job would
Yeah.
do, but it's whatever you want.
Yeah.
So like a hobby.
So all
Yeah.
of it. It all
So
is
like
all
adventuring's a
encompassing.
hobby.
Yeah.
Until
Like when
it
I
pays
say paid to breathe, like there is
it's
My
a
hobby's
hobby.
breathing.
Okay, no. Avicii, The Nights, that song, if you watch the music video, it's this guy named Rory that does this whole music video, but his title that he goes by at the time was Professional Life Liver. And I thought that was insane. I was like, you're just like, you
That's what
just
I feel
make
like
money
I'm
living
doing
your
currently.
life.
Yeah, for sure.
Right.
I understand that.
Dream job.
Yeah. So it can be categorized as dream
Professional
job.
adventurer. We should mention that you are the designer of a backpack, which
Yes.
pays you money,
It's true.
and is technically a sponsor of this podcast.
Whoa.
So-
And the Badger sponsorship too.
For sure.
That's crazy.
Just talk about the Zerk for a second, if you would.
It's just, and we coming out with a new iteration this year, and it's we're coming out with a Zerk 55, and we're coming out with some shelters as well. But the Zerk 40 continues to get refined, and it's just like.
Jesus.
It's just an improvement upon what we've been doing for years. It's a 40-liter fast pack. Has a web belt, but not a traditional load-bearing hip belt. But like big roomy padded shoulder straps. That's like almost like running vest inspired. Roll top with a big outer stuffed mesh pocket. Just like a lot of the packs that are out there. But it's been my go-to pack since 2018 or 19. The Mount Smith Zerk 40, and there's some more products that are coming out that are in the Zerk family as well.
Chaunce turned up your volume with her
Smells
elbow.
like
I
fucking
turned it
whiskey
up?
around here.
Oh,
Okay, so Snake Draft, does it come back to me and go back around?
I also want to add, I was very impressed with the avocado pocket. That was
Yeah, we added an extra. We're unofficially calling it the avocado pocket, but essentially, if the outer bottle pockets, which have their own mesh pockets outside the bottle pockets for like snacks and trash, but if you go vertical from one of them, there is a mesh pocket that you can hold all kinds of things that don't. I put my baby wipes there. I put like extra
Your
Mio there, my electrolytes, whatever, anything that I want to get access to that's not in the giant mesh pocket. There's a flat mesh pocket, vertical from one of those bottle pockets.
Fuck yeah.
Sounds so good.
These guys are having a little side party over here with alcohol and empty
Jess is
beer
playing
cans.
flip cup.
We're just
over
really
there.
jazzed about this pack.
Clearly.
A little ultralight gear.
Jolly boy, what's your next one?
Wait, are we snake drafting? Don't I get to go again? Or
I thought you
That-
were
I
saying
thought that
what
was
you're
yours.
doing is your
Yeah, talk
one of your
about
dream
that.
jobs.
no,
was
I
your
wasn't
ad.
saying that. I'm saying that would be one, but I'm not choosing it as one.
Oh, it should count. But if you want
I
to
mean,
choose
it
something
can,
else,
but what if it wasn't? I would say, something. Honestly, a professional athlete of some sort. I was a very good baseball player back in the day. If my arm had held strong, I would have loved to have been a major league baseball player.
I could see you
good
doing
one.
that.
I did at a high level for a long time.
What position did you play?
Pitcher.
You pitched.
Yeah.
we also learned that Jess was a very competitive softball.
I could see that.
I did. I was center field.
She
Look
could
at me,
softball.
Mom. I'm ready.
In
to
like
play.
not in a weird way.
Today.
In a weird way, and it's up and downhill from there.
Yeah. Sports are fun. I miss that camaraderie of being on a team.
Yeah.
Playing competitive team sports is awesome. And you don't get that after it's gone. It just ends essentially. But having being in the Marine Corps and through hiking, you get elements of team a little bit with that.
I liked sliding around in the outfield.
Hell yeah.
Jolly boy.
What's the question?
Your next dream.
Your next one, you get 3. The triple
I
crown.
told you 3. I told you. I said I want to be a professional jelly bean taste tester, and I want to be a country singer.
Oh, he did them all at once. I thought he was just saying other fun shit.
What was the third one? I
That's
already
what we want to
forgot.
know.
Then that was your
I
Then say
already,
it.
I already said it.
Well, then you didn't. If you don't remember, you gotta say another
Jeez
one.
Louise. I'd love to be an underwater photographer. Oh, jeez.
That's good. That's
I'd love that.
Andy Mann. You know who Andy Mann is? He's a
Yeah.
big time one.
Hook me up.
He's a big time
I'd love to do that.
He used to also have his own backpack.
But see, this was a debate we had on the couch earlier. We were talking about about this question:
Yeah.
is do you instantly become good at it, or am I a mediocre underwater photographer? that
money is no object, but
Yeah,
you're
there's
gonna get better at everything you are.
No, it's
doing
true.
your best
If you
at.
devote time to it, absolutely.
Yeah, yeah.
But I would not be a good underwater
Yeah,
photographer
you want to know the
currently.
honest truth? A lot of people want to pay like not a lot of money for kind of shitty but doable marine videos and pictures.
Wait, why do you think you'd be shitty at underwater photography? You're pretty good at
think you'd be good
overwater.
at it.
Well, I
photography.
think there's not a lot of light down there, right? So,
That's where you get better.
That's
You
where you
tinker
get really
with your
good at
camera
it.
just like you tinker with it on trail.
but you got a little tinker. I like it. Okay, okay.
tinkerer. You're a
You got to
tinkerer.
tinker a little.
Yeah,
But
You adapt
yeah,
and
that's the
overcome.
question.
Yeah.
But that's
So
my
this
3.
is still traditional, like 1, 2, no.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's your second one,
Okay,
yeah.
okay. Second one. A travel vlogger would be a really fun one. Being able to just like go all over the world and people would just like watch and be like, "Yay! I'm glad you're enjoying Morocco," and I'd be like, "Thank you." Like I make money for that. That sounds fun.
I agree.
Thank you.
My next one is a professional dog petter. Bring me the
I had a
dogs.
dog for
I
one.
will pet.
Breathing dogs.
I will
But like,
pet.
how many hours a day are you petting the dogs?
No more than 8.
You getting calluses?
Jeez,
No more
Louise.
than 8.
I dare you to pet a dog for 8 hours or multiple
It's not
dogs.
the same dog.
For $1
I
million,
need multiple dogs.
365 days, 8 hours a
That
day.
sounds like a lot of work.
I'm just gonna hang out with them.
That's not
A
what you
professional,
said.
a
That's
professional
what you
dog
It's-
hanger
it-
outer.
It's what she's saying is what
A professional
it means.
companion.
Yeah.
This
Zach.
isn't on my list, but it came to mind. I don't know why. So I saw a stand-up comedian, Sam Talent. He was talking about one of the guys in his comedy group. When he travels, he brings one of his openers, and they got a blowjob machine as their sponsor for their podcast. You know that there's somebody out there that had to test the blowjob machine.
You were the one.
I'm just saying, hand raised.
You wanna be the one.
I volunteer for
Wow.
tester.
It went from wholesome jelly bean taste tester to blowjob machine tester.
Yeah,
Mhm.
that's somebody's job.
Well,
There
look,
has to
there's
be a
no way my
point-
mom made it to the
There
end
has
of
to
this,
be a,
so I
there
think
has
we're
to be a
cool.
Now I
point.
wonder,
No, there has to be a
calluses.
point where there's one of these blowjob machines that you're looking at, and it is a machine, and you have to be slightly fearful of putting
Yeah,
your dick in it.
defects and also just
Yeah.
rubbing you raw.
You
bro.
know, like there's
That's
some.
the sort of risk a tester's willing to take.
Jeez. Golly.
Jolly's mom, we're sorry.
Yeah.
She
got
did
a
not make it
dolly.
this far. There ain't no. Wait, I mean, what?
Oh, she is definitely
It's-
making
we're
it.
at
so
100 hours.
My dad is
We're
still
100
here,
hours.
unfortunately.
It's so late.
Uh,
You would have to watch this over multiple days to
Yeah.
make it here.
And
No doubt.
my last one is one that I'm sure that I'll have when I'm like 70 years old. Is a golf starter, which I don't think anyone here golfs. The golf starter is just the guy that sits at the first tee that just makes sure that the people that show up to the tee are the right people, and they just chill on a golf cart and
Zach's
drink
got
water.
a whip.
No, they're 100% of the time they're just old guys, they're retired guys. They don't give a fuck. Like that, there's a bunch of rules of the course, like you can't bring out your own alcohol, this, that, or the other. They don't give a fuck. They're literally just like 70-year-old guys.
That's just for the free membership, probably.
They're just there because
No,
like
for you, you're like the free membership to this golf course. I'll do this.
I think those guys are just trying to get away from their wives, honestly. But like,
What are you saying?
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
what I'm hearing.
So,
I think just like hanging out at a golf course for 6 to 8 hours out of the day and just like shooting the shit. with,
My buddy's dad basically did that for years.
it's so
Yeah.
easy and fun
Yeah.
and cool.
Yeah.
That would be great.
And he got us free beer all the time when we were 18.
Maybe better
Cool.
than blowjob
So that's your
machine.
third. What do you got?
my next one is something in the realm of professional sleeping. perhaps a mattress
breathing.
tester, something where my 8 hours a day is coming from my sleeping hours, not my waking hours, right? Because I love to sleep. So
Chaunce wants to be a cat.
yeah,
And you can hang with dogs.
I want to breathe.
yeah, just let me have me be on the clock while I'm sleeping. What's the question you got, Jolly?
If you could only eat one food for the rest of your life, what would it be? And it gives me nutrients or no? Like just
Wait, say the question again.
if I could only eat one food for the rest of my life,
for
what would it
context,
be?
He rattled the backpack. and you
I
pulled
did
out
it
a
last
question.
time. I got to do it last time, so I want to do it again.
The buffalo chicken sandwich I just fed you.
Oh, that was really good. No, sour gushers.
No.
Mhm.
No, sweet tart ropes.
No sour gushers, actually.
All right,
Are we considering nutrition?
No.
That's why I asked. That was my
Jess has to
clarifier.
give one more, and then I think we're done.
I think a sommelier.
That's a good
Ooh,
one.
that's a good one.
great,
I
great
wanna,
answer.
I want to get
Great
hammered
answer.
and then tell people that I know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Great
I like
answer.
the
Great
app.
answer.
I like the app.
I get so pissed when people spit their wine out.
So do I.
If I had my official
Quitters.
third one, it would be gym teacher.
Oh, nice. You could-
Elementary gym
that's
teacher.
achievable,
I
bro.
actually originally
so
went to
good
school
at
for
that.
that.
I agree.
I
That's
originally-
achievable.
You're just like really fun and high energy.
Bro,
You're really,
it's
really
not
good
too
at
late.
that.
It isn't too late.
You're
right.
calling.
Yeah,
That's
honestly, I
crazy.
still think about it all the time.
I support that.
Yeah.
I'd attend.
I use a bunch of new gear on this hike, and I'd love to go over it. I'm going to save that for the next podcast.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
In the interest of time, let's
Thank
do the
you.
mailbag.
Mailbag, great episode on TMB. Brought back lots of memories from my circuit in August 2018. Link detouroutside.com/TMB. A few random thoughts/notes. Liz Hooches is a very
Le Hooch.
Le Hooch is a very common/popular starting point for CCW circuit of TMB. I was surprised your self-guided trip started where it did, but I guess as a loop it doesn't matter, except for starting with a monster climb and descent. Sounds like things may have changed a bit since I hiked it. I also went CCW counterclockwise, starting at Le Hooch. It was certainly busy, but nothing like you described. It was my first real through hike of sorts, not counting the Camino, as I progressed to eventually hiking the PCT in 2021. I didn't book anything and just showed up with some backpacking gear. I camped half the nights mostly outside refugios and got access to showers and food, and half of the nights inside refugios if there was a bed available. One of the most beautiful hikes ever. The Alps are majestic, as you said, different from our mountains. I want to go back someday and like the haute route from Chamonix to Zermatt, which overlaps a little with the TMB near Chamonix. Chaunce, good question about languages in Switzerland. They kind of do have their own language. It's referred to as Swiss German. It's essentially various dialects of German in different parts of Switzerland. It's so different from proper German that a lot of Germans can't communicate in it. They usually just speak English to each other. In addition, it's so different in different parts of Switzerland that sometimes they can't even speak to each other in Swiss German. Thankfully, they all mostly speak English. Also, I looked this up on ChatGPT, so Notre Dame essentially is the French version of St. Mary's. Apparently, there are hundreds of Notre Dame churches in and around France. From Detour, aka Faisal.
Yeah. Thanks
Cool.
for the feedback.
Thanks.
We've gotten a lot of TMB feedback after my hike. This is another one where, another hike that I did where I kind of gave an experience that I don't think is the common portrayed experience, saying that it was like crazy busy. And I think it's good for people to hear all sides of hikes.
Yep.
Jolly's asleep. By the way, with the glasses, I'm not sure that you're not Travis.
Oh, that's
I was also
true.
gonna say
That's
he looks
crazy.
Like he could be
Yeah,
on Duck
it's
Dynasty.
true.
Yeah.
Both are true.
Where's my sweet tea?
Thank you, Detour. To the 5-star review, this is from Maddie in Arizona. Love the show. Go Pats.
For those.
Longtime listener, joined on Patreon a while ago. I listen on my commute down to Phoenix and love the content, banter, and guests. Used to be a regular day hiker when the kids were young. Lately, just been out birding. Looking forward to doing some more long-distance hiking. But the career, older kids, and their club sports get in the way. Anyway, keep up the great work and engaging content for us would-be hikers that are stuck in our cars on the way to work. Thanks, Maddie in Arizona. This one will give you a couple of commutes to work.
She's
Yep.
she's gonna get like
We're
a
at,
Golly.
month of work.
we're at 4.5 hours.
Oh
boys.
my
That's
god.
We're-
Is this your longest ever?
I think that
No.
birding is the new cool thing. And I
Birding's
think
awesome.
I mean, it's always been cool, but it's been like during through hiking. I feel like it's the ultimate combining
Ooh.
activity.
You know what's a baller move is knowing the plants.
True,
Someone could tell me
true,
all the
true.
plants they're hiking.
These
by?
guys are good at flora and
A
fauna.
naturalist and a birdologist.
Yeah.
That's what
Yeah.
we're
All of the above. No one's better than Woody.
Yeah, oh, for sure.
Woody's got it all.
Sheriff.
I go to him every time I don't know what
This
I'm.
guy's
Sure.
talking
We had him
about
on the
Toy
podcast.
Story.
Oh, did you?
Fun
Oh, he's
fact,
the
he
best.
was our last not in-person interview and well worth the price of admission.
Oh, he's the most knowledgeable human being on all of the whole scale of flora and fauna
Yeah.
that I've ever come across. And I'm not saying there's nobody else, but like in terms of somebody I follow, Woody.
Go back to Woody Sheriff. I don't know what episode number it is, but yeah, he's very smart.
I literally only message him when I'm like, I don't know what the fuck this is. I'm like, Woody, help!
Yeah.
And he like within 24 hours easily will tell me
Yeah.
exactly everything that I need to know.
Yeah.
We're so close to the finish line.
Thank you to today's title sponsor, Topo Athletic. I will say I rock the same pair of Pursuit 2s that I wore on the Northville Placid Trail and on Tour de Mont Blanc on the same hike. 0 foot issues. I had no foot issues yet again, and that was from sand to pavement to just regular single track, literally everything the trail could throw your way.
Zach has hobbit feet.
I do have hobbit feet, but I'm telling you, the Topo Athletics fucking were mucho gusto. That's not what it means, what I meant to say. But use code
You get it.
TrekWinter15, get a 15% discount off your next pair, full price pair at topoathletic.com. God, those shoes are so good. They really are.
On my feet right now.
Super big thank you to our Chuck Norris Award winners on Patreon. That is Alex and Misty with Navigators Crafting, Alex Kendall, Andrew, Austin McDaniel, Bill Jensen, Brad and Blair from 13 Adventures, Brett Mullins, a.k.a. Cruzy, Brian Alsop,
Fables.
Carl Lobster, Hood, Christopher Marshburn, Clint Sittler, Coach from Marion Outdoors, Eric
The
Casper,
friendly ghost.
Eric Hoffman, Ethan Harwell Dunn, Julian Daniels, Greg Knight, Greg Martin, Griffin Hay, Would You Bring Me a Beer, Haley Buckingham,
Palace.
Jason Kaiser, Kristen Bell, Luke Netjez, Matt from Arizona. That was the same one that we just read
Yeah,
the
it was. Hey, Matt.
review. Thanks, Matt. Patrick C. and Cialo, Randy Sutherland, Rebecca Braveheart, Rural Drawer Sawyer Products, the St. Louis Shaman Timothy Hahn,
Solo.
and Tracy Trigger. Still got it.
Still got it.
Thanks to our guy, Paulie and Old Man Murph's Coffee Roasters. Go to ommcr.com. Get yourself some delicious beans. God damn it.
You're
We're
tired.
getting close to the 5-hour
time.
mark. You can follow us at Backpacker Radio on Instagram and TikTok at BackpackerPod on X, Facebook.com/Backpacker Radio. You can follow Jabba.
The real, the only, the real hiking Viking.
You can follow Jolly.
At Jolly Gear, 2 R's.
Also, get yourself a fucking wonderful
Triple
sun-
crown button down, baby.
Yeah.
And I just wore the short sleeve with the detachable arm sleeves on this hike. Whoo-wee. It was
Jolly,
the move.
Jolly showed us some of the prints coming up in 2026. They're going to be hot.
They're
going to be
tasty.
the hottest.
But like cool.
But like in a non-hot way.
Yeah, they're the coolest hot shirts in
Subtly
town.
hot.
Yeah.
Like a blue flame.
And are you going to have a new drop at AT Trail Days?
Oh, I sure hope so.
You can follow Jess.
At Jess Likes Trails on Instagram and YouTube.
You can follow Chaunce.
Juliana_Chauncey on Instagram. Juliana Chauncey on YouTube. Hiking from Home, a long distance hiking guide for family and friends on Amazon.
Appalachian Trials, Pacific Crest Trials are my books. Subscribe and follow us on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you listen to podcasts. Follow us on YouTube.
Hi, Internet.
That's it. If you got to this point, what should they say?
Finally.
Yeah.
Jeez,
Just comment.
Just comment, I gotta pee.
No, say finally.
I got a
Yeah.
fart.
I want a bunch of comments to say finally. But also, if you are more curious about SDTCT, again, go to Jolly's Instagram, go to the Trek's YouTube. There's going to be a lot more coming out. Thank you so much for listening, and happy hiking.
Bye.